We have too far to go and all that stuff. So, and not enough time to do it in. So it is now 8:38 and we're beginning our regular session of the Board of County Commissioners, Clear Creek County, August 1st, 2023. First item of the day is public comment. Do we have any public comment? Nobody on screen?
Nope.
None in the room? All right, the next item is County Commissioner updates. I think I'll kick off this time since I always say you guys. I only have one item I'll just quickly bring to your attention that popped up in the last couple of days. I brought up before the problem with the closures, simultaneous closures on I-70 and 6 and that US 6 because there's projects going on Floyd Hill and down on the Greenway in Jeffco. And they said those were only going to happen at night, and they said they wouldn't be simultaneous and they coordinate them. And they've instead been having simultaneous closures during the day already. And it's happened, twice if the report I heard was good, and then I saw it myself. I came up and there were lane closures on US 6 while there was a complete closure on I-70 where they were stopping for 45 minutes at a time. So I've contacted both CDOT and Jeffco and they said they'd get it together and try to coordinate better because they were doing it kind of unbeknownst to each other or something, except that they published their calendars. So I don't know how that's true. And since CDOT's involved with both, but anyway, they're working on it. That's all I've got. George, Sean.
Go ahead, George.
Just one thing from me, the Colorado Opioid Abatement Conference is later this month. I think it's the week of the 14th. Yeah. So I will be in Montrose 16th, 17th, and 18th. The Gateway to the Rockies opioid committee that I'm on is paying for that trip. You'll see it come through the warrant register because we're going to pay and then seek reimbursement. So I just wanted you all to know that that expenditure that you see will be reimbursed, and we'll go down and learn some stuff. Commissioners Dahlkemper and Hollingsworth and some others from the committee are going. And that's all from me.
I would think I just have one thing to get on the record. I just read an article from the Current. Actually, I think it's the Current about the it's called Clear Creek School District's bus barn plan is still causing concern 18 months after location announced. There's a few things in there. One of them says that county officials are pitted against the school district. I just want to go on record and say I'm not pitted against the school district in any way, shape, or form. I've been asking some questions, and I think that's really the extent of it. There's also a statement in there which is false, which at one point was falsely attributed to me, saying that there was a desire to sunset or get rid of the busing program and have parents transport their kids themselves. I never suggested anything remotely like that. What I suggested is that the school district investigates the idea of outsourcing just the maintenance of the buses. And part of that came from some investigation that I did around large businesses with large fleets of vehicles right here in the county that do not have maintenance facilities, that actually are currently successfully outsourcing their maintenance and doing so in a way that maintains safety and allows them to focus on their core mission. And again, my observation was the core mission of the school district is educating our young people, not necessarily spending huge sums of money on a maintenance facility that may not even be needed once our fleet's electrified. So anyway, I just wanted to, and I'm going to follow up with the person who wrote that article. I completely support the school district. I'm not pitted against them, and I'm hoping to do my part as a citizen and taxpayer to make sure we're making the best decisions. That's it.
Yeah. George, any comment or follow up on that or yourself? Or?
No, thank you for the heads up and the clarification. I agree. In no way, shape, or form are we pitted against the school district. The local government leadership ecology in Clear Creek County is and needs to be strong, and that involves differing opinions sometimes. But we're able to move through those differences in a way that's professional and honest, and sometimes being honest says, hey, I think you got that one wrong.
Yeah, and I think sometimes we're speaking as citizens, so we probably need to be careful about the context and the setting where we do it and stuff like that, and how we voice where we do it. But I feel the same way that I feel very much the same way you said. I had a really good conversation with Rick from Georgetown, the town manager, on Saturday, and we talked about everything from, the lodging tax stuff, to everything else, and said, hey, we got to make sure we both agreed. There aren't enough people around here for us to have multiple teams that are, and having contests with each other. We're all on the same team in different ways, as a community, and we need to work on that. He's in complete agreement. And I said, we basically had what was, if anything, a lack of communication when that whole thing went down, and a lot of assumptions that people made that caused them to take actions they did. And I think had we been communicating better up front, we could have been in a better place. And about some of the issues that we were working on ourselves. We're working on some of the same concerns with, for example, tourism tax and lodging tax that they were, and it would have been better if we'd been. So it's the same thing with the school district. I think I have, I harbor the same concerns about a runaway budget on the barn. I know they've worked on it and cut a bunch of that runaway down. Whether they've done it enough to make that site, the challenges provided by that site satisfactory, I don't know. But if I have anything to say, it's directly to them. And I'm speaking as a citizen. They've got their board and we've got ours. That's my take.
Yeah, I mean, we have shared goals, shared stakes. We're in these offices both because we want a strong county government and because we want a strong county community.
Right.
And that's why we comment on issues at the state level, and it's why we're free to comment on issues. And the only other thing I want to say is I think the school board and the school district has done an excellent job, have really, really leveled up their operations, their approach to education, have built a really positive vision for their future. The decision around the bus barn is one of a lot of things that they have to and are doing an excellent job of tackling. And I really do support their vision and the execution of that vision. I think the bus barn situation is unfortunate, and I do think that this board does have a stake in talking about when poor land use decisions are made that affect our ability to provide housing, et cetera. It affects our organization from a budgetary perspective. It affects our community it has impacts that are worth mentioning. And we can separate comments about one decision from our admiration and support for a much broader, bolder vision for the future of the district that is a great one.
Yeah. I think one place that it does intersect, the bus barn thing intersects with what we're trying to do, regardless of the merits or demerits of that project, is I've been saying since I became county commissioner, and actually before, I think, that one of the things I thought we need to do in a community like this is when we have multiple, when we have the same function performed by multiple organizations around the county, we've got a lot of redundancy and there can be a lot of waste, and especially administrative waste. When if we can collectivize something like fleet maintenance, and we've got several different fleets in the county, how many different fleet maintenance shops should we have in one small county as an example? And that's where it kind of ties in. Whether it would be that bus barn on that location or wherever, it would be nice if we could get everybody on the same page trying to save a little money. But anyway, that's enough time spent on that on a day where we probably should try pretty hard to stay on schedule here. So if that's it from us, I'm ready for a county manager update, and we're 5 minutes ahead of schedule. No, we're not. We're right on schedule.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your next meeting is August 15th. That agenda is going to include a deep dive into short-term rentals, one of the topics I know have been of interest for the three of you. about a month ago, I met with Matt Taylor and his staff, and they've developed a pretty neat heat map and providing more data on where they're located in our county, and they're also trying to add some turnover data with respect to housing. So that should be an interesting discussion. And that agenda also will include Public Works bringing forward a work session item to discuss our driveway and parking area standards for potential changes there. That recently came up with right now, the requirement to pave the parking lot at the Floyd open space area. So those are two items coming to you in your next meeting, just a heads up there. We have engaged with a firm named Mission CIT for the Clear Creek Fire Authority organizational review. They're a firm out of Connecticut with experience doing similar types of work, strategic planning, staffing analysis, et cetera, all within the fire service, fire and EMS service. Again, named Mission CIT out of Connecticut. They are going to be here the week of August 14th, probably the exact same dates that you're going to be at the conference, George. So we'll have to figure out when you're going to be able to talk with them. So
What are the dates again?
the week of August 14th, but near the end of that week.
Here.
Speaking of EMS, Brian Monsu is officially retired. He is actually going to start volunteering with us 1 day a week with chat to help them out as we stand up that new service. So he is officially exiting the organization. Wonderful service. Aaron Crowley was sitting right here, who we've appointed in an acting role for the time being. So I just wanted to remind you that Brian's no longer with us. So
I'd like to, I don't like the way that this is happening. I'd like to recognize his contributions, not right now, but at some point where he's here.
I
perhaps.
could not agree more. We're not good at that at all in this organization, and it's something we need to fix. We've talked about as a team in this room right here. How do we fix that? So
And I think Brian's humility contributes a little bit to this too, because I think it's trying to grab a slippery eel in water or something like that.
he was kicking teeth. He had to have talked to Megan so she could even write an article.
Oh, yeah. I ended up meeting with the captains to do it.
I agree.
Okay. Yeah, let's make sure we do that.
Yeah, it's fine. I agree. It's find a way.
Thank you for bringing that up. When he came to be in charge of the EMS program, it immediately upgraded its service delivery while finding budget savings. And that's worth saying a whole lot more than one sentence about.
Yeah.
We did hire a chief information officer or IT director. His name is Damon Pugh. Starts with us next Monday. Most recently working with LexisNexis, who lives down in Aurora right now. So we're excited to get that position filled. And that is it for my update.
Okay, I have one more thing that I just remembered, just a heads up for everybody. I'm having another total knee replacement, this time on the right side, on August the 29th. So therefore the September 5th meeting is going to be iffy for me, just so you know up front. So if there are things that you know that I'd want to be in the conversation for or feel you need me here for, anything like that, I'd appreciate if we could probably dodge that date. And there's some possibility I'll be able to do it, but the last total knee I had, they put you on morphine and Dilaudid for 10 days, and this is only 7 days after. Now, I quit it at 5 days because I preferred the pain to the drugs at that point. And so it just all depends on how that knee's going. So I just want to let you know.
I can tell you there's a public hearing in that meeting for the CDOT's 1041 permit for Floyd Hill.
I'll check in ahead of time with our staff and Cindy Neely and just see how they're feeling about it. And if I'm comfortable with it, if it's kind of a no big deal, then I'm okay letting that go. But that's one I'd want to be on. So, thank you. And then that's it. So the next item we have is a Board of Health consent agenda item, which has one item on it, and it's consideration of approval of the 23 to 27 Clear Creek County CHAPS assessment. Brian Bosshart.
This is a housekeeping matter. You heard this presentation from Tim for a second time at our last meeting, our public health director, and adopted it. However, you adopted it as the Board of County Commissioners as opposed to the Board of County Health or Public Health. So we need you to adjourn this meeting, adjourn the right word? Reconvene into the Board of Public Health and then adopt this CHAPS report.
Okay, we're now leaving the regular session of the Board of County Commissioners and moving and now sitting as the Board of Health.
Okay, I move we approve the 2023 through 2027 Clear Creek County CHAPS assessment.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We're now leaving the Board of Health, no longer sitting as the Board of Health and once again as the Board of County Commissioners. The next item we have is the consent agenda. There are 8 items on that consent agenda, and I believe I heard that number 3, George would like to pull out. Is that correct? Or have an explanation on or something?
No, actually, that I'm fine with that one. It's number 8 is the only one that I actually want a brief explanation of.
Okay. Anything from you, Sean?
Today.
Let me just scan it again real quick. I did look through them yesterday, but just make sure. I had kind of minor questions in my head about a couple things, but
I figured it was pretty fun to go ahead.
no, I think I'm good otherwise. So, so reading the first 7 items, the consent agenda is consideration of approval of the warrant register. Number 2, that's number 1. Number 2, consideration of ratification of approval of change in signature authority for law enforcement workforce grant. And that is to change it from, it's officially still on record as being Sean, although I'm the one that's signing as the chair now. Number 3,
No, I'm good. I'm seeking
Okay.
something, sorry.
consideration of approval of ratification of grant amendment number 1 to assist with the police office standardized training, that's post program. Number 4, consideration of approval of semi-annual treasurer's report. Number 5, consideration of approval of quarterly public trustee report. Number 6, consideration of approval of February 21st, 2023 BOCC minutes. Number 7, consideration approval of May 2nd Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes. Do I have a motion?
Move we approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now, looking at number 8 and pulling it out for discussion, consideration of acceptance of the donation of mineral rights associated with 4 mining claims. I won't read all of those mining claims off in the Georgetown, Silverdale area. Martha Tableman, and she is on screen right now.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity. As you may be aware, Mr. Starrett, a number of years ago, sold us a number of claims up on the ridge beyond Georgetown. If you look down 6th Street and up on the ridge, he sold us the surface rights. And what he has done over the last couple of years has then donated to us the mineral rights over time. And he approached us in the middle of last year wanting to give us 4 more claims and didn't know which ones at first and whatever. And we told him we needed to go through a process, but he sort of jumped things and brought the deeds in at the end of the year and handed them to the clerk, I think. So anyways, he has signed off, but you guys still need to accept the 4, it's the mineral rights to the claim. And what that does is then put us owning everything fee simple. We no longer have what's called a split estate. And it's much easier from a management perspective. We own the surface. These are things up on high. Any mining that was ever done was done way down in the tunnels below that ridge. So the Open Space Commission thinks this is a good thing to do. We don't like having split estate properties. It can complicate management in the future. And so this is on your plate to accept these 4 claims, and you were given maps that show you where they are. They're up near the power line is what Frank told me. If you look up the hill, you can tell because they're right by the power line. Any questions?
No, thank you.
Nope. Sean, any question?
No.
Do I have a motion? Do I have a motion?
Yeah, I move we accept the donation of the mineral rights associated with 4 mining claims. Do I need to read those?
Referenced in the agenda.
Referenced in the agenda in the Georgetown, Silverdale area.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The next item, we are 5.5 minutes ahead of schedule right now. The next item is consideration of approval of the Department of Human Services Core Services Program Plan. And we have Sarah Casano, our Human Services Director with us. And Sarah, would you like to come join us?
And Tracy.
Hi. Yeah. Is it the state one? It's the other one that I sent? Oh. Is it this one? No, we took that off. I'll send it that one.
Did you post the wrong one?
What's that?
Did you post the wrong one?
I don't think so. Let me just glance.
I didn't think so either.
I can send it to you.
Yeah, if you want to email it to me really quick, that would be amazing.
Yeah,
Thank
In
you.
the agenda.
I'm looking.
I just sent that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for doing that. Thank you.
This one?
Perfect, yep. So I also have Tracy here, Tracy Troya with our office. She's our admin bookkeeper, who I think you're all familiar with, just in case there's some budgeting questions other than my math that Commissioner Wheelock pointed out, which I'll get to later in the presentation. So our core services plan, so what is it? So it was developed in the 90s, and really it's a program based in research and practice in family preservation. We know that kids do better when we can keep them with their families and keep them in their community. So the services are really designed to support families who might be in crisis, to keep kids safe so we can maintain them in their homes. And if we do have to do a removal and children are placed in out-of-home placement, then we can put services in place through CORE to return those children to their home. Okay, so here's just the goals of the core services program. Really, again, it's designed to focus on the strengths of the family, to keep kids in their home or in family settings, and if we have to do a removal, to get them back home. So here are the services that every county is required to provide to families in their community. I think they're all pretty self-explanatory, with the exception maybe of special economic assistance. So through CORE, we are able to provide some fundings to families, $2,000 max per family per year. We don't have that much allocated for those special economic assistance for families. I think it's like $1,200 a year is all we're allocated for. So we can't even really provide a family with the max that they're allowed to get in a year. And they can use that funding to pay for rent or maybe hard services. So if a family needs clothing for one of their kids, or maybe a bunk beds or something in their house in order to maintain their kids safely in the home, then we can provide that. But any questions about those required kind of services? I think the rest of those are pretty explanatory.
So when we apply for funding through core services, our plan needs to be able to address all of those requirements.
When we submit our plan to the state, it's our best estimate. This is where we think we're going to end up spending our core allocation for the year, really based on historically where have we spent that funding. But we can never really know what might happen tomorrow or during the fiscal year. But these are the things we absolutely have to be able to provide to our families. So a family is eligible for core service funding if they meet the requirements in one of these program areas. So prevention is really just the family has to be at risk for further involvement from human services. Youth in conflict, program area 4 is pretty self-explanatory. If a child is experiencing conflict with a family member, then we can put services in place to reduce that conflict, to safely maintain kids in their home, to help parents or caregivers with maybe some parenting skills. So that would be youth in conflict. Program area 5, children in need of protection, is traditionally what people think of when they think of child protective services. So if kids are unsafe in the home, or there's a threat of harm in the home, then we can put services in place to keep them safely in the home, or if they have to be removed and be placed out of home, then services in place to get them back in the home. And then program area 6 is after a guardianship or adoption. If that's occurred for a family, then we can put services in place for that family to prevent out of home placement or to safely maintain them in that placement. So there's a very complicated tool that the state uses to decide how much each county will be allocated. So when we're looking at just Clear Creek County and our numbers, there's roughly like 252 families that fall below that 200% poverty rate. And then when we're looking at the number of referrals and trails in that time frame, we had 121 referrals. 54 of those were with, oh no, that's not true. In assessments, we had 59 assessments, 54 with different families. Involvement in trails, so that's the number of children that just had involvement within the state database. There were 133 total involvements, but 111 different children. And out of home placement for the year, on average, is 10. In any given month, we had between 6 and 10 kids in out of home placement.
So some children had multiple referrals.
Correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
It's easy for me to look at this on screen. I didn't bring my glasses.
Oh, no, that's okay.
So I just want you to know, I'm not like
Yeah.
shopping for clothing or anything
Oh.
while you're talking.
Counties are also allowed to create a county designed service, but it has to still fit within the parameters of the services that the county is required to provide. So we provide an in-home treatment provider, Dr. Gillingham, who you all might be familiar with. She kind of focuses on individual therapy and intensive family therapy, but it's specific to our community because we don't have providers through Medicaid who can go into the home and provide in-home services. So she can do individual therapy, intensive family therapy, but then also has different treatment modalities that she uses that are research-based. And I can talk about those a little bit if you
That would
want.
be great.
You want to hear more about those? Brian, I'd like to hear more too. So she can use CPP, which is child parent psychotherapy, which is in-home working with the parent and then the relationship between the parent and the child and helping the parent better attune to the child's needs and then respond to the child's needs and really kind of work through trauma within the relationship. And she does interactionals for us, so parent-child interactionals, where she's again just looking at that relationship between the parent and the child and looking at the attachment and then doing some repair work within that relationship. And then obviously just the individual treatment modalities that she uses are all based in trauma and trauma research. And then the last part of our core services program is just the services that we purchase for families in our community. Before we are able to really purchase any of these services for our families, we have to exhaust all other payment options for the family. So Medicaid, if the family has Medicaid, or if the family has their own private insurance, we have to first explore those as payment options before we utilize our core services funding. And obviously all providers have to be licensed through DORA. And that is really the bulk of our core services program.
Thank you. And I mean, it makes sense for us to have an in-house clinical treatment provider. because our history of struggling to get providers up here, and
Yeah.
we're just in a healthcare provider desert, right? The thing I'm curious to hear is, so like my experience when I'm in voluntary, private, therapeutic relationship is that I can kind of guide it. I can say, this is the service, this is like the kind of therapy I think I need. You know, I'm interested in exploring EMDR or something else. And I'm curious, how does that look for families that are eligible for your services? Are they, I assume having one provider means that she's not able to provide every type of therapeutic service. And I'm curious, how does it look with families when either a family or Dr. Gillingham says, you know, here's a therapy modality that I'm not trained in, but I think would be good for you, or the family saying, you know, here's something I think I want. What do we do in that scenario?
I guess first I would say that we never just expect Dr. Gillingham to work with every family that we refer her to. So her and the family both have the discretion to say, this isn't a good fit. Treatment modality that I think is best, maybe the family doesn't agree with. And so we then would look for a different provider. The only time that might be different is in program area 5, or even youth in conflict, program area 4, when there's court involvement and families are under the court's jurisdiction, and then the court might just decide this is the treatment modality that you're using, and this is the provider that I want to see on this case with this family. That being
Sorry, when the court is deciding for a family, is that based on recommendations from your office, or who kind of decides what modality to use?
the court hears feedback from the department, from a guardian ad litem who's assigned to the children in the case to make recommendations to the court, not necessarily about what that child wants, but what's in the child's best interest. And then the parents and their attorneys. So everyone might have a really different recommendation to the judge, and it just depends, I think, on.
The guardian ad litem is actually they ask a lot of questions of a lot of people, but among the people they ask questions of are the child themselves. So they do take into consideration what the child wants to try to understand what is most likely to be accepted by the child and successful. Isn't that true also?
That's true. And actually there was just, not to get too deep into the weeds here, but there's new mandates that children over the age of 12, GALs have to represent what that youth wants and not necessarily what's in that child's best interest. So now if you're over the age of 12, that relationship with the GAL looks a little different.
Okay. And how much, did you have another question that you want to go with, George? Or, if not, how much of this intersects with, I mean, when there's court ordered, there's funding that comes out of the courts to pay for what is court ordered often, usually, sometimes. I know that there were public funds available. I know that there are public funds available for children to receive therapy, for example. And then there's oftentimes within this universe of referrals, there are people that are also relying on and eligible for Medicaid. And so it sometimes gets sticky when Medicaid is involved in paying for the treatment. Because the last I heard, Medicaid, you can't always find somebody that delivers a certain type of treatment that takes Medicaid, as an example, if there's a preferred type of treatment or a preferred person or something like that would be the best for that kid. How often do you find that it gets sticky where it's difficult to find the right person, the right tool for the job, because the federal government requires that it has to be, since this person's eligible for Medicaid, it has to be a Medicaid provider. They're not you can't even pull your own money out in those cases to pay for someone else because they can't accept the money because they're precluded from treating that person if they don't take Medicaid. Is that a common occurrence, or?
So for it might be different if individuals are seeking services on their own, but for the department, we just have to be able to document why we didn't use a Medicaid provider if a client has
Okay.
Medicaid. And sometimes it's as easy as just putting in there, the wait list was too long, which is not uncommon for so many of our clients who are in crisis. They can't really wait 6 to 10 weeks just to get an intake
Right.
with a Medicaid provider. And the court, if it's a court involved case, wouldn't allow the department to wait 6 to 10 weeks
Okay.
to have that done.
So I think what I'm referring to is the situation someone falls into when treatment is still advisable, but the case is closed. The
That could
referral
be.
case is closed, and then that's where all those other rules kick in, because there's no longer a court ordered disposition to send them to that other person. Okay.
And just to kind of address the funding issue, the court doesn't provide the department with any funding. So oftentimes the court will order our department to pay for things and we have to pay for them.
Okay. So I guess what I was thinking was a funding stream coming out of the judiciary is actually the judiciary ordering that the funding stream is coming out of HHS funds. Yeah.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a far more clear understanding than I did of how difficult this is to do now.
yeah.
The core funding is $120,000 a year. And I haven't pulled up our budget. How does that, what share of the budget for services for children and families does this represent?
So it's just part of our allocation from the state. So the county is responsible for like roughly 5,900 of that 120. And my number is a little bit off because I thought the special economic assistance funding was included in the 100% funding portion of our core allocation, but it wasn't. So that special economic assistance is the difference between the two. Thank you. But then we also have our child welfare block grant that comes from the state that there's not so many rules around how we can use that funding. So we can use that funding to help pay for transportation for a client. And off the top of my head, I would have to look at how much we were allocated this year in our child welfare block. But the child welfare block pays, the only salaried person on staff right now that comes out of core is Dr. Gillingham. Our child welfare block pays for everybody else and then services for our families. But I can get you our allocation for the year for our child welfare block.
I mean, I think the level of specificity of it's a small portion is
It is.
adequate.
Typically, at most, the county is responsible for 20% of our funding. And some of our funding is 100% covered. I think I have it right here. If you want me to tell you our allocation for our child welfare block.
Sure.
I'm gonna race Tracy. This fiscal year, if I can line it up right, 566,114 is our child welfare block.
So it's like 20% of our funding from the state, a little bit less than that.
Well, and some of the child welfare block is 100% funded and some of it is 80-20.
So in terms of like, I know we have to use this to provide certain services in certain circumstances. In terms of the way we want to provide those services, there's a lot of flexibility, right?
There can be.
In that, but that kind of butts up against the reality of who's ready and able to sign a contract to provide a service. So
Correct.
thank you. I think that's the extent of the questions
Okay.
I have.
I just have to send it to sign through a DocuSign. That's a requirement of the state. So can I just send that directly to Commissioner Wheelock?
Is it this, all this fun stuff? Okay, but they have to do it through DocuSign, you're saying? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Did you ever find straighten out what
I did. So the
memo, the last part of the memo?
the memo was off by a little over 1,000.
Right. That's what I saw.
The special economic assistance, I thought was included in the 100% core funded allocation, but it wasn't. So we're allocated roughly the difference of those two,
So the difference, the 89,810 got larger. Is that correct?
right? Because we would just include the special economic assistance.
So the total was correct, the 125?
The total is correct. The 100% is not correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the core funded 80-20 mix was also correct. The error was up in the other part.
Right.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Thank you for catching that.
So we need this is an action item.
Well, in that case,
We need to approve your core services.
And with an agenda item.
Oh, well, I think that moved on.
Okay, in that case, I move we approve the Department of Human Services Core Services Program Plan. Second.
we have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
So should the 9:30 Board of Equalization hearing go off at 9:30, Peter? Should the 9:30 happen at 9:30, the Board of Equalization?
Yes,
So we should take a 10-minute recess, 9-minute recess until 9:30
correct.
and right on the, and from then on out,
Mr. Chair, we could go into an executive session if you'd like, one of them.
you have,
Bet you we could rattle off the Georgetown item unless you want a break, that's up to you.
no, I move we go into executive.
Okay, then we'll exit.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Pursuant to CRS 24640224A and D for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest in property located at 1111 Rose Street in Georgetown, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, or determining negotiating strategies, or instructing negotiators with regard to that potential transaction.
Okay, yeah, second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept, no decisions will be made. And then we just need to make a point of being back by 9:30.
Yeah.
Getting on. We have concluded our executive session. No written minutes were kept. No decisions were made.
Great. Before you call the Board of Equalization, I just wanted the board to be aware of some of the changes, some things that were in there. And I know that the assessor wanted to hand out packets, updated packets.
The packets are correct, with the notes of the ones that were vacated. And I just have a replacement for the 23-21.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, Peter,
Okay.
that she told us that effectively we can use this and go through it, but you'll let us know when there's an insertion to go in.
Correct, yeah. The only thing that's changed in there is you have the backup for the vacated, but it's not removed off your tabs, but it is noted.
And I just want to confirm that the paper files that the board has in front of them is not necessarily reflective of what they would see in the packet electronically.
Correct.
So we will, after the hearings are all concluded, just probably when Beth gets back, we will supplement the agenda packet so that it's amended to reflect the order that you're seeing it in. And whereas many of them, most of them are all in there, the order is not hit, has not been hit correctly. So that's why.
So this is not in the same order as this.
That's
Right,
correct.
and you're going with the written, and that's the correct order. What you see on the agenda packet is not
So
consistent.
if you try to use this, you're going to be dancing around.
Yes.
You are gonna be dancing around.
I gave you everything that I have.
Right.
That's why we sent it to you.
And the assessor did provide it initially, it just didn't hit the packet it hit the electronic packet the right way. So,
Okay, so I'm glad I spent all that time with my hole punch last night,
yes,
because it turns out it's useful.
yeah.
And it's in here in the exact same order it came out of the envelope, okay?
We mailed them that way on purpose.
So unless somebody shuffled it, they put it in the envelope.
23-21, the comparables changed.
So where are we starting? Which is the vacated portion we're not doing?
That's at 9:30 and then at 10, I believe.
9:45.
So this 9:30 section, all of these are 9:30, or we don't have to start?
No.
So we're starting at, the number we're starting at is 2306, is that correct?
2301.
And Mr. Chair, first you want to move into a session of the Board of Equalization. The Board of County Commissioners will be sitting that way.
Okay. So we're now leaving the Board of County Commissioners regular session and moving into the Board of Equalization. We're now sitting as the Board of Equalization.
Correct.
And we're starting with 2301.
Correct.
Okay, that is, lot 89 and 90 in Bendemeer.
Correct. And if I can just say that the assessor's office received 626 protests. There are 33 appeals to the Board of Equalization. We're looking at comparable sales from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2022. Notice evaluations were mailed May 1st to all property owners. Protests to the assessor were due June 8th. Notice of determinations were mailed to the property owners that protested by June 30th, and appeals were due to the Board of Equalizations by July 30th.
And that statement applies to the entire book.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So what do you have to tell us about 2301?
Okay, 2301, the assessor is recommending a denial. The notes that were provided indicated that the house needs to be updated.
Could I just interrupt for 1 minute? I know we have the number, but can you read the name, the property?
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. And I might mess up names.
No, that's.
I have Ryan Bass Nunes and Carla Labbard. Is that correct?
Bombard?
Bombard.
And are they present?
We have, Vas Nunes is online.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have the comment that the house needs to be updated. The walls on the home and there's on a dirt road. We have it currently valued at $512,740. Our comparables, we have 15 GG Lane at $592,200. 839 Aspen Place at $541,450. Then we have 280 Bandamere Drive at $568,860. And the assessor is recommending denial based on those comparable sales.
So I see here in the comps, you've got a home that was built in 1956, whose condition is average. And homes built in the 70s that are fair. Fair is better than average, correct?
Fair is lower than average.
Fair is lower.
And we made the adjustment for the fair condition.
And so condition has to do with more than the age of the home.
Correct. Condition is current condition for age.
And Donna, 2301, is that the supplemental information you just gave the board as well, or is that a different case?
So this is exactly, they have exactly what's there.
And as I read this, as I read the language in the protest or the petition, states the home needs to be updated. I read that as a protest on the condition. How do you go about evaluating the condition of a home?
We would want supporting documentation. Everybody can say their condition is not good or good without supporting document. We wouldn't know the actual condition.
Is it fair to say that, I mean, needs to be updated versus is in, if it, I mean, is that reflected in the fact that that you have it reported as fair condition instead of average? Would that basically be an acknowledgement of that? And would that adjustment be an acknowledgement of that?
The adjustment would be an acknowledgement of that. And that's to the subject, to the person who is doing the appeal.
So I don't want to be putting words in your mouth, but I'm trying to understand it.
Sure.
So the fact that you have it down as fair condition is taking into consideration that it could be updated.
It could be updated,
Doesn't need to be live in it, but it could be, but then it would be more average condition or something, or
we do have it at average condition. And that's for that area and that neighborhood.
okay.
Maybe my only last comment, I would just point out to you too,
Oh, I see.
the adjusted sale of all three comparables is higher than the assessed value of the property we're discussing.
One of them was built in 1956, too, of those comparables. So.
And I'm so sorry, what is SFLA again?
Square footage,
Okay,
living space.
area.
Correct.
okay. So that gets the 112,000 extra because it's a bigger house.
Correct.
Yeah, that excludes garages and sometimes basements, depending on how the basement is configured.
Correct. We do basements different. They're got this own line item right underneath the square footage.
That's funny. Sometimes the basement's the nicest part of the house.
Right.
Okay.
Any questions? Any more questions? Do we want to hear from the,
Do we need to hear, yeah. Does the owner would the owner like to make a comment?
If you can hear me, yep, there you go. Unmute yourself. There you go.
And could you identify yourself for the record?
Perfect.
Are they not coming on screen?
They are crossed over. Their camera isn't on, but they did unmute themselves.
Okay, yes, are we still talking about track 89 and 90? I lost service there for the past 5 minutes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great. I am contesting just based on the age of my home, and then also based upon the comparables. And 380 Bendemeer actually resold in 2020 for 10% less for a value of 349,000. And there was about $100,000 of work that had to go into that house. And those are the reasons why I'm protesting. I feel like once the tax assessment and value increases, it's going to be very hard for it ever to come down. And I did not believe it was a fair assessment. And so I appreciate the Board of Equalization's time. And that's what I wanted to put forth.
Thank you.
2022 is not the period that we're talking about here, is it?
It ends June 30th, 2022. So it's July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2022.
And the homeowner mentioned a sale that happened. Was that during the period or after?
I didn't catch the address because I can quick check it.
It was 380 Bendemeer Drive.
And what was the sale date?
I believe it was 349.
380 Bandamere Drive.
Correct, which is one of the comparables that you had.
I have, 280. I'm sorry. I thought you said,
Excuse me, 280 Bendemeer Drive.
okay.
375,000.
And let's take a look, because we have to have qualified sales on the open market, which this one sounds like it might be.
Yeah. The thing I note is that it was adjusted up quite a bit because of the size of the lot and the size of the home.
Yeah, the home is half the size. It's 800, the home is 800 square feet and it's got half the size. So it's half the size of the home on half the size of the lot.
And that sale was outside our appraisal period. It was on 11/8/11.
So it sold twice in a couple months.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so as the adjustments are made to it for size and everything else, it comes up to 568 still, because, so it was it was considered and it was adjusted for the size and the of the lot and the.
And the square footage is the biggest adjustment.
Yeah, okay. And it sold and then it sold at that price. And
It
then-
sold at-
And the fact that it needed work afterwards, one would assume that the price that it sold at would have reflected the condition it was in at the time before it got that work also. Yeah, it's not a compelling argument to me to change or overturn.
No, it looks like we followed the process.
Any further discussion? Do I have a motion?
I agree with the assessor on this one. I think that the comparables match the assessed values. Well defended. I move we accept the assessor's recommendation for denial on Board of Equalization case 23-01.
Second.
Motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next case is 23-02. And it is 2301 County Road 308.
Okay, we have Donald W. Pierce. Have a assessed value at $337,270. His argument is that we do not have good comps. We have the first comp at 1878 County Road 308. And that is valued at $404,700. Then we have 1845 County Road 308 with a value of $376,410. Then we have a third comp at 312 Columbine Drive at $345,260. And then a fourth comp at 1345 Mill Creek Road. And that one is valued at $456,610. The assessor is recommending a denial.
Is the petitioner present?
I'm not seeing anybody online with that name. There is one call-in listener. And I'm not sure who they are.
Perhaps they could raise their hand if they relate to this property and if their name isn't coming across properly.
I don't think you can do
Donald
that for
W.
calling in.
Yeah, Donald W. Pierce, at 2301 County Road 308.
Should I just move them over and ask, and we can ask them? Oh, I can't move them over because they're calling.
No, I
Okay,
don't think so. I mean, if you're listening, you can press *6 to unmute yourself and identify yourself.
Yeah, I mean, just on the face of it, this doesn't seem to have any merit. They're essentially saying we couldn't find any comps, and we found more comps than is typical for a sale. And the 290, I'm not sure I've ever seen a house sold recently in our county for that low.
no, it's a 1,000 square foot house at, yeah, I'm just thinking of, we'll get into comps, I'm thinking of stuff that sold even earlier for quite a bit more than that, that was quite a bit smaller.
Yeah,
But that's not germane. That's not actually what I'm not a walking comparables list, so.
And once again, we have the adjusted sale of all 4 comps higher than the assessed value. So
3 comps, actually.
that could be an argument that
Yes.
this assessed value is under.
More than it should be. There's a 4th comp, you're right. I've seen that.
So, okay, and you're recommending denial? I support that.
me too.
Okay. I have a motion.
I move we accept the assessor's recommendation for case 23-02 of denial.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 2303, the address of the property is 1901 Clear Creek Drive. It is a condominium. And the assessed valuation is $244,650. And they are requesting an adjustment to 180. And sorry, I'm doing your job for you.
Okay, we have Robert Hammond. We have a current value of 232,000. We already made an adjustment when he first did his protest, brought it down from 244,650. He's saying that there's no dirt parking lot. It's a dirt parking lot. He's saying there's no laundry, no pool, and he's got to pay a homeowners association fee. The assessor is recommending denial. We have comparables. First one's 232,000, which is unit C103, all in the same complex. Unit A101 at 264.42. We have another one at unit B104 for 211,212. And then we have another one at 234,712. And that's unit B101. So it's right in the ballpark of where all those comparables are. The best comparable is, let's see. Oh, looking at this one, there's no change to the first one. So I might rescind and suggest changing the value to 232.
One of the comparables had an adjusted sale of 211,212. Is that correct?
Correct. And we reduced it to the 232 already, which is the most comparable sale.
Okay.
I missed that part, so yes. We reduced it from 244,650 during the protest period to 232, which is the first comparable with no change. It's exactly the same. Now with the new adjusted value we gave them of the 232.
And Mr. Hammond, it does look like he's trying to connect to audio. It looks like
Yeah.
he's been-
He's been doing that for a few minutes. I'm not
yeah,
sure.
So I'm not sure.
I requested he turn on his video, but I'm guessing he doesn't have great internet right now.
That building was my first framing job.
That's it.
Yes. My first time when I bought my car, I was digging ditches and I went out and spent my first paycheck on, I don't want to get into old man stories. We don't have time for that. Spent my entire first paycheck on a belt full of tools, and the following Monday came in and told them I wanted to be a carpenter. And by noon I was a carpenter.
It looks like Mr. Hammond is trying again. He went off, he'll try again. He can also try and speak to us during the chat. So just to clarify for the board, what is the protest asking?
89,000.
189. And looking at that first comparable, on the comparable sheet, there is no change to that sale. We reduced them already.
I'm inclined to accept that. Doesn't really seem like there's any evidence to
Accept
support
the
otherwise.
recommendation.
But 232, yeah.
Yeah.
Should be something exactly like it sold during the period.
Is that a
Same building.
Board of Equalization action, or that's an action that's already been taken, right?
We reduced it during the protest period, but then he wanted it reduced even more.
Okay.
So the motion would be to accept the assessor's recommendation if that's what we thought.
232.
From Mr. Hammond, yes.
Right, right.
If he can connect in the next 60 seconds or
He's
so.
definitely trying.
It says he's connected right now, and then it says he's connecting now.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. I removed him as a panelist and then promoted him again as one, but I'm not sure.
We could choose to table this one and give him time to connect, or we could.
Yeah, you certainly could table it, and if he's in the area, he could come down physically to the board hearing in Georgetown, because he keeps on connecting and then it goes away. Another option is for him to try and enter the chat if he wants to expound upon what, if he still differs with what's been discussed, but
He hasn't been able to connect to audio. He has.
yeah.
There's a person named Brent raising their hand, so I'm wondering if he's trying to connect via them.
Brent,
Is
is it
later?
Ilonza?
Yes, that's later.
He's very like,
Okay.
to the very left.
All right, I didn't know if he,
Sorry.
no worries, that's helpful, thank you.
Mr. Hammond is raising his hand, so he obviously does want to speak. I would recommend that you table this until we resolve that. And if we don't resolve it by the end of the hearings, we'll address it.
Okay,
No, he's dial-in too.
wish I had a little, I do, a little sticky here
I have a
back to it.
dial-ins already.
We can, if he can hear us.
Yeah.
But we could also chat this information. He can dial in.
I have
So
his.
perhaps we could,
Oh, should we call him on here?
Yeah.
Okay,
Here we go.
okay, let's.
fine?
do that
You wanna
now.
call him?
If the board agrees,
Sure.
we can call him and then address it now.
did you not
Okay.
dial it?
Yeah, so hit the phone.
We're,
And I'll type.
I can tell that, so
Next.
I can see right now that our schedule for the rest of the day is
Five.
what it is.
These are-
Sorry, am I going too-
There are a number that may be no-shows and may be
588.
fairly efficient and quick that you'll be able to catch up.
9300.
I think you
We've
can.
only got like
set
1,000 of them. you
Yep.
know?
Only 30.
So at a minute apiece, that's,
Please leave your message for 3035.
Oh, here we go. Hi, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect.
Okay, if you could identify yourself for the record.
Yes, my name is Robert Hammond.
Mr. Hammond, were you able to hear what the Board of County Commissioners was discussing with the assessor?
Yes, I did. I just had one more point to bring up with your comparables.
Yes.
All your comparables are ADA accessible, and my unit is not. It's on the second floor. All your comparables are on the first floor, which makes it a little harder to market than your comparables.
We don't value based on that. We value based on square footage, we value based on your bill, we value based on condition, beds, bath at times.
So second floor versus first floor.
Do we have any? If there was a sale of something on a second floor during this period, it would have appeared here, right?
Not necessarily. I can quick look.
And the difference in value that Mr. Hammond is requesting is about 40,000 from what you reduced it to.
And there's nothing that sold for less than the 200,000.
And by statute, the only way something like accessibility could be included is if we see that reflected in the sale price of a comparable, right?
I would probably have to specifically say that, but we do it based on the sales price.
Right, so we got to go by the law.
Yeah.
So let's just see if we have any sales prices on, could you see any sales on the second floor?
I'm looking right now, it's popping it up.
Make that, Peter, make that Thursday.
Yeah.
Okay, by the time.
We'll get through it. Cool.
I had a new computer.
Not all of these are as lengthy.
Okay, so let's see.
That's good because this section was to have been done 20 minutes ago.
I don't have unit numbers.
We'll catch up.
It's okay. It's an important process, people.
No, I do not have unit numbers on them.
Okay.
Let me just look at this one, 9326.
Well, there's what, 3 in 1901.
Here's one on the third floor. And it sold. Where'd it go? And it sold for 415.
Oh, those are larger because the third floor units have lofts.
Oh, do they? Okay.
Yeah. If you look at the square footage, you'll probably see greater square footage. See, I told you I helped build those.
I have 840 square feet. As opposed,
It's how much you said?
Because it's a loft.
oh wait, 1175, and he has the 840.
Right, so that's the loft unit.
Okay.
Okay, so Mr. Hammond, my read on this, you make a good point about accessibility, and accessibility is not something that we can consider as an independent factor to adjust a sale for. We would have to see a comparable that has a lower value. And the comparables we do see, and I support these comparables, show that a value of 232,000 is appropriate.
How many square feet was that loft unit?
Was 1175.
Yeah.
That's quite a big
Bit more
difference.
square footage.
They also have 2 bathrooms.
And what was the sales price on that one you said?
I'm sorry?
And what was the sales price on that? 1170, the third floor unit?
That was 415.
Are you suggesting that we would try to use that other sale as a comp? In which
I was
case
just
we-
curious what it gave me.
We might want to.
It still comes out a lot more per square foot. In other words, that place sold for a lot more per square foot
Yep.
than the one that's under discussion right now. That's all I want to do is just get a quick idea on square footage, so.
So if Mr. Hammond has no additional comments, we
Yeah,
can move forward. with
that would be a non-ADA unit that sold for a lot more per square foot than his unit. And I can't speak to condition on it or anything, but you know.
I do think it's worth mentioning once or maybe in every case that, for these cases that are being denied, we recognize that assessed values have gone up a lot and tax bills have gone up a lot, and that I know the state has created a number of programs to provide relief by deferring increases in your tax bills. Mr. Hammond, I think if you look up in Google, state of Colorado property tax deferral, you can find a number of programs of which you should be eligible for.
The treasurer's office has some too.
What's that?
The treasurer's
Okay, I'll try that on the basis of it not being an ADA unit.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we, like Commissioner Marlin said, we can't really take that into account legally. And just trying to even get anywhere near the idea of one that we haven't actually done a comparable analysis on, but at first glance is a non-ADA unit that's sold for a lot more per square foot than yours is assessed at right now. So, or valued at, excuse me. Then I can't go there and think maybe we need to, otherwise I would say, well, let's get the right comps to bring this back later, but I don't see it making a difference.
Well, that's probably why they're not selling a lot of units on the second floor, but I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
I move we accept the assessor's recommendation of denial of case 23-03, which leaves the value at 232 as it was previously adjusted to by the assessor.
Second.
Okay, motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Next case is 2304, which is 173 Raspberry Drive, Idaho Springs. The assessor's valuation is $395,170, and the owner is requesting $275 for a reduction of $120,170.
Okay. We are recommending a denial. The argument is that the exterior walls are half plywood. The comparables are not for plywood.
Half inch.
Maybe, yeah, and we do have it at fair condition. Took that into account for fair condition. We have a comparable one for 115 in Evergreen Lane for $434,967. Then we have a comparable 145 Elkaway at $429,160. And we have a comparable 88 Valley View Drive for $411,640. So we do have this average, the value at a correct number.
And the note I see is that the one that's at 411 is the one that you're closest to, but still under, and it is also fair quality like the subject property.
Correct.
And the name of the property owner for the record?
Randy J. Smith.
What, did you come?
I was answering his question. Chat and see your name.
Oh, yeah.
Is the property owner online?
I'm not seeing a.
Right here.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
You can,
Randy Smith,
Yes,
okay. Would you like to make a comment?
I would.
Mr. Smith, if you
Can you
could
please
just
come up to the podium right there?
That's it. Can you hear me?
That's not the point. We need to be able to capture you on the audio. This is a recorded meeting. Thank you.
Would you like a seat here?
No, I'm good. I'm good. So I think it's too high because my home, 1960, and none of the other ones come close. So mine is the oldest out of the comparables. In 2021, the value was increased 24,570, which is 11%. And then you go to 23 or 22, and it's almost 30%, 104,160. And then each comparisons, which is what I had said in the beginning, they all have siding. And one of them has stucco, which is probably $100,000 more than mine. You put stucco on a house and it's not cheap. Mine is listed 2 bath, but it has 1 3/4. So you got that info wrong. The square footage of mine is 1673. And then you got a 1288, a 1978, and a 2424. And that's considerably higher than my 2424 is a lot bigger than 1600. So mine's on the lower end of that scale. The values, my value is 395, 170, and it goes up to 434, 429, 411. So basically, you're putting my house in the same category with the rest of them. And the big thing is it's a smaller square footage. It's the oldest of the comparables, 1960. Then they go up to 1982. My condition is fair, which is the lowest of the 4 comparables. And then my main point is that all these comparables have siding, and mine does not. And I gotta say, I've lived in this county for close to 40 years, and you know, at 21 I get to 24,570, but then it jumps 104, 160, and I just think that's too high, too quick. I mean, I've been here 40 years. You've had a long time to catch up with my assessments if I'm that far behind. That's what I don't get.
I think it's worth saying the process that we follow is spelled out in state statute, and we really don't have a lot of flexibility. And you raised some excellent points about differences in square footage and condition.
Right.
I would just call your attention to the details here. Those differences are all adjusted for. So a house with a higher square footage would have its number reduced to basically kind of make a fair apples to apples comparison with your house.
So here's my question. You got a square footage of 2424. You comparing that to 1673?
No, we're not. Because if you look, the actual sale price on that was 600, on that other house was actually, for example, $635,000. So that's been adjusted downward to account for the lesser, to say how much would it be if it were this smaller square footage. That adjustment's already been made. When you look at the very top line that has a number on it, sale price, and it gives a sale date, and it's sold on May 13th, 2021 for $635,000, and that's been reduced to account for the difference in. Yeah, so to come up with a value that is therefore $411,000, 640. I think it's also, and this isn't part of the state law to think about, but it's a fact that both construction costs, usually, generally speaking, in both construction costs and in sale price, a larger square footage will sell for less per square foot than a smaller square footage if the smaller square footage is habitable. It's just a fact of getting stuff built that.
Well, the value of the lot.
Yeah, it's in economics of scale. Yeah. So, but that's just a general comment. And,
But do you guys understand why I'm down here protesting this?
yes, because I think you're down protesting because it's shocking how much the property values have gone up, including yours in this area. And according to the resales, the comparables and what real estate's actually selling for, it's what it's doing is reflecting what the market's been doing over the last 5 years, which is extraordinary.
And I understand that, and I get that. They're gonna go up, and Colorado's red hot. I mean, I get it.
My house went up by over 40%.
Mine did the same thing.
But I guess my other point is, or another point that I have is, this tax base is based on services too, correct? County services,
You're talking about the.
road plowing,
Yeah.
transfer station. So it's based on that also, what the county's budget is, correct?
Well, the voters approve a mill rate. If that's what you're referring to.
No, I'm referring to if you're gonna increase my assessments, and I get that the mine's closed down, and that was kind of our out.
That has nothing to do with it.
That has nothing to
This
do
is
with
just
these
the value of the
calculations.
homes have increased. A
But
bunch
you
of
gotta make,
neighborhoods have
but
sold.
you gotta make the money to pay the bills, right?
Right, and the bills and the cost of providing the services is going up too. And,
Is that part of it?
No, that has nothing to do with this calculation at all.
Okay.
We don't come in here and raise
Sale of the
people's
homes.
property taxes to get more money. This is a state law that determines how the properties are assessed and assumes that real estate is going up commensurate with the cost of delivery of services because it costs more to plow the roads. It costs more to do everything today.
Right.
And so we hope that somehow that is equal.
It's based purely on the assessed value of your home and what your comparables are.
And not what your budget is.
Correct.
Okay.
If we have budget problems, we need to come ask you to raise your taxes. This is purely, so.
And then probably my last point is, I guess I'm retired, I'm on a fixed income. I just went on the homestead a few years ago to lower my taxes on my house. And I'm like, right on, I've been waiting for 40 years to do this. And then they're gonna raise them back up to what they were. And I'm like, it seems counterintuitive to me.
It's a tough position. It's a tough position to be in.
It's not part of the calculation.
So I'm gonna ask the assessor question. Fair quality is what it's assessed at?
Yes, we have him at fair quality.
Which is the lower end, right?
Usually fair and poor are very similar. I can look to see if there's a difference in this area for fair and poor.
Or in your professional opinion, whether it might qualify for poor, because that's the only,
And no,
okay. I think that's the only
only-
all that we could discuss.
That's the only other thing I heard him say, and I don't think this is worth much in terms of value, but you say you have 1 3/4 of a bathroom.
I can change
It
that.
says you have 2.
Do you consider 3/4 bathrooms or only half bath? It's full bath or half bath is the way you consider it. Is that correct?
We do typically do it that way, but if there's the adjustment for bathroom,
Assuming it has a shower in it?
Right, and they're saying I got a tub and a shower.
we just do it as a
Which I
bathroom.
don't.
We just have 1 bath for the extra bathroom. We have 2 baths listed.
Yeah, you got 2, but that's not what the house is. The house is 1 3/4. 1 3/4 is if you have a water closet, sink, and a shower or a tub.
Well, we typically do 1 or 1.5 is typically what we do.
A half bath is a powder room, which is a toilet and a sink. And then if you can also bathe or shower in it, that makes it a full bath. Or in real estate parlance, they'll call it a 3/4 bath if it's a shower instead of a tub.
Yeah.
Some people prefer showers and put them in instead of tubs because they like it better. It's
Yes.
worth more to them, so.
But in real estate, they call it 3/4 bathroom, one that doesn't have a tub, but the statute doesn't allow for a 3/4 bathroom. If you
Just do 1 and
have a
1.5.
shower, it's a half bathroom. If you do have a shower, it's a,
So yours is different.
so it's,
Different-
yeah.
Yeah,
In that case, I think I agree with the assessor on this one. I would point you to the Colorado Property Tax Deferral Program. It's a program that increases in the value of your property are deferred until you sell it. So you build up an account when you sell the property and capture that increase in value, you pay back the increase in taxes. It's called the Colorado Property Tax Deferral Program. I hope it's a good resource for you. And with that, I don't have any other comments.
Okay, thank you for your comments, sir.
Yeah, thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
So, any further discussion? George? Have a motion?
I move we accept the assessor's recommendation of denial for case 23-04.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 The next item is 23-05 Lacey Cabin Group LLC. The property is 9620 Upper Bear Creek Road. There's a letter attached to this one, I believe, when I looked at it yesterday. And it's not listed on the form. The actual value prior to review is $511,890. And request is not on the form. So I'm looking through the letter again.
This one's Tom Chapman. He's online.
Yes, good morning. I'm here.
I don't,
Donna, do you have that information?
I don't see the amount that they're requesting it to be changed to.
There was no amount requested on this one.
Can you explain the process then of the denial?
I put value too high.
That's the protest.
That's what I summed it up to, was value too high.
Okay.
And he has here, there's no utilities.
But Donna, just 1 second. When you say you interpreted it as value too high, that's what you interpreted the protest to mean?
Yes.
That the protesters are saying that you adjusted the value too high?
Correct.
Once it reduced?
Correct.
So now if you could just go through the comparables and explain how you came to where you.
Okay, we have Lacey Cabins Group. We had it valued at $511,890. With revisiting this, we are recommending a reduction of $471,900. So we are recommending an adjustment based on comparables.
Okay.
And we have one comparable at 79 Sacred Mountain Trail at $387,680 with a huge adjustment to it. Then we have 839 Aspen Place, which is valued at $408,470, which almost has a huge adjustment to it as well.
Could you explain what you mean by huge adjustment, just so
Okay.
we have an idea?
So these are all, we have him at his cabin, then we have two traditional homes, and then we have another comparable for a cabin. So the traditional homes, we looked at those, but we thought that the cabin was more comparable. So we reduced it to the cabin's value.
37.
Were the huge adjustments upwards or downwards?
Downwards. For instance, we have his cabin at average quality, but then the one traditional home is fair quality. And then we have condition for age for the first comparable as fair. And then a huge adjustment for the average condition of $92,000 adjustment, bringing it down.
Is this really on 40 acres?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And we have the land itself valued at $105,000.
How much is that per acre?
I don't know, we don't do per acre.
$3,000 an acre?
Upper Bear Creek.
Yeah. Is it? All right.
Yeah, we have it $2,637 per acre.
Oh, that's,
If I did that right?
Yeah, I'm making mistakes.
Yeah, the value of the land is 105 in itself.
See if the homeowner has something to add.
yeah, is the homeowner present?
Yes.
Someone from
Yes, sir.
Lacey
I'm
Cabin
here.
Group?
He's on Zoom.
Are you, would you be willing to have me share a couple pictures here? If I share my screen, will that appear for you guys? I think it might help.
Are you able to see share screen? I'm okay with that.
Certainly try, and you can, if you could identify yourself for the record.
Yeah, certainly. I'm Tom Chapman. I'm the managing member of the LLC that holds the cabin and the land that it's on. Let me share this here, and I'll I'll go through this quickly. I know you mentioned you got a lot of these to review today.
Yeah,
So
we'll be done by Friday, I think. Go ahead.
Well, here I go. So, the real basis for our request for a review is based on just the comparison between our structure and the properties. I know the Upper Bear Creek Road carries a certain implication with it in terms of the value of the land and the quality of the housing up there. The structure here was built in 1937 out of logs harvested from the property by my great-grandparents. We're below a fire service gate that is managed by the State Wildlife Service. We do not have access to any city services or utilities. There's no electricity, no water, natural gas, cell coverage, phone service, any of that stuff. In fact, we can't insure the property because we can't insure it for fire or theft because of the absence of those utilities. We do have a construction technique here. The cabin's in, I think, great shape for its age. But as I mentioned, it's log construction. There's no insulation. It requires a 4x4. The road's classified as a 4x4 road to get into it. And we're surrounded on 3 sides by state wildlife land. So it's essentially inaccessible other than about June through September each year because of the absence of road maintenance and snow clearing. So when I look at that compared to the comparables, these are taken from a July 11th letter with Debbie Smith from the assessor's office. I think you read off some of these addresses earlier, and I won't go through them individually, but to sum up, we're talking about properties that are built much later than ours, have ready access to city utilities and services. They're heated, insulated, and habitable most of the year. Built, all 3 have composite roofs and a location rating of fair to average, while ours is rated as poor. I'm happy to share these slides with you afterwards if it's helpful. But really, the crux of our protest is we're having trouble understanding the comparables. I know it's a large piece of land, and you mentioned there's a value associated with that land. But when we look at the assessed value of our property over the last 3 years, we've been relatively static. I don't know enough about the process to have an opinion as to whether that's appropriate or not, but seeing a 65% jump during the 23 period, it's really a cause for shock. We made no improvements to the property during the period of the protest. There's been no change in the accessibility of the property during that period. And as of June 2022, the median home price increase was about 12%, while we saw a jump of 65%. So I know because of the acreage and the age of the structure, comparables for this may be challenging. So to the extent I can propose something here, I'd propose an increase to 350,000, which is a little north of the 12% increase in median home price for the area. And by the area, I mean Clear Creek County. So I know I sort of threw a lot out there, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you have or that would be appropriate.
One more question about the size of the lot, the 40 acres. Is that somehow taken into consideration when they're compared, or is there some way that it's, is that taken into consideration?
We pull the land value out from our for comparables, so we can just compare the improvement.
So the value, the assessed value of 511,000 is for the cabin only.
We put it back in. So that does include the improvement and the land.
So you're suggesting lowering it from 511,890 to 471,900?
Correct. And that's looking at that cabin. That's on 101 Teresa Drive.
And you've already noted the location to be poor, which I think takes into consideration all the concerns about accessibility, et cetera. There's no way to make it any worse than that.
That's correct. And we do have the cabin at fair condition.
And the homeowner mentioned that it was in, actually, he said it was in really good condition based on the 1937.
So you've already got location rating poor and condition, and average quality condition.
Am I misreading this? Because I see two different places where location rating is mentioned.
One is for the land, which we take that calculation out, and then the one's for the improvement.
So is it for the improvement that has a fair location rating?
Both are poor.
I'm seeing
Fair.
It says fair.
Does it say fair? Location?
But that's at 511,890. So that fare is driving 511,890 and you're reducing it to the 471 based on a comp, not based on changing
Comp
it to
with,
4.
also with a fair location.
Fair condition.
Fair quality.
It's comparing the location ratings. They have the same
Yeah.
location ratings.
See it.
Are you able on the fly to say what the value would be if the location was adjusted to poor?
There's no adjustment for a location in the improvement.
No adjustment for location and improvement. Okay.
Correct.
So it won't change it.
So the land location rating is really what the issue is.
That's correct.
And it's already rated as poor.
It's already rated as unadjusted for it.
Yep. And there are some comps that are lower. Although they're acre and a quarter, 2 acres and a half an acre. And 2/3 of an acre are all the comps. Nobody has 40 acres surrounded by public land on 3 sides.
And
On all sides.
which you can say is value that. And the amount you adjust by, that is set in statute, right? When you go from,
Our amounts are set by mass appraisal. So we look at all the sales in a neighborhood and it sets values based on the characteristics of the home. Which is done, we're governed by statute to do mass appraisal.
sorry, I'm asking a lot of questions because the 101 Teresa Drive sold for 372. Oh, right, it's the value adjustment, Sean, you already pointed that out. It's because there's 40 acres of land. And because land is selling for a pretty penny up in your neighborhood. Well, that's not really your neighborhood.
That's actually not too far from Evans Ranch.
Yeah, I was on that.
I think
It's a ways up there though, for sure.
it seems like the process was followed.
I think so too.
And comparables may not be perfect. And we find a lot of situations in which the comparables aren't perfect. Unfortunately, Tom, you point out in your letter that there's a number of, you're comparing changes in assessed value to properties that did not sell. And so we can't we can't compare changes in assessed value. We have to compare actual sales.
Correct,
During the period.
correct.
Right.
So.
Yeah, no. Okay, thank you for your time, Mr. Chapman.
Absolutely. Thanks for the consideration.
Discussion?
I move we accept the assessor's recommendation to lower the assessed value to the 471 900 for case 23-05.
Second.
We have a motion, and a second, all in favor? Aye. That concludes 9:30 to 9:45 section, we just average 15 minutes per case.
We have like 15,
1,000 of them left.
9, 10, 11 cases to do in 15 minutes.
Well, that's to be, yeah, if we do that, we'll still be 1 hour behind.
The next gentleman has 3.
And he asked for me to phone him, so I don't know if you guys want to put him towards the end.
I need a quick bio break. Like 2 minutes.
Okay, let's take a 3-minute.
That's fine.
I don't, but we'll take one anyway. Okay, we're back in session. Peter?
So my suggestion would be to go through and get these done. We can always withdraw one of the executive sessions and not hear it. As far as any other rescheduling, I can't speak to that. If you find you're in a time crunch by, I would say 12 o'clock, and there are still remaining items, perhaps we could table them, but understand that the board would need to set a special meeting at this time, and it can be no later than August 5th.
Okay,
Or I'm just going to suggest that we,
Floyd.
since it's brought up, we might as well.
Dennis
do a
Floyd.
resolution. My preference is that we set a meeting, maybe we even look at tomorrow afternoon.
I won't be here anymore. I'm driving to Idaho. I looked at the original, this printed thing, and it says our last item was at 1 o'clock. And so I have some commitment in Evergreen that I need to leave here at like 3:45, but that's a lot of time. I think we should be able to.
I think we powered through this and let me just ask this question though, before we start powering through it and continue what we're doing. All those items, 11:15 through 1 o'clock, the county budget, this particular meeting on the county budget, work session on the CSU economic development, consideration of approval of the CCHA TRC and C, and of course the break for lunch, and CTSI report. How many of those are critical and time sensitive? I'm guessing consideration of approval is an action item, which might be pretty important to get that show on the road. Can these others defer until the 15th?
CSU cannot unless you're just okay with me making that decision on my own. Budget could probably wait, although we're here.
Yeah, I'm not saying the budget isn't important. We just got a big stack of
It's
stuff.
direction on FY '24, and I guess technically we can bring that back on the 15th.
Chad's team conversation is one I'd love to have today if we can.
Yeah, I think so. That one we need to do. And the CTSI thing it's just an update, right?
Someone outside that who's been scheduled to be here. I don't know if they're gonna be here in person or Zoom, but
And there's one.
That's 1 o'clock. So there's time to contact that person if we don't think we can get there. Been a quarter hour now.
I'm not sure which one you're referring to. There's multiple executive sessions we need to get to.
Well,
I would encourage the board to move forward and see how far we get and maybe reassess that thought.
I mean, I'll just state, whether we miscalculated the agenda or not, I do think that these cases deserve the time that we're giving.
Yeah, I don't think we can change how we're doing it. We can't change how we're doing
One
it.
suggestion I have is it seems like there's a very common pattern of people don't understand what the statute is and don't understand the process. And we're spending a lot of time talking about things that don't have any bearing on what the assessed values are. And I think it might make sense at the very beginning of every case, just to outline how the process works. So I think we'll save time.
Okay. Shall we?
Am I able also to say, if you're online and raising your hand and you are not for the 9:45 session, please lower it so it's easier for me to determine who needs to be crossed over. Again, this is only for the 9:45 session.
Okay, let's begin that. So we're gonna now that we're done talking about what we're gonna talk about, we're gonna continue with the Board of Equalization hearings. So we're now still sitting as the Board of Equalization. I believe the first two, 2306 and 7 have vacated, correct? So the first one we're going to hear is 2308, and that is A, B, and C.
Okay, we have Charles Britton. We have 3 different properties in St. Mary's. We have lot 379, unit 3, lot 377, unit 3, lot 399, unit 3.
Are these condominiums or are they?
They're vacant land,
Okay. Oh, okay.
vacant land.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can be looking at this, sorry.
And he just says Noble Property in the comments of his notice of determination that he received an offer. That was not an arm's length transaction. That is letters sent by Noble Property to almost all the property owners up there. The first comparable for account number 5939, lot 379, unit 3. We have a value of 15,010. First comparable is 15,010. Second comparable is 17,870. Third comparable is 15,220. We have it in a fair location with no water or sewer available or water available. The assessor's recommending denial.
And the homeowner's saying it's worth $3,000. That's what it's
Homeowner is on the phone.
Yes. If you could identify yourself and who you're appearing on behalf of.
Charles E. Britton, the owners of the property since 1980.
For the Ramirez Trust?
This is for Britain.
Okay.
Yes, Chuck, yes.
But the Ramirez were vacated. Okay, what do we want to start with? Do you want to should we allow the owner to speak here? So we've got him on. Yeah, Mr. Britton, would you like to go ahead and make your case?
Okay, I get offers all the time for the property, and it's just speculators. I've owned the property since 1980. And I also paid $500 for each lot for a water tap. Well, that company went out of business. And so the company that took it up said the property, the water tap was no good. It was no value. So I got a lawyer. It cost me $4,500 to get a letter from the board at the property. And they said, okay, you have a water tap whenever it gets there. Well, it's been 30 years and it's still, I think, 400 feet away from me to the east. So in my lifetime, when it gets there, it would be no value. And if I can't do anything with this property, if I can't lower the taxes, I don't drive. I'm a technological dinosaur. And if we can't come to some agreement, then I will donate this property to a church and you won't get any taxes at all. I'm not threatening you. I'm just telling, I've been paying taxes for this long. I can't afford to do it any longer. I don't mean to be threatening, or I'm just telling you what my choices are. Pay it or donate it.
Yeah, thank you for letting us know that. I'm looking at the comps here, and none of them have water. So I believe your situation, I appreciate you passing that along. That really can't have any bearing on how we treat each case, your personal situation.
Okay.
Yeah, regardless of what you choose to do to dispose of the property, it doesn't change how we have to operate under the law, looking at the comparables.
I understand.
Looking at the comparables, they seem well selected and well adjusted for and defend the assessed value. I support the assessor's recommendation. Charles, I would recommend you look into the Colorado Property Tax Deferral Program. I think it can be of service to you. That allows you to not pay increases on your property tax bill until you sell the property.
Oh, well, that sounds feasible. I didn't know about that. Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't have any further comment.
Sean?
Me neither.
Okay, do I have a motion
I
for,
suggest-
can we make a motion for three at once here? Peter,
The comparables are exactly like these ones in line with the value, 16,080. First one comparable on that one is 16,080. And everything being above that. And for the third one with C, 9,250. We have 9,010 for one comparable, 9,260, and then a 12,110.
and the reason the other one is because it's steep. The third one is steep instead of, I see that. The others are sloping, which is, but steep means it's marginally buildable.
Correct.
Okay,
So basically,
In answer to your question, you can combine them by just read the number as part of the motion,
okay.
of the three parcels. And Sean had a question. I think.
so your recommendation was to, Donna, to leave the original assessments and to.
Yeah, to deny the
Okay,
request.
so I move that accepts the assessor's recommendation of denial for cases 23-08A, 23-08B, and 23-08C.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Britton, if you call the assessor's office, I know you have their phone number. They can get you the number to the property tax deferral program. There is a phone number you can call.
Did you?
Okay, I appreciate you give me that information. I understand your situations, and I appreciate you doing this for my benefit. The call.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you for calling. Okay, the next item we have is 23-09. And it is, it's 1207 13th Street, Georgetown. The owners Jeanette and Christopher Peterson. We have them here today. Okay.
Okay.
First of all, do you want to give us the rundown on this?
Yep. We have the valuation increase is too high. We have a current value of $484,060. We have four comparables in this situation. The first one at 1556 Silver Cloud Circle is $686,920. The second comparable at 401 4th Street is $494,224. The second 506 Second Street, 547, 428. And then the last one at 1110 Biddle Street with a value of $572,600. The assessor is recommending denial.
Okay. Looking at the comps right off the bat, I don't have any questions. I'm looking at where you've landed on value. It appears that you've matched it to the lowest comparable value. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Questions from either one of you?
What are your-
Assessor?
Yeah, what are your thoughts on the four properties that are proposed as comparables by the petitioner?
I'm sorry?
The petitioner proposed we look at four different alternate.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on those? Are they comparable?
First one, 9558, it has no garage. Or the second one. The fourth one is a duplex.
Okay. And this is a SFR, is that correct? Single family residence,
Correct.
subject property? All right.
Maybe we should hear some comment from the petitioner.
I'm going there. I didn't know you were done. Any further question for assessor? Okay, would you like to come up and speak?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. My name is Jeanette Peterson, and my husband and I own this property. And what I have done in order to analyze whether or not I had a case, so I took the information from the comps from the county assessor and the information from what we considered comps on our original letter. And I put them on a spreadsheet. Is it okay if I pass this out, or?
Do you have extra copies?
I have 5 copies.
That would be great.
I could always still make copies too.
So as you notice, the first column is our property. The next section is the assessor's comps, and the final section is our comps. And they're taken directly off of the information from the assessor in the county. What we did is we looked at square footage, we looked at the adjusted values by the assessor, because our lot is much smaller. We do have comparable bedrooms and bathrooms. And there were different, the duplexes and the traditional homes and so on. What we did is we went ahead and said, okay, duplexes, because they have the shared wall, possibly are not as appealing as a single family. So we decided not to consider those 3 that we had additionally, or at one time put in there. As far as the comps from the county assessor, we decided that comps from a whole different neighborhood and district in town were not really comparable. So the 2 in the middle, column 3 and 4, were actually over here in the historic Old Town section, and we are midway to the lake. So we're 13th. So we took the 3 sales under column 2, 5, and 6, which were sales within the period. They're all in the neighborhood, comparable bathrooms and bedrooms, much larger properties, much larger homes, but they've been adjusted. And we took the square footage on each, the 401 for column 2, the 344 for column 5, and the 237 for column 6. Averaged those and came out to 327. And what we're asking for is 325, which is 400,000.
So the way I hear your argument is the location rating. You're in a location most comparable to 5, and you think 6 is a better comparable. Is that correct?
Right. So item number 6 is actually 2 blocks away from us. Item number 5 is, depending on how you go, the street doesn't go through, but their house overlooks ours. So they look out their 2nd-story window and it looks at our roof. But you have to go all the way around, so it's probably 3 blocks. And column number 2 is probably 3 blocks also. Whereas the other 3 and 4, column 3 and 4 are in the historic district.
However, these don't have the adjustments to make the houses comparable. So I don't know what the value would come in at.
Which ones?
So the number 6, when your spreadsheet doesn't include, because we have to adjust for certain things, dollar values, I don't see the adjustments for the dollar values for the differences in the house to bring it together.
Correct, because I can adjust, this one has, property number 6 has a 2-car garage. And according to the other information that I had, that's what, 13,900. I can take that off to make it more comfortable. It's also 2 lots, so it's much larger lottage. And I could not come up with a way to determine how land was adjusted, because some of it's straight up in the air, some of it's, if you look at all the lot sizes, they're completely different.
Right, for improvements, we take the land value out.
Oh.
So we remove it and then put it back in for the final valuation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I couldn't do that. So I didn't do it. But either way, if you subtract out from the sale of number 6, the 2 lots, which is much bigger than my lot, and take into account also that it has a 2-car garage, it would actually benefit me more because the value would be lower. But I do consider that 400,000 is a fair amount, a fair value for the house instead of the 484.
And the previous value was 384, 370 for the last 2 prior years, for 21 and 22. So we saw an increase on this property of 99,690.
So if I look at the 2 comparables, 2 and 5, that had adjustments on them for this house. I see an adjusted sale of $572,000 and an adjusted sale of $686,000. They're actually the 2 highest value when you adjust for everything of the 5 comparisons. And so if I was going to apply your methodology to the 4 properties that we have adjusted comps for, it would cause, I think that would argue that the adjusted value is undervalued. The ones that are helping you out are comparables 3 and 4 for the county's comparables.
Except that if you look at the size of the lot,
That's adjusted for, right?
Yes.
well, if you have a sale, if you look at number 6, I mean, quite honestly, that house, they're completely redoing that house right now. The house was in pretty bad shape. And so they have 2 lots, they had a 2-car garage, and that's what they paid for in the sale. They didn't pay for the house. So when you have a sale, you're taking into account the lot size, you're taking into account the condition of the house, you're taking into account all the different things that you're getting when you buy that. And it includes the lot. Now, I
That's not how our
understand,
process works for the statute.
well, we're doing comparable sales
And making a lot of adjustments.
and making a lot of adjustments.
Like one of these, $43,000,
Yeah.
1110 Biddle Street, one of the ones that you suggest we use, has $121,000 taken off it to make it comparable to your home. You understand this? I'm sorry, I'm explaining this to you and you understand it.
So if you take the adjusted fee, the adjusted amounts and you divide by the square footage, then you come up with square footage that is less than what they're wanting to charge me. They're wanting to change it to $3.93 per square foot.
We don't have value by square foot. Unfortunately, we have to compare it to sales.
Well, these are all sales.
Right, but then we'd have to add the
I mean, the
adjustments.
summers, you created a methodology here that doesn't match the state statute, and it's something that we can't really consider.
Even if I were to look at, George pointed this out a moment ago, even if I were to say that, as you pointed out, among those that we can consider because they've taken everything into account that we have to do under state law, or that we're allowed to under state law, it would be the 1st and the 4th. And if I average those 2 together, you come up with a valuation, if I looked at the adjusted sale price, which is where we look at one that's adjusted to your property, and I average just those 2 instead of looking at all 4 and trying to pick a low one or something like that, which is more to your advantage, those 2 average 629 when adjusted to your property. So according to those 2, number 2 and number 5 on your sheet, if I just average what we've got on our sheet, that takes into account everything we can legally, that would give, and we average those 2, that would mean that instead of 485, we'd be at 629 on your property, which of course we're not suggesting. And it turns out that the value we've given, that the assessor has given your property is $10,000 lower than the lowest of the comparables that we've done all the work on. So we've already given a number lower than any of the comparables on this. And that's following state law. So you know, we'd have to go back and take all of these additional ones and run them through the exact same process to even be able to do that. And there's nothing I see in the first four, since two of them you say are more comparable, that indicates that we haven't given you a number lower than any of them say it should be. That's the logic I'm using.
However, 3 and 4 are not in the neighborhood.
I'm not even counting 3 and 4 right now. I'm just looking at well, if we look at all of them, my point is that you're below all of them.
We stick in the same neighborhood. Georgetown is its own neighborhood. The Meadows is separate.
So in any case, my point is that of the ones that we've done the full process on, the assessor has given you a value that's lower than any of those four, lower than the lowest of those. Two of those of which you have said are more comparable to your property, and those are the two highest ones, as Commissioner Marlin noted a minute ago.
When it was not considered, which is in the benefit of the county to consider the higher, it's in my benefit to consider the lower. Number 6 is lower, and that's 2 blocks away. So why that was not considered is kind of questionable, but I respect your decision.
I know I asked this earlier, Donna, and it's not fresh in my mind anymore. The first bullet property that she mentions, 1406 14th Street. What's your initial impression? Is that a comparable property?
I got it right here.
And what kind of things do you look at to decide?
We take the land value out. We will look at, this one has an average location. Jeanette's has a fair condition. 3 beds, 2 baths. We have 3 beds, 3 baths on 1207 13th Street, going back to 14th, one of the comparables. We have 1 story.
1 story, 2.
Let's see, 2 garage spaces. So it's got 1 more garage space. And 1486 square feet, as our subject has 1,232 square feet.
So would you say that property is comparable?
We could always use any comparable, but I don't know what the result would be without running the comparables and putting it through our process.
So our options are basically to table it and ask you to include number 6 in your list of comparables and bring us back something.
Right.
We'd have to have that done before the 5th.
Yes.
And we'd have to have another meeting.
And we have, and you don't know whether once you adjust everything, I mean, that could actually end up bringing up her adjusted sale once you adjust for all the differences.
Correct.
Okay.
It's your pleasure.
I mean, I think we have 4 comparables that are defensible. I have some curiosity about what it would look like if we added that property that you've stated could be comparable there, but I mean, that's a conversation that could be ongoing sort of perpetually, right? We can continue to add properties in. We've followed statute and I think this is defensible.
Yeah, I think so too.
So my suggestion would be is, if it's okay with the property owner, to table this one case until sometime this afternoon. Property owner, if she has the ability to appear by Zoom, could appear by Zoom. The board could just bring up this case, but that would allow the assessor time to go back to their office, evaluate this, and come back with either a resolution or an adjustment if need be, and then propose it.
That's fine with me. I have a hunch that the assessor might be in this room until that time, but that's my.
So maybe I would suggest perhaps 2:00. Would that be reasonable?
Yeah.
I move we table 3-09 to 2 o'clock to allow the assessor some time to digest this information.
Run the other comp, yeah.
Run
Second.
run at least one of the other comps, the one that was,
Number 6, I think.
What is the 14th Street? Thank you very much.
And then just if the assessor could reach out when they're done here, just reach out to the homeowner to connect.
Okay.
Yeah.
we need a motion to table to that time.
I would say 8 o'clock, I thought.
Can I just,
You just made it.
I did.
Yep.
We just need a second.
Yes, I did second it.
Oh,
Yeah, that's, I thought I heard that.
okay, all right, all in favor of tabling this until 2 o'clock, around that time.
Aye.
All right, the next item is 23-10. Owner is Kittle Kinnick LLC. The property is, the property is at 1391 Upper Bear Creek Road. The assessor's valuation is 39,280, and they're requesting 22,130. So Donna?
Yes, we have Kittle Nick, is that how you'd say that?
Kilkennick?
Kittle Nick. We have a value of 39,280. We have several comparables. We have him as a cabin. And he's saying here that it's an unlivable shack. We give him the benefit of the doubt that it is a cabin. That's how we have it coded. When our comparables are way higher. The only other option would be to make it into, change it to vacant land. Would be my only option to do this.
it has a CO on it, has a certificate of occupancy.
It's old. It was built in 1938. So it's an old building. I don't have any photos of the building in my records.
I mean, you can't say it's vacant if it has a certificate of occupancy, right?
Well, I don't know if I can get one that far back.
Yeah, I get your point.
Oh, it's, has a structure on it.
Right. It's not vacant.
What happens when you assess a property for a structure that's been condemned
We do it as a minor structure.
as a minor structure?
And then it changed to assessment rate of as vacant land instead of residential assessment rate.
Is this it says condo age on it.
See, that's the second one. Oh no. Condo page?
It's condition.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
on the wrong. Like, poor condition under condo age. I don't know what's going on there.
It's some kind of abbreviation that's over my head too.
I'm not seeing this person online, or they here.
Yeah, there's a title on there that's a little weird.
Dr. Floyd, this is the Dr. Floyd.
That's right.
Did he want us to call him?
There.
Okay,
I did not get that message.
I am not seeing him online.
I think it's just, maybe it's condition for age.
It's conditioned for 8.
Condition for age.
Correct.
Okay. Built in 38.
And let me break you out the land compared to the improvement. 4196, here we go. This is an evergreen. We have the land valued at 17,150. That improvement we have valued at 22,130. And that's an increase of,
You said you have the land at 22,130.
the land is at, let me go back to 17.
For the land 17,150, for the improvement, we have 22,130.
So we don't have any real comparables for this, do we? I mean,
No.
we have comparables, but nothing that's like it.
That's correct.
It is by their description unlivable.
That is correct.
However, legally, it's still habitable.
It could be, yeah. We don't have any proof of anything otherwise, and we do not have a current picture.
And we see, I mean, condition is poor. We see adjustments from the other ones for that poor condition.
And location rating fair.
And that's reasonable. It's right off the road. Is the applicant here?
They're not online and they didn't request a call.
Do we have return of service of the notice of the hearing?
Yes.
I didn't get the payback, the big paperback.
The card back.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, well, if we didn't get the card back, then we can't verify notice.
Okay.
So my suggestion would be that this be tabled until this afternoon at 2:00.
Okay.
That will give you time to reach out to the property owner concerning the protest,
Okay.
confirm their availability.
is that what we need to do?
Well, the problem is as due process is required notice, and we don't have proof that they were given notice of the hearing.
Oh,
So they may not be here because they may not have received a certified receipt,
okay.
certified letter.
And I'm,
So they're all sent certified, so we have a receipt that they received it.
Yes, on every one. And so if there's a no-show, we verify that indeed it was signed for and they received the letter.
And that's true of the next one also.
Correct.
In that case, I move we table 23-10 to 2:00.
The same true for 23-11, it's the same owner.
Correct.
23, I move we, thank you, good catch. I move we table cases 23-10 and 23-11 to allow for the assessor to ensure that notice has been made.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye. Peter, quick question. Is giving notice this afternoon, is that adequate notice for due process?
No. If they didn't receive the initial notice and we don't have confirmation, I do not feel that's sufficient.
So they need to get on the phone and confirm, yes, I received the notice.
Yes.
Okay.
He's calling right now.
Okay. The next item is 23-12. The address is 1410 Santa Fe Mountain Road, Evergreen, and the owners are Evelyn Nevin's friend and Richard Friend, and the valuation is was 803,650. After review was reduced to 741,360, and the property owner's estimate of the value is $650,000. Donna?
Okay. It's saying here the house was built in 1979. It's still 2x4 construction, single pane windows. And we have the value. We decreased the value per the comparables. When we went through the protest process, we reduced it to 741,360. And the other comparables include 1454 Ponderosa Drive at 839,410. And then we have another comparable here, 15 Timberline Drive at 653,450. And then the third one at 434 Meadows View at 632,600. The most comparable of all three of these properties was the 741,360. This area does have high adjustment values for condition. the first comparable is good, as the other ones are average, that our subject is average. And then we have another one that's conditioned at good. Those adjustments are pretty high. We have the first two in average quality. There's a good quality on the third one. And we took into account that it's right in the 741,360 is right in line with the other ones. The lowest total adjustment made to the sales price was the 119,410. But I think the number one was more comparable, so we went with the 741,360 with an adjustment of 134,760.
Is the applicant present?
Not online.
Not online? And do we have return receipt? Information received?
We do, like I said, have that one phone number dialed in, but they cannot raise their hand dialed in that way. So if you are this person, if you could log in via Zoom, that would be amazing.
Press *6 and then.
I don't see it.
I'm gonna ask again for that to be tabled.
Yeah, I'd suggest that in the future, if we haven't got a return receipt, it shouldn't be on the docket.
Absolutely makes sense. Understanding, of course, that this is the assessor's first time doing this board.
Yeah, I'm not, don't take it to heart.
That,
Don't
in
take
the
it to heart.
future, we'll make sure that before it's agendized, that we at least have return of service or can verify that we've made additional efforts to provide notice.
And I don't even know if what I just said was the correct thing to do, because if we've got a deadline on the 4th or 5th, maybe we need to bring it up anyway. It was a suggestion that it would be.
Ideally, it would have been resolved, a couple weeks ago, but this is again, process.
And if we have emails, we can
Verify.
and do emails to them as well.
Yeah.
Move we table case 23-12 till 2:00 while we await verification of notice.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I'm going to suggest for the upcoming hearings that before we even start into them, that we verify service before we get into it. And if we know that the person is not here, then we just automatically table it. These may end up having to be rescheduled for a different day, as George had suggested, but I'd rather move along.
Right, and I just want to also comment that this is very well organized and moving as smoothly as it can, considering these people need to talk to us and we need to give them their day. So it's going just about as well as it could. All right?
I did move Mr. Baker over. He is here.
Okay. So the next item is 23-13, William Breaker, and the address is, it's a mine, the Toledo mine. It's a claim. And the value prior to review is 38,200. It's been reduced to 32,660. And the owner is saying that it's worth $1,000. And it's a 5-acre claim.
Okay, and it looks like,
Well, it looks like what he said.
yeah, you changed it on the back part to 6,800. Now, we did meet in person and had a conversation on this. It's undeterminable without a survey to see if it doesn't have access, because that was what he had brought to my attention. And there's a road that goes in your attachments, you can see an aerial of the property. And it looks like there is a road that goes to the back side of the property. So we ran the comparables. We do have it at a very poor location and 4-wheel drive and steep. So we do have it with the right characteristics. So the value of the 32,660, which we adjusted to, that was the first comparable, 32,660. And then we have the second comparable at 42,060. Third comparable at 54,580. The assessor is recommending the denial and the acceptance of the 32,660 that was offered.
Looking at the map, what's the road? What road is that?
Let me see here.
I see two roads, one going right next to the end.
It's South Spring Gulch that's right next to the end of the property.
I think so.
That must be, that must be Raven Drive?
Maybe.
It might be. I'm gonna pull up the aerial really quick.
I swear I've looked at this before. Must be one just sort of like it.
No, we had the friend didn't answer. Okay, so I see it. Because we don't have the clarification. That's trail, it's just a four-wheel drive, the front end of the property. Can't tell how close it is to South Spring Gulch. And then behind it, at the top part, that's Trail Creek.
That's which?
Trail Creek. So it's between South Spring Gulch and Trail Creek.
Oh, Trail Creek, okay.
Correct.
Oh,
It's right by where Gumtree Road is,
oh, yeah.
and it is steep in there.
So this is basically Freeland area. Freeland.
Freeland.
Yes.
It's really close to town, to the old town of Freeland.
I think it, yeah.
Actually, it's and parcel is named the Freeland.
I hadn't even noticed that, so.
I will note that
3260.
4x4 trail and TC4 appears to have a constructed home at the top of it.
Somebody's getting there.
And you said the applicant is here? I don't think I have any questions for the assessor. Any further
John?
questions?
Okay. Can the applicant, they're online?
Yep, if you want to unmute yourself and speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can you please state your name and, for the record?
Yes, William Breaker.
Okay, and can you please tell us your story?
Okay, so, you know, first of all, that, you know, that this property has gone up 70%. The increase in taxes has gone up 70% in the last 4 years. It's been reclassified as vacant land. All the rest of the properties around me are all natural resources. In 2017 or 18, somehow it got reclassified to vacant land. And then the taxes started going up, and over the last 2 assessments, it's gone up to where it is today. Now this property is extremely steep. It's got grade of over 28% over 50% on the majority of the property. It's not buildable. Neither end of the property reaches the county road. Doesn't reach the maintained road at the bottom. It doesn't reach the unmaintained road at the top. So the land is landlocked. So what I'm asking is for the property to be reclassified back to what it was prior to 2017, which I believe might have been natural resources like all the neighbors surrounding me are. I did provide photos of the steepness. I also provided a survey from Greg Markle showing property does not reach the county road. It's a north facing property, and there is no access to any county services or resources. So I don't understand why the property was reclassified in 2017.
Can you speak to that?
It's because when we look at the survey, was it a recorded survey?
It is not a recorded survey. It was one that I had Greg do for me. And didn't have it recorded because I just wanted to know where my corners were.
Okay, so, but it's not a full survey then that we can record to give proof that this does not have access.
Well, you can even look at your maps that you got online. You can see that it's well short of, we're talking hundreds of feet short of the road.
And our aerials are not survey accurate.
Pretty close, but you still can't fit it. You can't fit 1,500 foot of property between those two roads and get it to attach.
Mm-hmm. And then we also have that 4-wheel road going through it as well, the 10 TC4.
Yeah, that's Nunnery's Road.
Okay.
Yep. They have a gate on it. Plus, that part of the property, you can't even get out of your vehicle. It's so steep. That part of the property there is well over 45-degree angle.
Well,
So
if you'd be willing to,
the property is unbuildable. It's got nothing to do with anything. It's just sitting there. It should be a natural resource. It can't be compared to these other properties that are accessible and flat. There's even a picture showing one that's flat.
right. And I would need a recorded survey to take a second look at this. Unless the board decides something
So
different.
I'm guilty until proven innocent. I don't understand that. I don't understand why I need to prove that my property doesn't cross the road or reach the road.
So the statute requires in any type of appeal that the person who is protesting or appealing to the Board of Equalization must provide sufficient evidence in order to justify the.
Well, I have a picture of my brother standing on the corner with my truck on the road that I provided Donna. That should be part of your packet. And then you also have Greg Markle's survey for the lower part of the road, which that property doesn't even get into the placer that's along the road. So it's a good 100 feet from the lower maintained road. And then if you look at the pictures that I provided with my brother standing on the rock, you can see that the cornerstone is at least 50 feet from that upper road. So the survey is there, it's in stone.
So I've got your property up on Clear Map. I can see from the contour lines that I don't see a building envelope on that property. But I think what we're saying is that statutorily, we need a recorded survey. My question is, did we use a recorded survey to change it from natural resources to vacant land in 2018?
No, because we don't have our survey at all.
So what? Are we sure we followed the right process when we changed it?
Let me see. William, you said in 16 they changed it?
Well, probably 16, because it was 17 or 18 is when I realized something had happened. Because I was paying natural resource taxes, and all of a sudden it went up, and it's like, it went up quite a bit, but didn't really, alert me until second and the third reassessment.
I'm back in 13 and it's still coded the same as today.
Oh,
And here's 13.
so it's been like this for 10 years.
Yes.
No, I guess I didn't notice it until 17.
So I think my suggestion, based on the evidence, is that if you want to seek a change in classification of your property, it would be a process separate from this one. Right now, we have to go by the information we have as provided by statute. And the assessor's recommendation seems to match up with the statutory process that we're obligated to follow.
Okay, can you explain to me why all the properties that surround this property are natural resource?
It's not all of them. The Freeland is not a national resource. Some of them have.
That's not the adjacent properties.
And that's because there's a lot of conflicts on them. So you have the lower survey numbers, lowering the acreage on the property surrounding you. As your mining claim to Toledo is a perfect sized mining claim in its normal shape, with 5 acres.
Yeah, but I understand that, but the property that on all 4 sides of my property are natural resource that surround me and have me landlocked from the county roads. I don't understand how the one in the middle can now be vacant land.
Right. If you want to record that survey, I can take a look at it.
Well, I have to hire a county surveyor to do that?
You said you had one already. If it's a complete
No,
survey.
he retired. Greg Markle retired.
Okay.
We're under a time constraint too, for date certain, right, to be able to get this done.
Right.
And I just would reiterate that the road that does cross his property does have a home built on it. So I'm prepared to accept the assessor's recommendation.
Me too.
Yeah, I think so.
Because the homeowner can always go through a process to record a survey and get it recharacterized at some future date, right?
Yes. Yeah, this does not prohibit you from seeking a change in the property classification. I'm probably using the wrong term there.
You're right.
And in the future, but I think in this equalization hearing, I'm prepared to accept the assessor's recommendation. Randy, do you have any additional comment?
No. Same.
So you can't lower it based on the fact that you don't have enough information to assess it correctly in the first place.
It's been characterized like that since he bought it.
That's not what we're saying. We're saying that we don't have information to change the classification at this moment, and that would be the thing that would cause the assessment to change. So I would encourage you to follow up and look at the Colorado Property Tax Deferral Program. With that, I make a motion that we accept the assessor's recommendation to deny, which would leave the actual value at $32,660 as previously adjusted by the assessor.
Second.
You would buy that property for $32,000? Sold.
We have a motion to second.
I did second.
Thank you, Mr. Breaker. We have a motion to second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Well,
The next item we have on the agenda is 23-14. The address is 125 Steel Dust Lane. The owners are Stephen W. Goach and Kathleen A. Goach Trust. 1 or 2 trusts there, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I I do not see this person. Are they in person?
Your coach is right there.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Okay. Okay, we had it valued at,
You can answer the question of how many trusts are involved here. I wasn't really sure if there are two.
I wish I could with certainty.
excuse me,
All right. So it's not a property owner's estimate of value. The actual value prior to review is $1,545,120. The actual value after review is $1,401,710. And we have we have 5 comparables that have been looked at.
right.
And Donna, would you like to give us a summary beyond that?
Yes, the first comparable is 1,043,830 located at 463 Sawmill Creek. Then we have 309 Highview Drive at 1,239,020. Third property at 1541 Aspen Drive at 1,259,230. And then the last property at 1,300 Ponderosa Drive, valued at 1,259,960. So we have quite a few the 2 properties that are most comparable is what we adjusted to is the 1,259,230. And I know that Mr. Ghosh does have an issue with, his bedrooms are underground. So we took that into consideration and we, did we, this one? And we adjusted it from a good condition down to, an average condition because of that.
So, but what I'm seeing is that the comparable that you have highlighted here is at 1,259. On the front page, it says 1,401. What is the number you're actually recommending now?
This went out incorrect. This document, it should have had the 1 million on there, the 1,259,000. When I relooked at it after he protested to the BOE, I adjusted it before it came to here today.
So you're recommending an adjustment down to $1,259,230?
Correct.
Okay,
Okay.
That was after relooking at it when it came before the board.
okay, thank you. Do you have any other questions for her?
Just wondering if that's acceptable to the homeowner.
Well, I'm going to go to him next. I'm just trying to get through a process here where I'm asking you guys if you have any questions for Donna before I go to,
No, I might after I hear from him.
what's that?
I might after I hear from him.
Okay,
I'm ready to hear from him.
yeah, great. All right. Would you like to come up and speak?
Please,
Love to have you. Thanks.
gentlemen and ladies, I've never been here before, so I didn't prepare for this protocol. But what I do have that I can give you, I brought one set of copies to leave with you of some documents that I have. Not asking you to read them necessarily. I just want to show you that I have proof of what I'm saying is accurate. And I can loan my originals. I didn't notice the other or somebody asked for 3 and 2. So if I can get the originals back when we're
Just
done.
give it to Kayla there. That would be the
Oh,
easiest
okay.
thing, and they'll get it to the board.
Okay, that's the original, and then somebody wants to send copies that I can leave with you?
Them,
I can take
Oh.
and
this.
we'll just make sure that we give you back your originals.
Okay, I'll leave them both with them then. Okay,
And we'll get copies right now. She's gonna go get copies now.
okay, well, I'd like the copies to come back. before-
Steve, should I assume that what you're asking for is 988? Because there's not an actual.
I know that's the best I can come up with. And
Okay.
I want to explain why I haven't been able to come up with a better number than that.
Okay.
Shall we wait or?
What
Really, I need to.
move forward?
Well, the assessor can begin a presentation of her case as you wait here, and then in your response, you'll be able to talk about your property.
Yep, and we concluded the land is 142,480, and then we have the residents at 845,620.
I'm sorry, what was the new adjusted number?
The new adjusted number is 1,259,230.
Okay, I didn't get that.
Okay.
Maybe I can start a little bit here. Of course, my goal is to try to get the valuation of my house consistent with the market. And that's all I'm trying to do, really. there's a couple points I wanted to make is the evidence I have for what I think the market should be. And the other thing is that I don't think the comps apply in my case. I'll very briefly tell you why that is. I live on Steel Dust Lane, which is a tiny lane with 3 houses on it. It's just a little bit west of Floyd Hill. And it's on Saddleback Mountain. It's a mountain community. There's about 480 households on Saddleback. The houses vary very widely. They vary in design and in size. And you can go from a mountain cottage to a 7-bedroom, 7-bath mansion on Saddleback Mountain. There's no planned development, so it's hard to find 2 houses that are alike for comp purposes.
They're all customs, right?
Well, the cottages, have preceded from the mining days, I would assume. Some are quite old, like in Beaverbrook. My house is really unique. The terrain is so steep that you can't walk it. You have to scramble on all 4 to get up and down. After in the process of buying it, I talked to the builder and I asked him what he could tell me about it. And he said that he couldn't build a regular house there. What he had to do is excavate a shelf on the mountain and build a very long, very narrow house. The narrowness of the house does not exceed 20 feet of floor space. So he said the problem he had is it looked like a commercial building if he built it that way. So what he did is instead of putting a second, well, he did 2 things. One is he bumped out the kitchen and the family room to break up the unilateral look of the exterior. And then the second thing he did is that he said if he put a second floor on top of that, it would look like a skyscraper from the down mountain side. So instead he excavated and put a basement in and finished it off with bedrooms and bathrooms. The house was built in '08 and it didn't sell as a new house in '08 or in '09 or in 10 or 11 or in 12. That's about the time that I was looking at retirement for my job in the Midwest. My wife found this house on the internet and we came out and took a look at it. And when we came out, one of the things I have in my packet there is a notice that was on the front door that there was a foreclosure going on because they couldn't sell the house at that time for $725,000. So we got into a discussion. My wife and I are empty nesters, of course. We didn't care about the downstairs floor. And there was room enough in the garage to put in a pretty decent shop, which was a big want of mine. So we went ahead and bought it when no one else would buy it at that time. And we beat out the foreclosure, in doing that. When we talked to the real estate people and said, why is this house so hard to sell? I mean, the view from every window is to kill for. And they said that there was the steepness of the property and the other things that the bedrooms for the kids would be down underground. And no mother would want to be separated from her kids when they're underground and they need to go through windows and up ladders in order to get out. Another picture in my packet shows a 10-foot window well and the ladder in there and shooting down and then from the bedroom shooting up to get an idea what was involved. But that was the killer on that house. They just couldn't move it. So I bought it at that time and I have the listing sheet included in my packet for $725,000 that they couldn't otherwise sell for that amount. So, the bottom line is that an otherwise beautiful location for a house was severely compromised by the steepness of the property and the underground bedrooms. And so, when I look at what the value would be, I'm not looking at comps really. I'm looking at what people are willing to pay for it to get it. And they were refusing. Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
They were, let's see, you guys want to see this?
Yeah, can we make sure the board has copies? We're gonna pass that out now and you can keep the originals. and
Okay,
refer
these
to
are the
those.
originals. You want to look at
the
these?
same one?
I'm good.
We've already got it. It's past.
Have it.
Have it? Okay.
I think there's more though in here. He's got more in here.
Yeah, you've all looked at it.
It passed by us. We all looked.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
And Kayla, if you could make sure that anything's been handed out today, makes the supplemental agenda.
Yes.
I think, this says.
Do we need one?
Yes.
So all sets should have a picture of the posting of the foreclosure notice and 2 pages of pictures. One is from the east side and the west side of the house, which is the narrow side. That's the one I said, the depth of the house. The drag section through the house would be about 20 feet, except for the bump outs for the kitchen and the family room. So, the builder said it would look like a commercial building if he left it like that. So they created these bump outs for the kitchen and the family room to break that up. And the other thing was that the way the slope drops off, it's the underground bedrooms that is the second issue. Now on the comps, I looked at the comps here, and the only thing that I can compare it to my house is I think that the range, my actual sale price would fall within the range of the houses of the comps. But there's no other characteristics that match up with my house. So I'm going back to, what will people pay for it? And, the best I can come up, I don't know real estate, I'm an engineer, but the best I can come up with is my last assessment, which I accepted, I think was 988. Does that sound right? So 988, I guess, would be my target. And that's pretty much it. That's my story.
Thanks.
Yeah, we've said it a few times in this room. The process that the state has us to go through is very specific. And you just showed us some different prices. Those prices were all unadjusted, is my understanding.
That's correct. These are
That's not how the statute works. Basically, there's a process that the assessor goes through painstakingly to make adjustments. And I believe one of the adjustments is your house's condition is rated as average, correct?
Yes.
And I've been in your neighborhood at a few parties, one of your neighbors, and your views are ridiculously spectacular.
They are.
They're amazing.
Yeah.
So unless the assessor has different thoughts, I think the average condition based in that spectacular neighborhood probably accommodates what you're talking about in terms of the unique construction of your house.
Well, I understand, of course, what you're saying about the fact that, statutory requirements and how you come up with that. But actually, if you look at them, there's no statistical basis for that because there's no other houses like that. So those numbers are actually arbitrary. And that's what I'm objecting to.
Yeah.
What's factual?
A lot of things that come out of the Capitol are arbitrary.
I'm sorry?
A lot of the things that come out of the Capitol are arbitrary.
I don't control any of that. All I can do is look at my house and say, what will it sell for? And I have a pretty good idea. If I had to put it up for sale right now, I'd put it up for $1 million. That's how much.
And again, I appreciate the logic that I'm an engineer too, but what you're talking about has no bearing on how we're being asked to operate by the state statute. So we can't invent our own rules, no matter how compelling an argument is.
No, I'm not asking you to do that, but I've been sitting here all morning and I've heard some discussions about sales price as well. So it's something on your mind, even if you're not actually applying it.
It is sales prices of comparable houses with the adjustments made.
I'm sorry?
It's not hypothetical sales prices. It's actual sales prices that took place during a specific period of time.
So the
that are adjusted.
comparables are based on comparing your properties with similar properties in location, design, size, age, amenities, the value that they sold for, the comparable market prices that they sold for. The assessor then evaluates them specifically to determine whether those determinations need to be adjusted. And then when they make the comparison for yours, they basically average it all out and come up with the reduction.
I think the way I'd like to state it is at the end of the day, we have to follow the law. And all we're doing is so you're absolutely right, but we're all free to think whatever we want to think and almost to say what we want to say. But at the end, the decision we make has to be based on the law. And so when we think about things like these other sale prices, or these other conditions, these other factors, and that it arms us to look back at those comparables and determine, are these really good comparables? So have we followed the law well? And then we may make an exception based on the fact that we think which is why we've got a few continuances here, a couple of them for that reason. We want somebody to look at another comparable or something like that to make sure we're using the right comparables. And I get what you're saying, but at the end of the day, if all we've got is what we've got, we have to follow the comparables we have and do the math according to that. And and not just make arbitrary changes. They've got to be very well reasoned that the law would support. Is that fairly stated?
Yes.
I mean, I think it's even arguable whether the comments about the design of the house, which are well received. I understand, we understand your position. Your house has a interesting design.
Yeah.
I don't know that actually should be reflected in the condition rating of the house at all, right? That would be in the design section, and it's mountain contemporary. It's mountain contemporary. It's interesting mountain contemporary, but that's not a category we have. And so I actually want to suggest that the assessor is already on a limb a little bit here by adjusting your condition down based on a design feature, because I presume the condition of the home, design, not, built in 2008, pretty good.
Well, yeah, two of us have lived there for 10 years, basically. There's no kids.
I mean, from what I can tell, it looks like it's probably in good condition, and I'm not arguing that you adjust it back up.
Yeah, please don't.
But I just think, kind of per Sean's comments, the process that we have to follow by statute doesn't allow us to make what is a reasonable judgment that, well, the design is a little funky, so we should adjust it down. We're not allowed by law to do that.
We have a couple of them coming in at 1,259, and that's what you've suggested we adjust to. And the others are also reasonably close. Some higher, some lower, that it seems like a reasonable place to land.
And the 20-some% increase based on evergreen is definitely on the low end. You probably heard me mention before, my house is over 40%, and my house is 25 years older than yours.
That's might be on the low end for Empire. So.
Yeah, I think you understand. I'm not complaining about the funkiness. I'm complaining about what I can actually get for it if I sell it.
Yeah.
It's worth what people are willing to buy for it.
I hear you. And I wouldn't want to be the person that has to come up with a methodology that can consider every condition such as this. But that said, I think I support the assessor's recommendation here.
The argument about making it, yeah, thanks. I'm sorry I interrupted you, George.
No, I finished.
Okay. I think I got my first word in before you got your last one in. So yeah, I mean, if we argue about what we could sell it for, then we're talking about assessing houses based on, or properties based on future price, and that, generally speaking, that's going to give you a higher number than usually on average. That, I mean, using that concept, that's a higher number than you get by going with historic prices. So,
okay.
All right.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your consideration, and Assessor, thank you for the adjustment you did make. But I'd like to buy you a drink sometime.
I need it tonight.
I'm not sure that's appropriate. At least until after we're finished. All right, so do I have a motion here?
Move we accept the assessor's recommendation on case 23-14 to adjust the value down to $1,259,230.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor? Aye. So, what time are we looking at? 12 noon. Do we want to, we just now hit the next cardboard divider. Do we want to just keep going right now, or are we going to take a lunch break? What's the plan?
Keep
I
going.
wouldn't mind like a 5 or 10 minute break just to eat some energy bars and stretch my legs.
Right now?
Yeah.
Let's take a 5-minute break right now and just keep rolling then.
Just so the board's aware, at the 10 o'clock hearing, at least one of these has been withdrawn. It makes some dent in it.
Okay.
Valley, and we'll, when we get to it, we'll let you know.
I mean, while I chew for a moment. Our next item is 23-15. Chris and Patricia Nelson. The address is we're dealing with a vacant property in the St. Mary's subdivision, lot 430 U3. The the original value, which has not changed after review, is 8390, and the owner's estimate is 3,400. Donna?
I will say, Chris and Patricia Nelson, I'm not seeing anybody online for that. And then same with Sergio and Eva. But I do see a Dennis Allen, if we want to jump to that person.
We have a value of 8,390.
Do we have certified notice receipt?
Looks like we don't.
So when Kayla gets back, she does have the ability to go directly to the United States Parcel Service website. Because sometimes we don't get the green card back. I'm gonna suggest you table this one. If the property owners are here, then we can at least get a resolution and an answer.
Do we have to formally
Did you
table
say
or can
we
we
do
just
have
take the next case?
If you wanna take the next case, that's fine. I mean, I'm fine with that. I just wanna keep track so we don't miss anything.
Given that she might be able to just look these up, maybe we just move to 16 and not table this to just go back to it.
Pop back to it in a minute.
Yeah.
And then Mystic Valley has been withdrawn. Need to address that.
I think we've done this property before, Canelo.
So we're going to 2317.
That person is also not online.
Okay. Well, have they been notified? 2317.
I do not see a card.
Yeah, we'll come back.
Okay, that's 2317. Next one, 2318. Do we have a card?
I am seeing an Allen online, so I will connect to panelists.
Okay.
So did you?
They're here.
Oh,
Okay, the first question is, do they have a card? Well, they're here. What do I care? So 2318 is here, and that's Dennis and Carrie Allen. And the address is 1432 Virginia Street. And the actual, the value, the assessor's valuation is 325, 380. Property owner's estimate is 245. Donna?
Hi, and he's saying here the house to the west is bigger and it has grass with 2 porches and his assessed value is 253. We have,
We noticed that assessed value of your neighbors is not part of this process.
Correct.
It's only sales that happen during the period.
that is correct. We have 4 comparable sales. First one at 846 Minor Street, valued at 475,990. Second at 2505 Minor Street, valued at 396,920. A third at 175 Virginia Canyon at 401,220. And then the final at 1027 Idaho Street at 356,850.
Okay.
And he did provide me with some comparables. The first one, there was no sale. The second one was no sale. The third one is a not valid sale and it was out of the base period. And the fourth sale was out of our base period.
What I see right off the bat, just a quick comment before we go to the online, is that all of the adjusted sale values are well in excess of the value that you've given to this home. So let's go to the owner online for comment, please.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Sure, do you have any comment to make?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Yeah, I kind of heard what you went over also, and then our neighbors to the east of us, their home only went up 65,000, where ours went up 85. In the same neighborhood, Rachel Truly. And I don't understand why ours went up 20,000 higher than hers, and hers is remodeled. And then I don't understand how my neighbor up the street has the same exact looking house as mine, and he's at 253, and you guys are bringing me in at 325.
I have an address on one of them, please.
The Kaiser address is 1422, and that's the most similar house to ours.
So that's just a couple doors from you?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Idaho Springs is on Virginia Street. Yeah, just right up the street. The next house, there's one house in between us.
And correct me if I'm wrong, you're referencing the assessed value of those homes, not a sale price, correct?
Well, my house is in the same neighborhood as these homes, and I don't know how mine has gone up higher when this is almost identical to my house.
Okay,
And then the 1422 neighbors is beside us there, neighbors right beside us. They went up, I believe they said 65,000. Ours went up 85, and theirs is remodeled inside and has been since the sale.
And we do not have a permit for a remodel, so we would not have known it was remodeled.
That was prior sale to whoever the other owner was. But it's
sold in 18.
It's nicer inside. It's nicer inside than our house, and it's, you know, it was 20,000 less. But mine is, I'm trying to compare apples to apples. My neighbors to the west of me, Barry Kaiser, has the same house. His house is actually 125 feet bigger, or his home's larger. And Zillow says he can rent it out for more. And I don't know how my house walked away from his house when they're identical.
Sorry, sir, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. The reason I was asking you if you're comparing assessed values of homes or sale value of homes is because we can't consider the assessed value of your neighbors. We have to consider sales of homes that happened in the period.
That's just, yeah, state law.
Sure.
Sorry.
Sure, I understand that, but my house and his house are identical. His is larger, and his taxes are less than mine. So how did this escape the process that you guys are talking about?
It's an interesting fact that's irrelevant for the process we're doing right now.
And I've kind of noticed, I've been on here since 9:45, that just about, I think everything's been in denial. So I'm not quite for sure we're paying. It's frustrating. That's all I can say.
So just for clarification, again, as has been stated before, because you have been watching the hearings, which is good. The value that is determined is based on comparable sales. And the fact that homes around you may or may not have different sales prices initially or different values is not necessarily an indication that your valuation is incorrect. The assessor takes comparable sales to what she views as identical or comparable properties and then makes the assessment accordingly. So just because your neighbor's property is being taxed less, there may be other factors that affect that comparison for your neighbor. Donna, is that correct?
Yes.
And the fact is that legally, since we can't consider that to begin with, since it hasn't been sold and doesn't have a recent sale price within the given period, it's an exercise in futility to do that. It's interesting information that we can't take into account when creating the new assessment, the new valuation, for the subject property.
That is correct.
And one observation, the reason why I think the fact that we have rejected these requests is a reflection of the assessor following the process correctly. Because when you make when you challenge she goes through and a very specific process that's spelled out in state statute. And most of them didn't come here, right? Most of them, there was an acceptable, amenable solution. The fact that they're all mostly being rejected here, again, I think is a compliment to the assessor and not nothing else.
Okay, I understand. We compare apples to apples. In my neighbor's house, it's larger than mine, similar as far as how old it is, and there's quite a difference. So somewhere something got dropped through the process on how you guys evaluate things, and we're off by quite a bit from 253 to 325 for a house that's larger than mine on the same exact block as mine.
Well, understood. And I think the point is that we're looking at the paperwork that's attached to a process that we followed to establish the valuation for your home. And so about the only thing that statement does is if we assume that we did this one right and we see a difference, the only thing that we call into question is whether we need to look at that other property. And we don't go on a hunt usually looking for stuff like that. The assessor goes through a process and tries to catch them in a net. And I guess it's possible something can slip through the net, but
yeah,
you know.
I don't want his price raised. That's not my point. My point is it should be apples and apples is where I'm at.
So Donna, if you could speak to that.
Yes, it goes by your characteristics of your property. And for your neighbor's property, we do have it in fair condition, and we have yours in average condition. And again, we do not have a permit for a remodel, so we would not have known anything other but then to keep it in that fair condition. And he's not protesting, so we can't change that.
The Barry, the 1422, you have him in average, you said, or fair? You said fair.
Yeah, we have you in average. His property is in fair.
Okay, because my yard doesn't even have yards because my dogs kill it, and I got tired of putting grass in. And I sent pictures in that his yard is green and lush and has 2 porches. I have 1 porch and have no grass because of the animals I have right now. So
the property,
is that something that can be changed from average to fair?
So the properties only have to be similar in nature. They don't have to be identical. Additionally, to change the determination of fair or average would not be the Board of Equalization's determination.
Yeah, we can't change that just sitting here on the fly. Thank you for your comments. I think the point is that right now, looking at the comparables, you have a pretty advantageous valuation on your home according to all the comparables we're looking at that we do have that satisfy the law. And that's what we're allowed to go by. And so right now we have you at a number lower than all of those. And so we can't find an argument in the comparables to lower your value when they all have it once adjusted to your characteristics or compensated for your characteristics. They all generate a value that's higher than the one that you've got right now. So they all indicate that if anything, we should raise your valuation, and we're not proposing to do that.
I understand. I appreciate you listening to my time, and I know your time's valuable, and that's just when I see the neighbor right up the street, it makes it hard for this one.
I understand that. I heard it loud and clear.
All right, that's where I was at. So
I heard it loud and clear, and we're running about 2 hours behind, and we have about 30 more of these to do. So I appreciate your time as well. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys.
Have a great day. Thank you for coming in. So do we have a motion?
I move we accept the assessor's recommendation of denial for case 23-18.
Second. We have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, the next one is 23-19, Brent and Rebecca Elzinga, and the subject property is 2042 Green, and the valuation was at 173,460. After review, it's 165,200. And I don't. And then I see on the back of the page that they're requesting that it be valued at $57,000 or about a third, less than a third of what assessor's recommendation is.
Okay, so we did have a value of 173,460. During the protest process, we did reduce it based on comparables to 165,200.
Hi Brent, this is Megan with the county. We're just going over your assessed value of your home, question mark, is it a home?
Yeah, this one's a cabin.
So,
Yeah, on Sinton Road, yeah,
Yes.
Perfect.
right?
So we do have it as a cabin. We do have it at fair quality. And we have our comparables. The first one came in at 26900. Second one at
Good as
160.
quality.
Yeah, okay. If I could just ask you, Mr. Elzinga, to hold your comments for just a moment. We're just now getting the report.
Oh, sure,
from the
go ahead.
assessor, And then
Go ahead.
we'll give you an opportunity to speak.
Give me
Thank
some
you.
time.
Okay, then we have the second property at 168,800. The third property is at 165,200, and that's what we reduced it to at the beginning during the appeal process.
Okay, are you done?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, the reason I filed was, some of the things obviously on my, which you haven't addressed, some of the things are on there, on the houses are not there. And it's really not been able to be used. I mean, you've gotten me to pay taxes on it all these years as a regular home. But it's a little less than, I would at least put it poor quality since it needs all those things. I mean, it's not really even livable right at the moment. I would call it poor quality myself.
Okay.
So it's already assessed as a cabin, correct?
Correct. And we have it as a cabin, which does bring down the
It's
value.
not even really a cabin. There's no facilities at all. There's not a place to sit down. There's no sink. There's no toilet. There's no water. There's no electricity. There's no finish on the inside at all.
Right, that's what we would consider a cabin. With,
Really?
that's how we consider our cabins.
Well, well, quality still is poor.
And I'm looking to see if
Didn't
there's a
address
value
that.
change.
Okay. Well, let's see, what are your classifications on quality?
We would have very good, good, average, fair and poor. Typically, fair and poor do not, typically, not saying that that's the case, don't have.
Yeah, I would say poor, definitely. I've been a realtor for 49 years. I've been doing this type of thing when it's wrong, obviously, for about 30 of those years. And I think I mean, I know the property pretty well. I'd be willing to share some pictures and stuff like that if you need those.
Yeah. You were saying, Donna, a second ago that.
I was saying that.
Cabin.
Oh, I'm asking Donna a question, just a moment.
So poor condition and fair condition typically are the same in a cabin, and that's the case in this situation.
So adjusting down to poor.
They're the same?
Assessed valuation.
Correct.
Well, currently, the condition is put down as, oh, yeah, fair. Yeah, quality fair, right. So fair and poor are the same on a cabin, right? They don't change the value. That's what you just said.
The quality,
Same on
fair
cabin.
and poor are the same dollar value, and that's done through the analysis when we're putting values on properties.
Okay, can you put all that in writing to me as a consequence of the conversation, please?
I'm
It's
gonna
all being
suggest.
recorded. It's already
Probably
recorded.
go further.
This is,
I don't have it.
this is on the record.
We also,
Need it.
Yeah, consider this to be in writing here because it's recorded. You can look it up.
Recorded by you, but not me.
Just so
It's
we're,
available.
once the Board of Equalization makes a,
How is,
excuse me.
get it if it's available?
Just for 1 second, if I could just talk. Once the Board of Equalization makes a motion and makes a decision on this, a letter is sent to you from the assessor's office that will outline the findings, the specificity that notice was provided, and go through all the criteria. And then it will also provide you with any appeal rights should you decide you want to appeal this to the board.
Yeah, I think I know what those are.
Of assessments.
Okay?
Could you make sure that indicates what I requested in writing, and that is that fair is the same as poor in a cabin?
That is, first of all, that is not for the board, for the assessor's office or the Board of Equalization to provide to you. The board has just told you, and the assessor has just testified that they are considered the same, that the change from whether it's fair or average would not change the value. Is that correct? Again,
Between fair and poor would not
fair and
change.
poor, excuse me, fair and poor. So you have that.
Okay, it's all, okay.
Thank you. If you do want a transcript of the hearing, of course, that's something that you may ask for. It would be at your cost to transcribe the hearing. But certainly that's an option to you as well.
And also these are available online to see.
Yeah.
Recordings of these are available online.
Yeah, this.
Okay, hold on just a second.
I'm going to suggest, I don't think I need it.
Okay, I turned on my own recorder. So fair is considered the same as far as the Board of Equalization and the Assessor's Office.
Fair and poor are considered the same in the evaluation of a cabin.
Let me finish.
Under the criteria that our assessor is given, which he must follow under state law. And also so that
I would just like to finish what I was saying.
You can see this whole conversation later.
I'm just going to go ahead and say.
Okay, all right, well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Do you have any additional questions, Sean?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I am inclined to accept the assessor's recommendation on this one.
As well. Mr. Elzinga, thank you for your comments. So we have a motion.
Just for purposes. Does the individual, I've lost what his last name is.
Mr. Elzinga, Brent.
Do you have any?
He's not on the phone.
He hung up.
He's gone?
He hung up.
Okay. I was just going to confirm that he had no evidence to present because he had said there was nothing that he submitted to Donna ahead of time or anything like that concerning it.
I know.
And that would be required.
Yeah.
Okay. So do we have any further discussion on
Yeah,
it?
just want to reiterate, I had the same thing in my mind that Peter just said. He claimed the condition of the property was poor without evidence.
Yeah. Sean, anything else? Do I have a motion?
Move we accept the assessor's recommendation for denial of case 23-19, which would leave the property adjusted down to 165,200.
Second.
Okay, motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, let me get,
We just hit another cardboard. We're up to 10:15.
I get Thomas on.
I just want to remind us all, I believe that has a mute button.
So it mutes us.
It doesn't, you can't.
Personally, I've never used this before. This was sprung on me today that we are missing this. So I'm sorry.
I learned how to dial on it. I don't know how else it works.
I'm sorry.
There's a volume button maybe.
Yeah, they need to know that just because we called them right then, it's not time for them to start talking. We just want them to be able to hear the hearing.
Right.
Of their property and then be able to comment when called upon.
Are we in a position to 23, 15 and 17, have they been?
15 wants to be called back.
Okay.
I got a hold of him. I have a couple emails out to some other people.
Okay.
So
we could take that. 15.
So instead of calling, you already called him, right?
No, I haven't called him yet. I'm just.
Okay, don't push the button. Let's
Okay.
go back because that's in the section we just went through and go to 2315. If we've got somebody that wants to be, or do we want to wait and hold and do all these at a later date? Consider them to be their own new
If you could
packet.
get them out of the way, that'd be great.
Okay, so who are we at right now?
so 2315, if you call this 719 number right here on his appeal.
What's his name?
Nelson.
Okay.
Nelson.
He knew about the hearing though, didn't he?
I'm assuming I have an email and a phone call into him.
16,
No, it'd be nice not being on camera over there.
You're doing so good, Megan.
Thanks.
2315.
That's your copy.
No.
Hello?
Hi there. Is this Mr. Nelson?
Yes, hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Can. Mr. Nelson, this is Randy Wheelock. I'm the chair. What I'm going to do is there'll come a moment when I'll ask for your comments in a little bit. That time's not yet. We're just going to open your portion right now and wanted you to be able to hear it and be present. Okay? So this next item is 23-15. The owners are Chris and Patricia Nelson. And this is a piece of vacant land. And The location is in St. Mary's subdivision, a lot 430 U3. And the evaluation that the assessor has applied here for your property is $8,390, and the owner's estimated value is $3,400. Donna, could you please explain this case to us first?
Absolutely. We have here that he thinks the value is too high and that he's been trying to sell it and has not received offers above 3,400. We do have comparable sales in our base period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2022. First sale is 8,150. Second sale, 8,390. Third sale is 11,250. And then the fourth sale is 8,600. And those are adjusted values to make the
Okay.
properties comparable.
And I see, and all of those are adjusted values. In every case, the actual sales price was higher than the number you just stated, and they were all adjusted downward.
Correct.
Okay, and so that is, so the one that you've applied to his property is the second lowest number of those different comparables.
Correct.
Okay. If we don't have any questions for Donna, then if I could go to Mr. Nelson, if you'd like to make a statement to us of any kind or explain your case.
Well, I have a question. Those comparables, were any of them immediately adjacent to my parcel?
Donna?
I'd have to look that up. It'll just take me a second.
Unlikely.
Yeah, that's pretty unlikely, to come, what the state requires us to do is go by actual sales within a given period that were closed, sales, not offers made or anything like that. And so we have to find the closest stuff to you, closest properties to you that are similar to your properties, and then adjust them according to the characteristics of the property.
And the first comparable in unit 3. And looks like they're all in your unit for St. Mary's.
Yeah, so they're all in the same, they're all in your same subdivision unit.
Right, but none of them are adjacent to it,
Is
correct?
there a sale? Do you have a specific case for a sale I could look at?
No, I'm just wondering if any of your comparables that you were looking at from those prices were right next to my property, like adjacent to it.
I don't believe so. But again, we're required to use actual sales. That's state law. So.
Correct. Yeah, I understand that. I mean, they've got to go from somewhere, but the state also understands that, real estate is, especially Colorado real estate, which a lot of these things are sold through various, scams. Before it was by mail and magazine, and now it's by internet, largely. So those, it's my belief that these sales must be inflated because those, some of them may have different characteristics and have better build quality. I've been on my property before, and it doesn't have good build characteristics, then there's no locality of it that makes it above, anything else. It doesn't have good build characteristics or location. And I just know that I have been selling these things, or I've been trying to sell these things. I acquired this through a tax sale many years ago, and just trying to recoup basically what I put into it. Because I took them the deed and immediately, and I just know what I get offered for it. So in the last 50 days, I was offered $3,400, and that was the highest I've ever received for it. I think values of real estate are actually up right now, for various reasons, particularly in resort areas or places that have resorts and tourism and whatnot. And between that and just the false sales of people being basically defrauded by scams to buy property that they've never even seen and is not readily buildable and is not highly attractive necessarily either in that area. I mean, there's a lot of compromised structures around. I mean, that I recall from my visit there. I just think
Mr.
this
Nelson?
property is overvalued. So,
Mr. Nelson,
Yeah.
there's a very specific process that's spelled out in state statute. It doesn't contemplate neighbors' prices, scams, any of the things that you're talking about. It basically contemplates sales that are as close to what we can find for your piece of land in your area. That's exactly what the assessor has done. She, according to what I can see, has followed the process properly. And so, what you think you may be able to sell it for, what somebody may offer you for, like I said, isn't part of the state statute that dictates very specifically how we're to arbitrate these requests. So interesting information, but in my opinion, the assessor has done this correctly. The condition is already rated as fair, which is the second lowest rating there is. So I think I'm satisfied.
Yeah, what I'd also like to say is what you're, the facts about what you're trying to recoup, how it was originally sold, what the area is like, all of those things are not covered in state law, which dictates how we do this, which is what Commissioner Wood was just explaining. And as I explained a little bit ago, the differences between these comparables in your property are taken into account in several places down each one of these columns, and every one of these sales was reduced in value to acknowledge all those differences that you're talking about between your property and theirs. One of them was reduced by $21,000, down over $21,000 down to $11,000 as an example. And every one of them was reduced, a couple of them by at least half to 2/3. And yours, and after they're adjusted downward, yours is still, the valuation you're being given right now is lower than all but one of those, and that's only by a couple $100. And so it seems like it's very close and very appropriate. And the work's been done as we have to do it according to the law. We're not allowed to take any of those
but the law
things
should
into
also,
consideration.
the legal entities or the official entities that operate these panels have to also be able to consider circumstances that are outside the particular law when new influences are affecting these prices. I mean, look at the value from 2 years ago. I mean,
No,
That's not true.
the county recognizes 3720.
That's not the legal standard. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry, Peter.
I understand that's not the legal standard, but these things do need to come into these boards and hearings because these things, I mean, I'm a retired federal agent who worked in white collar crime, and I'm quite familiar with
So, sir, do you?
things get defrauded
any-
in property values. But I'm just saying that y'all need to hear these arguments because these are actually valid arguments.
Well, we need to hear them, but
Whether or not they're adjusted is one thing or not, but I will be appealing this if it's not brought down to whatever the next level is.
Do you have any additional evidence to
Definitely.
provide concerning your valuation today?
I have a question for the applicant. Are you claiming that the comparable sales here were not arm's length sales?
Yeah, I'm telling you, I know some of those sales just based on percentages of how much this goes on were sales that were way overpriced.
That wasn't the
People
question.
that do not know.
Do you have evidence that any of the 4 comparables that your property was used were not arm's length sales?
No, and do you have evidence that any of those properties you quoted are adjacent to my property right next to it?
that's not germane.
We do have a process to make sure they're arm's length. Of course, there's no guarantee, but these were all listed appropriately. And so I wanted to make sure because I heard you possibly claiming that you had evidence that one of these was not an arm's length sale. It sounds like they are. And so I am prepared to support the assessor's recommendation.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, I will be appealing this to the next level if you aren't going to adjust the price to some reasonable degree. But that more than doubling the price from the last tax season is obviously outrageous.
Yeah,
And that
that's
should be
available too.
a trigger right there.
That's not something that we make up. That's something that we do according to a formula that's mandated by state law. And if we don't follow it, we're actually we could be found in malfeasance of our duty. And so we have to follow the law in doing this, and that's the way we're doing it. So thank you.
I understand, and it's citizens' duties to speak up and and dispute these matters when things aren't considered bullying. But and that's all I'm doing. So
all right, thank you, thank you for your time today and for and for your comments about the system and your property. Do we have?
What? Excuse me.
I'm sorry. Do you have any evidence to offer regarding your particular property that's hard physical evidence at this time?
My evidence is my experience in trying to sell that for more than 10 years, and the offer I get through selling them for reasonable price, based on what it actually is. I mean, I go out and I own 10 pieces of property across Colorado in different places, and I've gone out and actually looked at them.
Excuse me. Your opinion is not evidence, sir, and I'm going to have to move on with this. We have a lot more cases to do, and we've explained this a couple of times how the system works, so we have to move on now, but thank you for your comments.
Sure.
Okay, do we have any further discussion? Do we have a motion?
I just want to know, like, when is it around?
Am I allowed to hang up? Sorry.
Yeah. Do I have a motion?
This one go. What is it?
Are you looking for this one?
Is that my copy?
Yeah, I needed it to call the person.
Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I was just confused.
What's that?
Additional question, I think I'd recommend that you at least give him that opportunity to finish his thought.
Well, I tried to tell him we were done 2 or 3 times.
The homeowner?
Yeah.
He's just repeating himself and saying the same things over and over.
It's just his opinions.
Discretion.
Yeah, I don't like pushing, I will say this, I don't like pushing the hang up button without somehow getting him to stop, but I've tried several times to get him to stop and he wouldn't do it, so.
Yeah, because I don't think there's a legal standard that an applicant can sit there for 24 hours, right?
No, there isn't.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Move we accept the assessor's recommendation for denial of case 23-15.
Second.
We have a motion to second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to go contact our 1 o'clock presentation with someone from the state, CTSI.
Yeah.
I think we'll probably rescheduling that one.
I'll see if we can reschedule.
All right, thanks. And if we can't, then we're going to have to call a break in this for a little bit. Did you have anything else to say, George? I could feel your angst over that moment.
No.
I'm gonna go check my email and see.
Is he still on the phone?
No, I was gonna call John Thomas, the next person. Oh, is this him? Do we remember this guy's number? Can we answer?
Give him like 60 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
Allow him the time just to finish his thought.
Hi there.
Yeah, I think we were just cut off. I waited a minute to see if they're going to call back, but this is Chris Nelson.
Yeah, do you have, why don't you give you 60 seconds to make a final statement, and then we need to move on to the next case, so go ahead.
Oh, well, I'm done. I was just wondering, is it the same process, right? I hear back around August 7th.
Yes, you will receive a letter from the assessor that will outline findings of the board. The board already actually voted while you were disconnected. And you will have all that information, and it will include your appeal rights.
Okay, great. All right. Well, thanks for the call and fitting me in there. And I know we disagree, but it's just the way of the process.
Well, thank you for
no hard
attending.
feelings.
Thank you for attending and being here today. Appreciate it.
Sure. Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay.
Are we ready for me to call Mr. Thomas?
Sure.
2320?
Yep.
Hello?
Yeah,
Hi
Mr.
there. Oh, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, sure. Mr. Thomas, this is Randy Wheelock.
Hey, how's it
County
going?
Commissioners. We're just getting ready to open your section of the hearing, and what I'm going to do first is just describe a couple characteristics of the case and then let the county assessor make her short presentation and then give you the opportunity to speak also after that. But we wanted to make sure you could hear everything. Okay?
Okay, yeah.
All right. This is case 2320. John Thomas is the owner. The address is 2733 Sinton Road. And the valuation on the property is currently at $408,200. And I believe you have sent us a letter stating that you believe it's worth less than that. I'm looking for the number in there that you believe it is worth. And I don't see one. But first, I'm going to let the county assessor just talk to us about the case a little bit.
Hello.
Okay.
We have a value of $408,200. We ran comparables on the property. The first one being 653 Highview Drive. That came in at $703,690. We ran a comparable of 80 Castlewood Court, which came in at $485,980. Then we ran a comparable in 81 Castlewood Court, which came in at $456,770. And then we ran a comparable on 2044 Sinton Road, which came in at $458,530. I know one of your concerns listed was that the property was in need of some updates, and we do have the property in fair condition
Okay.
and fair quality.
Okay, and just for the record, fair is the second lowest rating that there is. The only one below that is poor. Average, so fair is below average. I would also note real quickly that the value, every one of those valuations you heard are adjusted valuations, which already take into account the differences between the actual sale prices of those properties and your property, so that they've already been adjusted to account for either condition or location or size and so forth. And I would also note that the assessor's recommendation is lower than the numbers that any of those comparables generated, just as a starting point. So would you, if you could go ahead and just tell us your story and your concerns, and like to give you just a few minutes to do that, and then we'll act as a board based on everything we've heard.
Okay. Excuse me. As I stated in my response letter, I've been a resident since 1986, and I'm now retired, and I'm on Social Security, and I just feel that the price that was given, or the evaluation that was given, was going to make my insurance as well as my taxes go up, and with a fixed income, I'm just going to have a problem with that.
Have you taken advantage of the Colorado homestead exemption?
Yes.
Don't know what that is.
It's on your account. It's where you, it'll reduce your value for the first 200,000, 50% of the first $200,000 in value. Looks like we had.
That's senior discount?
Yeah, we have you on that.
Okay. All right, that's what I know it as.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
So you've already taken the senior discount.
Yes.
I think one thing that I have to let you know for sure is that a couple of things you just brought up, which are ability to pay and things like that, or difficulty in payment as the prices go up, are not part of what the state law requires limits us to consider in establishing these valuations. State law requires that we only consider certain things, and basically what we have to look at is a set of criteria about the property, and then we can look at actual sales in the closest vicinity we can find to your property. And then we have to go by those sales adjusted according to those criteria and the differences between properties. And that's all we're allowed to consider. We can't go by any other numbers other than actual recorded sales. And so that's what the assessor's done in this case.
In a more difficult position.
George?
Yeah, I just want to state, I see the condition listed as fair. That seems accurate based on the description. See the quality listed as fair. Location is average. I know that neighborhood. I think I agree with the characteristics of the property. I think I agree with the value in general. I would note that one of these comparables is much higher than the assessed value. And so actually looking a little further, I think the assessed value is $50,000 at least lower than the adjusted value of all of the comparables.
The next closest one, right?
And so I do think that the assessor has done her job appropriately, and I'm prepared to agree with the assessor on her recommendation of denial. That said, sir, I don't doubt for a second the burden this places on you. And we of course have to follow the law here. One element of the law that I think is a little bit under advertised is a property tax deferral program that I think can be of a lot of value to you. It allows you to defer increases in your property tax bill until you sell the home. So it would have no change in what you're paying today until you're able to actually realize that value. I would look for the Colorado Property Tax Deferral Program as a source of relief.
Yeah, if you write that down, look it up online. Again, Colorado Property Tax Deferral Program. And that allows you to defer. Those taxes ultimately do have to be paid, but they would be paid upon sale of the property so that you wouldn't, until you actually incurred the profit from the sale of the property, you wouldn't incur the taxes, but they would be collected at that time.
Okay. So can you give me a rundown on this senior exemption?
You're currently listed on your account. It reduces your value off the first 50% off the first $200,000 of value before we do the tax assessment rate and the mill levy.
And are you saying that he already has that?
Yes, he has that.
Yeah.
So you've had that benefit since 2020.
Okay. Can you give me an idea how this is going to affect the property value?
Well, it's valued at 408,200. It'll bring the value down before the calculation of your taxes is due down to 308,200. And then they'll do the assessment rate times the mill levy to determine taxes.
Okay, I understand.
Okay.
Do you have any other comments, sir?
Just one other thing that I tried to write down as fast as I could, but I'm a little slow. It says Colorado Property Tax Referral.
Deferral.
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 Okay.
Since you have a pencil in your hand, I'll tell you the number to call.
Okay.
833.
34
2513.
513. 833 34 513.
334.
833 634 2513.
Should have kept my mouth shut.
833 634 513.
You got it, sir.
You only
2513.
Throw another 3 on there. And that ought to give you.
Beginning or the end?
2513.
25.
You're kind of, I get a little breakup here. That's why I'm having a trouble.
Last 4 digits are 513.
2513 are the last 4 digits.
Okay.
Did you get that? 2513 are the last digits.
And we're going to.
833 634 2513.
Got it.
Yes.
And I think we're actually going to ask the assessor to include this information in every one of her letters.
Got it.
Got it? I guess.
Great idea. Excited about
That's appreciated.
Thank you, sir. That said, I'm prepared to make a motion if you're prepared to receive one.
I
move
am.
we accept the assessor's recommendation for denial of case 23-20.
Second.
A motion is second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
The next item is 23-21.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Sorry, I was saying.
H2 Properties is the owner. The address is 319 13th Avenue in Idaho Springs. And the valuation is at $432,320. And the owner has requested that that be reduced to $190,000. And we have a group of comparables that at first glance certainly seem to more than support that value. It comes in lower than all of their adjusted sale values. So Donna, could you please give us a rundown on that?
Yes, and I did give you updated comparables for this when we first entered this morning.
Oh, yeah, right here.
Yeah. I was working with Mr. Hicks on this one, and he provided me with additional information via email, which I got on Monday, yesterday. So I changed his condition to fair. So we were looking at $432,320, which I offered to reduce to $340,590, which is supported by the new comps that I put in. And I have I'll get to the new comps. New comps. I put that recommended value in there for you. The first comp is 1940 Virginia Street, which is 370, 460. Then we have 2219 Minor Street, which we have 480, 760. Then we have 846 Minor Street, which is 456, 870. And then we have 744 High Street, which we have at 393, 110. He did share with me that the condition of this is in poor condition. It was a foreclosure, which he bought out of foreclosure out of our appraisal period, after our appraisal period. And then he also indicated that he didn't think he could sell it for the 340. And we have the example I gave you guys here of a house that's on sale, which is in very poor condition, very fair condition as well. And it's right now being proposed to be sold for $430,000. And it's under contract. And this is not in the period anyway. We are looking at sales from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2022.
So you're recommending that the number be changed to 340,000?
340,590 due to the condition that he shared with me.
I'm not seeing a Mr. Hicks online, by the way.
Do we have verification of notice?
Yes, I've been working with him.
I have his phone number if you want to try to dial him in an email. It's up to you guys.
He's been working with him and he's
If we
responded.
know that, yeah, I don't think we
He
need.
knows he's been working with me, but he said see you at the meeting.
He did say see you at the meeting.
Want me to give him a call?
That's up
He said,
to you guys.
He said I'd see you at the meeting.
And yet he's not here. So
Please acknowledge that he has
Okay.
notice of the meeting.
Correct.
He knows.
He was aware of the date,
Correct.
so,
sometimes I do that too, and then I don't show up.
right. Right,
Seeing
so
Andre?
that's on him.
Andy?
What's clear is he has
Right.
notice. So from a due process perspective, you've afforded him the opportunity by giving him proper notice. He
and not
does
only
not have
that,
to appear.
yeah, and not only that, the assessor's been working with him and has lowered the assessment a considerable margin or the evaluation. Okay, comments, discussion?
I'll just note that we're in a situation again where the recommended value is much lower than all of the comparables.
No, much lower, right?
Well, even with the new comparables, it's $20,000 less than the lowest one and $140,000 less than the highest one.
Yeah, it's actually.
If I was gonna make my own argument, I would argue that this is probably still low,
Yeah,
For that period.
given the comparables.
yeah, I'm looking at that. Yeah, it's actually 30,000 under the closest one.
And so that said, I think I'm prepared to accept the assessor's recommendation.
You get a motion?
The assessor's recommendation on case 23-21 to adjust the value to $340,590.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The next item we have is item 23-23. The owners are Cody and Amber Burrows, and this is a piece of vacant land
We've missed 23, 22.
in St. Mary's subdivision. 23-20, what?
Two?
James and Wanda. He's not on that one.
I don't see 23-22.
I didn't make your packet, I guess.
You have it?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Let's go back. So that we're doing 23-22, Norge, James and Wanda Norge, and the actual value is 818,530. The address is 56 South Fork Trail in Highland Hills subdivision. And we have multiple comparables, all of which are either at or above the value that's been given here. So Donna, do we have the owner present? Okay.
I'm on.
They're online?
me?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, at first, we're gonna let Donna describe the case to us, and then we'll have the owner make any comment.
Okay.
Donna?
So we have a value of 818,530. The owner is saying the value is too high. It's a private road that's not maintained by the county. The owner has provided me with comparables. And let's see here. They're not mountain contemporary. This home is a mountain contemporary home style. And then we did throw we do have some of her comparables in here. The first one being 1354 Ponderosa Drive. And these are adjusted values to bring the subject comparable to the sales. We have 1,260,000. The second one is 815,970. The third one at 309 Highview Drive is 838,640. And then the fourth one at 1500 Aspen Drive is valued with the adjusted value of 903,990. And these sales did all occur July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2022.
Okay.
It's a nice view.
You want the photo?
Okay, I'm just looking at the stuff that's attached here. She sent across her own comps, but of course they're not adjusted.
Comparable. Right.
What's that?
They're not comparable. They're not the same style house as hers, which changes the value quite a bit.
And beyond that, they're not adjusted for the differences in the homes. So they're really not germane and without that having been done.
Yep.
So what you have found is what you feel are the four most comparable comparables. Is that right?
Correct, because she also did a supply Saddleback, but we had enough sales in Highlands Hills to use Highlands Hills sales. Because we stay in the neighborhood as much as we can.
Okay. All right, do you have anything else, Donna?
No.
Yeah. If the owner's online would like to make comment, we can take a few minutes to comment at this time. I see that the owner has requested that the price be lowered to $700,000, the value be lowered to $715,000. Would you like to give us a few comments at this moment?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right. First of all, I'm not sure how we get classified as mountain contemporary because that seems to be a higher assessed category than if we were traditional. I don't know if that's true or not, but from what I looked at on other homes, it seemed to put us into a different classification, and our home is not contemporary. So right there, I don't think we're being compared to the appropriate comps. And I don't understand also why the highest 800 value comps or sales were used when there were others that were in the 600s and 700s that could have been used as comps as well. One thing also, you have us as secondary paved. Our home is not on a paved road. As we mentioned, we're in a private subdivision of 13 homes, and they were all built about the same time, all with the same builder, all with the same kind of features and layouts. And none of those are assessed any higher than 775. Because I went through and I looked at all of them. And if you're using these same $800,000 comps, why are those not also being assessed at a much higher value? I also went outside. I also went outside our subdivision for homes that I know are also comparable to ours in layout and style, features, that kind of thing. And there's nothing else around that is assessed in the over 800,000. Most of them are in that 750 to 775 range. So if you're using these particular 4 comps to compare to our house, then why aren't all these other properties getting those same kind of comps compared to them?
It goes based on characteristics.
And I understand, but what's different about ours that is signaling ours out to be so much higher when we don't have, if you look at any of those that sold in those higher 800s, the listings and the descriptions on all of those say that they were Mountain Contemporary, they had upgraded cabinets, counters, whatever, carpeting. I mean, we have the same carpeting from 1997. We have vinyl countertops. So we don't have any of those updates.
I would note that all of the comparables we're looking at here, all of them are older than yours. They're either 1978, 1995, 1995, and 1994 that they were built. So they're all built, with one exception, in the same era, but all older than your property.
Well, 1995 compared to 1997, I mean, that's in the same ballpark.
Right, I agree, but my point is that the ones we're using are not newer properties. That's my point.
I'm not saying they're newer. I'm saying they have been upgraded and enhanced. And so why are we getting assessed at, with these particular comps is what I'm asking.
Okay.
And basically, I mean, when I'm looking at all of these, what I would consider comparable homes, none of them are being assessed at a current value by the county of over 800,000. Like I said, everybody seems to be in that 750 to 775 pocket. So that seems comparable to me for where we should be assessed at.
Commissioner, what we're going at right now is we can only go by state law requires us to only go by actual recorded property sales within a 2-year period.
Right.
And so that's what state law requires us to go by. Commissioner Marlin has a question here, I think.
Yeah. And Randy, I'll just reiterate your point. There's a lot of interesting observations that can be made when you compare the assessed values of neighboring homes. I can make those same observations within my neighborhood. We look at comparable homes of sales within the period, like Randy stated. My question was for the assessor. Can you talk a little bit about the difference between traditional and mountain contemporary design and how you...
Yep.
How does that affect price? Yeah.
I'm sorry.
How it affects price and how you make that determination?
Well, we determine all our values based on mass appraisal. So it's a calculation that's utilized in our regression system that determines values based on the characteristics. Mountain Contemporary, the Mountain Contemporaries, when they have multiple levels of roofing and so forth, is typically what we put down for Mountain Contemporary. Traditional would be more square or box or anything on those lines.
So do you agree that this house matches Mountain Contemporary more so than traditional?
This, I don't have a photo of it. They've owned it for quite a while, but it looks like that characteristics. I'm gonna go back and see how long it's been Mountain Contemporary.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, of the 13 homes in our subdivision that were all built by the same builder, for the most part, all of them are classified as traditional. We're the only ones that is Mountain Contemporary for some reason. And they have the same kind of, you know, like I said, the same layouts, the same kind of interiors and exteriors. So
I mean, that seems to be a reasonable argument to me. If the condition of every other home built in this subdivision by the same builder is traditional, and this one's Mountain Contemporary, it might be worth changing that.
That's it.
Yeah.
You see it.
the other thing,
Can you give me one of the addresses, please, Wanda?
yeah, sure. There's two that are similar to ours that are in that 775 range. One's 1295 Highview and one is 1300 Highview. And also if you need another one, it's 1255 Highview. Those are all very similar to what we have.
Okay.
And looking at it was homes on South Fork Trail that are, you're saying are built by the same builder, same subdivision. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Yeah. South Fork, Yarrow, and part of Highview. And ours are not, and this road, like I said, is not maintained. We have to, the county won't come in here and do anything. And so we always get kind of dinged on that when any of the houses go up for sale. Not that it matters for the assessment stuff here, but you know, they don't look at it as favorably because they have to kick in to help with maintenance of the, you know, snow plowing and gravel and that kind of thing.
And we do have it as not maintained.
Yeah, I understand. The other thing I wanted to point out, which I noticed on the 4 comps that you used, the one that was used, 1354 Ponderosa, that sold for $853. You know that you have a current assessed value for that one of $657. So you don't even have that one anywhere close to what ours would be. And that one had just sold. And that's one of the comps that you're using. So anyway, I know I had put on my original value to decrease it to 715, but I think after looking at, you know, the evaluation I did of all the neighborhood homes and their current assessed values, I think ours is probably more similar to those that are in that 775 range.
Well, that's, again, though, we don't just match neighbors' assessments. We have to go by how the characteristics of your home are used to adjust sales within a 2-year period that we can look at. And that, again, that's the state law and that's what we have to follow.
I know, but I also gave you guys plenty of other comps that were in those 700s that could have been used, and that those weren't picked by the assessor. You went with all the extreme high ones, which were late in 21, and you didn't use anything from 20, which, you know, could have been used as well. So that, you know, if I average all those out, you know, they're a lot, you know, that's all a lot lower. So
Let me ask you, I'm going to cut in here for a second. I'd like to ask the assessor a question. When you look at, for example, traditional versus Mountain Contemporary, you don't plug that description in and it automatically changes the price. What that would potentially do is put you into a different family of comparables. Is that right?
Correct. So we use the ones that were amongst.
Those comparables based on seeking comparables that are seen as traditional.
That is correct. We use the ones that are Mountain Contemporary. And I am looking at another house on South Fork and it is Mountain Contemporary. That's 153 South Fork Trail.
yeah, but that's the big house that's totally unlike the rest of them.
They are the ones.
They have actually a waterfall in their home. I mean, you know, that one's totally, I agree, that one could be Mountain
Take
Contemporary,
out the
but that's not a
waterfall.
comparable one to the rest of them.
Yeah.
One thing that's worth noting is the raw values of those homes is not how we make comparisons. They need to be adjusted to have the same per square foot price and condition, its location, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not quite as simple as just looking at raw home prices.
Correct.
Right.
The other thing I heard that's worth bringing up is I heard that you have it rated as a paved road. The petitioner, did I hear you correct? It's a gravel road?
It is.
And I think I see there aren't adjustments made for that.
No, I do have it as secondary. Oh, no, this is, I was looking at other houses. Let me make sure I'm on hers.
Would changing it to gravel wouldn't change the
No,
assessment?
because we pull the land value out.
You pull the land value out.
And I can always be happy to change that to secondary gravel to match the other ones.
So if you change the design from mountain contemporary to traditional, which is suspect because you're finding other homes in the subdivision that are mountain contemporary.
And you can kind of see the ones that I did look at that were not mountain contemporary. They were more boxy houses. They were with the upper roof changing types and so forth like that. And the other one that is mountain contemporary on South Fork is similar to that with the roof changing and, you know, the ups and downs.
Yeah.
No, that one's a box.
If
That one actually is a box.
Yeah, that one's a box. That's the one on 1295 Highview.
1 yard trail, pretty similar looking roof lines.
Yeah.
I guess.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
So you believe it's classified correctly as a mountain?
I do.
Or, sorry, mountain contemporary.
Yes, classified.
Yeah, in looking at it, I have to say that I'm just going to, this is equally not germane to us making a decision because it's not addressed in state law. But as somebody that built for 45 years, the difference between traditional or mountain contemporary when you're building a nice home in the mountains is pretty inconsequential when it comes to establishing value. You know, it really has to do with how well the house is built and appointed and all those other factors, its size and its lot and all those other things that really establish value. And so the words mountain contemporary versus traditional don't have a lot of, really don't have, in my mind, and I may be wrong about this, but I built stuff in the mountains that was custom homes for a lot of years. And, you know, they're basically custom homes, you know, in the mountains. And their quality and their size and the uniqueness of their design, basically, and how well laid out and appointed they are is really what establishes value.
Okay, so the two things I heard that I got interested in was, is the design appropriately categorized? The assessors looked at some other places that are similar neighborhood, similar construction period that are mountain contemporary.
Correct.
The other one was that it's categorized as paved when the road is gravel. You're going to change that, but that's not going to change the value.
That is correct.
All of those things considered, I think I'm prepared to accept the assessor's recommendation for denial.
I agree.
Yeah, based on the comparables that we see, I agree. They're very close location and.
Lastly, I'll point out, I mean, some of these comps have an adjusted sale of over $1 million. And so we're on the low end of, you know, if we were just going to take a sheer average of these comps, the assessed value would be $100,000 higher or something.
Yeah.
So I think we've followed the process and followed the law here, and that the assessor's correct.
Yep. Okay, do I have a motion?
We accept the assessor's recommendation of denial for case 3-22.
Second.
Okay, a motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
see about the gentleman.
Have you been waiting all day for your case?
Yes,
What's your name?
Mark Erickson.
It'll turn out he'll be the next one anyway.
2328 under 1030.
10:30.
Yeah, sorry about that.
3 hours ago.
Yeah.
He's 23-28. Why don't we jump to 23-28 and
And I,
give you an opportunity to stand up in just a minute, so.
And this gentleman as well.
yeah,
I do also want to say, Cody, these people are online, so I do want to say that they are there, so just so they don't go away, that we will get to them shortly. The Ember Burrows and then Walter and Elizabeth.
Yeah, and maybe we should just not punch out the ones online and we're waiting too.
Yeah, I had suggested when I was asked at the beginning that we go in order of the agenda, understanding that some people chose to be here in person, but others are choosing.
I agree with that. I think the catches are, well, our agenda does kind of spell out the order in which they're going to go. And I suggested we go in this order at the beginning too. I just was saying that we got a couple of people that have been sitting here for hours and
Your call, not mine. I just wanted to say what I wanted you to know what I had said. At the
all right. I was thinking that the least convenient way to attend this meeting is to come sit in this room for several hours before your case comes up. So I'd like to address these two people next. if I
Their
can.
chairs aren't as nice as ours.
Yeah, and that's,
For the sake of-
your
sake of
chairs
their
are not as well
backs.
padded as these. So we're going to go, the next one will be 23-28. That's Mark Erickson. The property, the address of the property is, is 2206 Soda Creek Road, Idaho Springs. The value that's been established by the assessor is $515,460. What's been requested is $354,966.22 $354,966, seriously. And we have a number of comparables here that, one of which gives a lower number, which I see highlighted. The others appear to be higher adjusted values. So Donna, can we start by having you give your presentation on this case?
Yes. We have here from Mark some values on houses based on square footage. We do have to look at the sales from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2022. So we did run comparables of sales during that period. And we came up with one that was 320 Barber Heights Court, which is $625,850. Then we had another one at 3274 Trail Creek, which is $643,550. And then we had another one at 873 Soda Creek of $474,260. Looking at those comparables, you were most comparable to the 873 Soda Creek. So we're making an offer to reduce the value from the $515,460 down to the $474,260.
So you are suggesting moving down to $474,260?
That is correct.
Okay, that's why it's highlighted.
Yes.
All right. Would you like to come up and make any statements?
Sure. I think, first of all, I'd like to address the condition of the property. It's rated as fair by the assessor. And I think it should probably be rated as poor for 4 reasons. One reason would be the slope of the property. You have listed, the assessor has it listed as sloping through the middle of the property, where I think it should be rated as steep. The slope through the middle of the house is about 35%. So I'm a registered civil engineer in Colorado, and I think 35% I would consider that as steep.
So that would be the location rate or the,
Well, you have 3 criteria on slopes. It says the start of the property, the middle of the property, the end of the property. I guess you can interpret that different ways, but I would interpret the middle of the property through the house.
And we do take the land value out when we do the assessment on the improvement. So I can make that change, it won't change the value.
Why not?
Because we take the land values out to make the property, the improvements comparable. Because everybody's land's gonna be different, so we take that out of the calculation. So we adjust the values to the comparable sales to be at the same value your property is. And we don't do land because we don't have enough sales of land in Idaho Springs to revalue land by itself.
So the value of his land is the same as it was in the last cycle?
Correct. Does not change.
So you haven't changed that. Okay.
Okay, the other three reasons would have to do with the condition of the house. The sewer line in the house is cast iron. It is plugged up quite frequently. And I just recently had to excavate underneath the house in order to replace a small piece of the sewer line. It's the sewer line, actually, the house is 50 years old. The sewer line has, the cast iron sewer line has a life of 40 years, so it's beyond its useful life. If I was to replace the sewer lines, I'm just guessing that it probably cost me maybe $50,000. Just in order to the impact on the flooring and the subflooring and the walls and so forth. That's the second reason. Third reason would be the roof. The roof's 40 years old and it's a metal roof. It's full of rust and it's leaking. The fourth reason would be the siding. The siding has many woodpecker holes, and it also has, it's very thin. You can just basically push into it with your finger. So that's a condition of the property. So I think the house should be rated as poor and instead of fair. So those are my reasons for that. You with me so far?
Yeah.
Okay. Then as far as the comparables go, what I would draw exception to is whether my house is rated as fair or poor. The other comparables that Ms. Gee is providing are rated as either average or good. So I think they should be downgraded because of that. And in addition to that, the number of bedrooms on each of the comparables is about one bedroom more than what I have. Mine's only 2 bedroom, 1 bath. And the number of baths are about approximately 1 more in the comparables than what I have. So for all those reasons, I've provided other comparables. I think the comparables that are provided by the assessor are overvalued in relation to the condition of my property and the number of bedrooms and the number of baths.
On the comparables you provided, are these properties that were sold during the period, or are these?
Yes, well, one was 2023, the other two are 2021, and I got them off of Zillow online.
2023 is not isn't in the period, is it?
No, it's not. But the 1182 Chicago Creek, that was listed, and the 2903 Spring Gulch, they're in a different appraisal district, so we try to keep as close to your house as you can in that neighborhood for our sales.
These are in a different appraisal district?
Yeah.
Can you tell me how many appraisal districts, just out of curiosity, you have in Clear Creek County?
There are 13, if not more.
Well, that's close enough.
Yeah.
Gotta be more than 13.
Now, the comparables you provided, are they in the same appraisal district?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and what is that appraisal district called?
This one is called 08.
Good enough.
It's residential west.
8's a good number.
Yeah, we call it residential west because it's the west end.
Yeah.
Outside of the city limits.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm kind of surprised.
Now, I think one thing I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I'm kind of surprised to see that South Spring Gulch and a mile up Chicago Creek wouldn't be in the same district, but.
Yeah, I think the comparables I have, they're within about, I don't know, I'm guessing just 2 miles of, 2-mile radius of where my house is.
It goes over, right?
Yeah. But the problem with Clear Creek County is.
Yeah, 2903, 3 miles.
It
Gulch is quite a ways, a steep gravel road. But the 103, Highway 103 one is more comparable, I think.
But it is what it is. So, okay, so you're saying that the condition should be poor. I want to get back to that one. Because I agree with the assessor. If these comparables are in the neighborhood.
They are in the neighborhood.
Then we should go with that. You're saying you think it should be poor. You gave several descriptions of the condition of the property. Donna, do you have
I take that back. The one is not in this appraisal district. That's the Trail Creek one. That's not in the appraisal district.
74 Trail Creek Road.
Yeah, I didn't catch that right away.
That number's the highest also.
Yeah, I reduced it to the Soda Creek one. That's on Soda Creek with you. I reduced it to that value.
You reduced it to the one that's the lowest assessed value, adjusted value on the list. That 1182 Chicago Creek Road is 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom. That might be why
Because it wasn't used.
it's not comparable.
Yes.
It's quite a bit bigger.
How, do you have the ability to just tell me what that would be if you reduced it to poor?
Yes, I do.
I mean, we saw a home that was listed as fair, that had broken windows, siding falling off of it, leaking roofs, very poor condition. And it was listed as, well, it could have possibly been 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was listed as fair. I would hope that your home is in better condition. And based on the description, it sounds like.
The one this picture I showed you?
He's talking about the house.
Oh, H2O, yeah, there was not a change between fair and poor.
Yeah, but on this one there is.
There is a difference. It would bring it down to 439,260.
I'm okay with that.
Changing the condition to poor. Feels like a stretch to me. I mean, in my history here, to get a home to poor condition, the times we've done that, we've seen very compelling arguments that the homes are
like unlivable,
almost not livable.
Yeah.
However, that's not a strong opinion. It feels like a little bit of a stretch, but you did describe a poor roof, poor siding, poor sewer.
I might also throw in the water lines are starting to plug up too with I'm on a well. The well's got lots of, I would call it mainly rust in there. I mean, if you were to take out a bottle of water out of there, I mean, and try to look through it, it's got a lot of orange in there. And so I'm in the sewer pipes were one of the part that I dug up in the basement was actually totally full of rust. And plus the walls the whole thing's about ready to collapse. But the water line itself, I guess you'd call it potable water through the house is starting to rust up because when I turn on the faucet, it just kind of dribbles out. So I'll just throw that in too.
What's your take? Based on this description, would you rate it as poor or fair?
Oh, you can stick your fingers through the wall, you said?
You can't stick it through the wall, but I'm just saying it's so thin that you can push. I mean, if I can't push your desk in here.
Right.
If I push on the wall, it deflects.
On the siding.
Yeah, I mean, it's very
good.
It's poor condition.
I think that's not good. That needs to be.
Some of the places I lived in, that's poor. A long time ago.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm just
and with the
I'm trying to wrap my head around what poor really means in this county.
Poor can still be livable. It's very deferred maintenance, very deferred, like needing a roof. Might put it into fair, but needing to replace your pipes when you can push on your walls, to me, that might be poor condition.
So
then I can go with that.
Okay. If that's the assessor's recommendations based on what you've heard here today,
Yeah, if it was just the one thing, that would be one thing, but with the multiple of stuff that needs to be repaired,
Will you repeat one more time what the value is if the condition has changed?
Okay, right now it would be 474, we have 474, 260. Changing it to poor would go to 439, 260.
Okay. I'm gonna stick my neck out here and make a motion to accept the assessor's recommendation to reduce the assessed value of the home based on an adjustment of the condition from fair to poor and a review of the comparables adjusting down to $439,290.
$260.
$260.
50?
Handwriting at this day.
439, 260.
That's what I have.
Yep.
Okay.
And that would bring the comparables down as well.
Adjusting.
Because, well, it would bring them, because you'd bring the average down to the fair as poor as well, so,
Okay,
yeah.
I will second that motion.
all right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up,
Dave Savala on the property at
Know that.
370 Cottonwood Drive. I've got some supporting documentation.
okay, let me,
What case number is this?
27,
Oh, it looks like 1045, 2331.
23.
first one in the second, yeah, 23-31, okay.
Do you include those already in all of this?
Yeah, but they've changed since I,
So we'll now take up 23-31. First thing I'll do is just briefly read a few things about it, then let the assessor, as you've been hearing, go through stuff. Dave, and then you'll have an opportunity to speak for a moment.
thank you.
So we're looking at 370 Cottonwood Drive, owned by Dave Savala, item 23-31. It's got an actual value that's been given of $1,324,760. Mr. Savala has requested a reduction to $890,000. And we have comparables, which are showing 1.39, 1.42, and $1.35 million. And the one given is 1.32. So Donna, would you like to make your presentation on this?
Sure, yes, absolutely. We have the current value, 1,324,760. I know Mr. Savala did provide me with some comps, and I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All of them were in Jeffco, not Clear Creek County.
We only do comps in our own county.
We only do in our county and neighborhood. I do have a comp of 199 Fox Ridge with a value of 1,394,158. Then also 134 Cedar Way at 1,423,648. And then 417 Witter Gulch with a value of 1,350,630. I do have this home as mountain contemporary. Our characteristics are very important when we're doing valuations, to point that out. And I do have good quality and good condition.
Okay.
I don't have any questions for Donna at this point.
Okay, Dave, would you like to speak your piece?
Okay, so the comparables that I submitted, I went through and I reevaluated them, and then I came back with 4 different comparables that I submitted just now. I know they probably are all in Jefferson County, but I'm not sure how that changes the evaluation of one house to another. I would contest, first off, that with the comparables supplied by the county, that I have information in this document that I just supplied, that the square footage for all 3 comparables is inaccurate. So if we look at 199 Fox Ridge Road, let's see, it looks like you have a square footage of 3,767 plus, I believe, a basement of 558, which would bring that to 4,325 square feet, where I have information showing that that house is actually 5,109 square feet. Let me know when you're ready for the next one.
I'll just stop you there.
Sure.
Oh, here.
What's your information?
It's listed there with the information that I have. It's on page,
I didn't get a copy.
Zillow information is self-reported. I don't think we have any control over that, correct?
We do not.
Homeowner can go put in there whatever they wish. Right.
oh, it's here.
Could make one for mine.
When I looked this
Oh,
up,
she's got
there's
it.
several listings that are showing this property at 5,109.
We would need plans in order to change any square footage on our properties.
So I don't know where you're getting your information from either.
We get them from permits. When the houses are built, we put them on our property. Our building department gets permits, so we get the information from the original permits.
Okay. I know for a fact that,
Oh, here we go. Okay, thank you.
417 Witter Gulch was a house that I helped build. I know it's much larger than 4,473 square feet.
And he's not protesting today, and I don't think we can use these. He would have to protest, let us know to change that and provide us with plans.
So you're obligated to follow the information that you have on record,
Correct.
not anything else unless there's, by preponderance of the evidence presented, a reasonable belief that the other information is incorrect.
Correct.
So do you have plans or documentation reflecting what you're stating? Or is it just your testimony?
No, it's information that I gained on the internet. It's mostly realtor information.
And of course, the assessor cannot base her evaluations from information that is not proprietary or in the strict record of the county's documents, such as permitting. Realtor.com, Realtor, Zillow, any of those are not necessarily accurate reflections of what the property appraiser bases her comparable sales and various items on.
Okay.
And so if say 199 Fox Ridge wanted to have the square footage adjusted, they would need to bring you basically proof.
And yes, if we didn't have it in our building department,
Of course, they would.
but they'd have to inform us of that too.
So where can I find this? Because when I look at the assessor's website, I don't see any information on square footage.
Square footage is in our model, and that's based on the information we get from our building department, but the property owner needs to be able to bring that to us.
Mhm.
So we may have had like, an addition on a house that wasn't permitted
True,
or something like that.
happens all the time.
One other problem that pops up is different people measure square footage in different ways. And it depends on what they're trying to do with the information, and realtors therefore come up with different ways of measuring and giving the square footage of a place sometimes when they're selling it. And also people look at, some people, there are some walkout basement areas that are considered basements for the purpose of keeping valuations down, when in fact they're every bit as nice and have egress and views out windows and the rest of the house, even though they're technically a walkout basement. So there's so many different ways of looking at it that about all we can do is have gone by the plans and have some consistency in the way the assessor has taken it off of the blueprints. And I don't know how to go around that.
So can I move on to another point? Regardless of whether or not these assessments on square footage are accurate or not. I see that adjustments have been made with an average square footage of $160 per square foot, where my house in this evaluation is valuated at $356 per square foot. When I look at the comparables, even though they are not in county, the majority of comparables I find are running about $250 per square foot.
We don't value by square footage in the assessor's office. We're valued by a mass appraisal. We do our mass appraisal according to the state.
So if I can address that. The Assessor's Reference Library, Volume 3, Real Property Valuation Manual, prepared by the Division of Property Taxation, Department of Local Affairs. After review by the Advisory Committee to Property Tax Administrator and approval by the State Board of Equalization under such and such CRS states. Square footage and other market units of comparison analysis will be performed.
That is correct, because we don't just use square footage, we use the property characteristics in addition to square footage.
I understand.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is that we're under adjusting for square footage. We're looking at houses that are bigger than your house. For example, if I'm looking at 199 Fox Drive, they're only adjusting down $23,000. You think they should be adjusting down that?
Well, it works out to be, for these three comparisons, it works out your adjustments are $160 per square foot, where my home is evaluated at $365 per square foot.
That includes your lot though.
That's after adjustments with lot size. Plus the adjustment for lot size, if we look at 199 Ridge Drive, there's an extra 1.5 acres, and the adjustment for that is $114,710, which is $76,473 per acre. I'd say that is very conservative for land in Evergreen.
Yeah, there's also the idea that a building site's a building site. And so, and also the size of the house, the square footage of a larger house smaller houses generally cost more to build and more to buy per square foot in general within the same quality range. It's just a fact of life. It's like economics of scale when you're building.
I would somewhat disagree, Randy. I think that the majority of houses that I've looked at in this area for this time span have been going for approximately $250,000 per square foot.
My point is that when you're building a house and you go to a smaller house and you go through the same processes, and I just know this from building for 45 years as a Class A general contractor and comparing the prices, that when I built a house of sometimes even lesser quality and but half the size, the square foot price was actually higher than it was the larger house because the economics of scale of the contracts that I wrote with subcontractors and the quantities of the lots of quantities of which I was buying materials. I'm just saying that's the way the bids work out and the cost works out at the end of the day. Now, if you get up into really large homes of much higher quality, then you've got, you're buying sometimes higher quality materials too.
Take a look at the pictures of 199 Fox Ridge Drive and look at the quality of that house. It's much more significant than mine.
Yeah, Fox Ridge Drive is listed as very good quality.
So it's captured. Yours is only good.
Donna, is that how it's reflected on your records as well?
Yeah.
Just want to make sure.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
On this comp sheet, it shows very good on Fox Ridge Drive as opposed to good on Dave's place.
Can you provide her the address again, sir?
199 Fox Ridge
Got it.
Drive.
Okay. And we have that as Mountain Contemporary, very good condition. So that, and looks like good quality, excuse me, good quality and very good quality are valued at the same rate for this period. Did I misunderstand the question?
No, I think you got it.
You answered it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure I get tired. I'm sure we all are.
So it's just, I was basically discussing the facts that Randy had spoken. So.
Do you agree the home is in good condition?
I'm sorry, was that a question towards me?
Yeah, sorry.
Good condition?
Yeah.
Yes. For my property, yes.
And the way that you adjust for square footage is consistent across every property
In Clear Creek County,
you assess.
except for vacant land's different, but for every residential property.
And that's why when he runs his calculations, he sees it's the same square footage adjustment. You said $160 per square?
$160 per square foot is what the adjustments were on these as an average. Close. I came up with one for 417 Witter Gulch. I came up with 158 per square foot, and for 134 Cedar Way, it was 161 per square foot. Those were the adjustments.
And how does you or your software, do you know how it decides?
The value for each characteristic?
Just for square.
Adjustment for square.
It's a regression analysis.
Okay.
So it puts in all the characteristics of the sale. So then it puts values on it based on the characteristics. Some characteristics don't get values if there's not enough of that characteristic supported in those sales.
So you don't do it manually. This is done by a software
Yeah.
package uniformly for everyone across the whole.
It goes, yep, we use our package to do that.
So you're essentially questioning our methodology, I guess.
To some extent.
Yeah. I don't think the statute contemplates us changing our methodology for these type of discussions.
I'm also questioning the square footage of these homes as well and the comparables.
And that goes back to the records we have available to us.
I don't think that one is, I mean, I'm exploring all of these, or we are.
Yeah.
Much.
I don't, yeah, I'm not questioning your honesty, but we've just got, we've got actual documents in front of us. We got stuff in our record. And you're saying that that this house is larger, and we're looking at real estate documents, and it's hard we can pull stuff up online on the internet and find different answers to things, but what we've got is what's in the record.
Sure. Same with the comparables that I've supplied. I have 4 comparables, and they all average out to, approximately 250.
Yeah, we can't use those from a different county. Donna, are there any characteristics of the property that you feel are inaccurately represented?
Oh, yeah.
Or inaccurately represented in the comp?
I don't. Good condition, good quality. Comps are all similar, similar sizes. A little bigger.
Yeah. And one of them's real nice.
Yeah, and the nice one sold in 2020 before the real estate market completely popped too.
I think the assessor's got this one right.
I think so too.
I think the same. I think in the absence of the documents that we have on record and that are available to us at the county that we have to use. Nothing really changes. And I'm inclined to support the assessor's recommendation as well.
Okay.
I think it's interesting you talk about Zillow. Just curious, I looked at the house at 198 Fox Ridge and Zillow has it at over 2 million now.
Sure, again, I would contest the square footage. Just looking at the pictures.
Well, if it is, though, if they're over 2 million now, which we can't use that, that's Zillow. We can't use Zillow
Just saying
there.
it's
Yeah.
My point is it's kind of irrelevant. The numbers on Zillow are their own, it's its own universe.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
If we were to do that, then we'd have to use Zillow's numbers for price. If we were going to use Zillow's data on the footage, and then we come up with a whole new number that would be probably different than it looks on your account too.
And those are current values too.
No.
Well, not real values, but
Yeah.
Do you have any additional evidence or argument?
No, besides the comps that we haven't looked at because I guess they're out of the county, which I didn't understand that we can't admit those. I'd like to look at further information if I could. I don't know if I can contest this any further or not. I'd like to know if there's information.
Our deadline here is August the 5th. And at this current time, there's little.
No, so the board will make a decision based on the information that the applicant has brought
Right.
forward as well. And then you'll receive a letter, and as you've heard probably time and time again, that letter will indicate your appeal rights, what you can do to that. And ultimately, it's appealing to the BAA or Board of Adjustment Appeals. And what happens there is they hear this whole thing again.
Okay.
And then they evaluate the evidence, the information under the same preponderance of the evidence, which is just a little more than 50-50.
Sure, and then I can have some more supporting information to justify my case if I decide to go there.
Yes, and then you can,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
and you could present that information to the assessor prior to that hearing, should it go forward. And
Okay.
perhaps you all can resolve it if indeed the assessor feels that the information and evidence you present demonstrates a need to make an adjustment.
Okay.
If she doesn't, then.
And then what was the name of the next board?
It's the Board of is it?
Board of Assessment Appeals. It's a
Okay.
state, at the state level.
All right, thanks for your time, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sorry for making you sit here all day. Oh, I move we,
As I was going to say, by the way, not all those exact words, but
I'm going to make a motion. I move we accept the assessor's recommendation to deny case 23-31.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And Jeanette's back, so I don't know if you want to do Jeanette.
So
The
done.
comparables for her.
That one's done now. So now we go back to, we took those two in the room. I think that Peter's recommendation of going in order previously was good, but I wanted to give these two people the opportunity to get out of their chairs. They sat here all day, so. What's that? Oh, yeah. Have we got this one ready to go to now? Okay.
And those are copies of comparables for them.
Oh, okay.
Which one was that? 20 what? 23 dash?
23-09, Jeanette Peterson.
2309.
Which is the one that got added?
It would have been the end ones. But I think Trish kept my sheet from Jeanette.
Oh, you're.
1714 clear
The
creek.
sheet that Jeanette gave us.
Oh, I'll go look.
3-09.
You talking about this one?
Do you have an extra copy to give to Jeanette?
There you go.
Yeah. I think Trish kept mine. She went to go grab it. Jeanette, let me make you a quick copy of the new comps, okay?
We have a little intermission here. Is Sean's leaving at 3:45. I don't have a hard stop. I'm prepared to just keep rolling through these, but I would love to be able to table these and jump into executive session before Sean leaves.
Okay. Unheard. Okay, great.
How many, Peter, how many of the executive sessions do you think you were talking about some that maybe didn't have to be done or something? or-
Yeah,
It's attached to your sheet.
I was going to suggest to the.
No, I don't see it in mine,
Um,
but I think I'll.
and postpone the executive session related to personnel reviews of the county.
There it is.
As well as executive session relating to the Department of Justice proposed settlement agreement. Both of those can be postponed until the next meeting.
Do you agree with holding, in order to make the executive session as brief as possible so we can get back into these things and get them finished is what I was thinking, but.
Yeah, I mean, I think so too. And I don't know. I mean, it's not now, it's Jeanette. And then maybe we try to grab everybody else who's online and see where we're at. And then run through the rest of them later for the people who aren't here.
Yeah, and I can write down on each one as we go, and then if I come to it later, remember it's done, so. Okay, so let's do 2309 right now, and you're thinking, do the ones that are online right now, and then take an executive session and come back for the others?
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. So let's go back to 2309 and Jeanette Peterson and her, any evaluation by our staff that they've been able to do.
Yes.
Okay, so going back to 2309, which is 1207 13th Street in Georgetown, Jeanette and Christopher Peterson, owners of record. And rather than restate all this other stuff, can you just tell us what you learned that's new?
And what
Yes.
your recommendation is.
We went ahead and added the 110 Biddle Street. The adjustments are quite large on that one. And we came up with a value of 572,600, but you can see it's $121,400 in adjustments. The one was the duplex, but we added it in there so you can see it. And then the one that's 1406 14th Street, that one came in about 444,030 with $92,000 of adjustments. It's looking like the lowest adjustment is the 547 are the better comps, the ones originally provided. Because they're not as large to make it compare to the properties.
So you're down to 444 at 1406 14th, using 1406 14th Street.
Correct, but there's $92,000 in positive adjustments to that.
Right, so where does that leave your recommendation to the board?
Back to the original, using original three that are the more comparable.
That, in other words, you're sticking with 48406.
Correct.
All right. What do you want to do next? Want to give Ms. Peterson a chance to speak to us again, or?
She has any new information. Yeah.
Do you have any new information to present? Okay. Discussion.
So the new comparables show, well, value down a little bit, but your opinion, Donna, I'm just making sure I understand. Your opinion is that they're less comparable than the comparables you originally used because the adjustments to get to that adjusted value are so much larger.
That's correct.
So that one particular one that gives us a lower number is needed such a large adjustment because it's so dissimilar.
Correct. The most.
Same true on Biddle Street, actually, because it has such a huge adjustment.
Correct.
Whereas these others all have adjustments that are in the range of 2,500 to 44,000, 45,000.
That is correct.
So the larger the adjustment, kind of potentially the less accurate it is.
That's her point. Yeah.
Sometimes we have to use them based on the amount of sales we have, correct?
Yeah. So actually, all three of these had had much larger adjustments, which bears out your point. I think the three that you added.
And then, yeah,
Either really big up or really big down.
and it was in particular, I remember it was the 1406 14th Street. That is the third one on the second page. In the square, the large adjustment in that case is due to having a large finished basement, having more spaces. What does spaces refer to?
Garage spaces.
Garage, okay. Oh, and a condition of being fair, not average.
Okay. Discussion any further?
No comment from you?
I'd just like to thank you all for your time, your professionalism, and all your hard work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. You didn't have a motion.
This recommendation file for case 20.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Talk agenda just for one more time. We got at least an hour and 15 minutes of scheduled items on here. I've already moved the CTSI. But the other three items, one of them's not timely, and that would be the chat. That's not timely in terms of CSU. The budget item is complete direction to us for what we need to keep working on the budget. So if you want to buy some time to have Sean here as much as possible, I would suggest, I talked with the EMS staff, they're back in Dumont right now, because I sent them back because we knew this wasn't going to end anytime soon. So I could call them and move that one to the 15th of August, and we would then still have the budget item and the CSU item.
I'm okay with that. With moving because that's about the creation of the advisory committee and won't delay the implementation.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
So so we have those two items and then our most critical executive session items. And how many of those were there, Peter?
Well, we have.
There's,
There will be two.
Time estimate on those two?
That's up to you.
there's like,
One of them is.
but some are just watching.
Watch this.
So
I don't.
Next two people are on.
My item should.
Journals and
That's true.
Cass, right?
yeah,
And then I have
So between the two,
23,
maybe a half hour.
26 is not attending.
That's completely.
23, 23, 24 are on the.
are all mine and ready to go.
Okay.
Dr. Floyd's not.
Yeah.
So kicking it.
And we already did mark.
We almost have to.
This person's not attending here.
Time
And this person called and not attending. They
for
were
those two agenda items,
So I got three of them. That
executive items.
cool. As we go through them. Cool.
How many people do we have online sitting, waiting right now?
We have two people that are, the next two, so Cody and Ember Burrows are ready and Walter and I think Elizabeth Cass are there.
Should we try to get through those now or should
We also,
So we have Cody Burrows online. Is that
Yes.
correct? And they were next in line.
yes,
And then you also have Walter and Lita Cass.
Elizabeth Cass, yeah, those are the ones for the 10:15 and we've got a
Okay.
few after that.
Why don't we do those two and then take a break and let everybody know right now that after those next two Board of Equalization items, we're still sitting as a Board of Equalization right now. We'll take these two items and then we're going to take a break and get some agenda items and executive sessions out of the way. George and I are going to come back here and camp out
I
and
can.
finish this stuff. So does that sound reasonable?
that sounds reasonable.
All three anyway.
Fine by me.
Is it not going?
Okay, so the next item we're going to do is, Brian's not here, but I think we can move on, in the interest of time, 23-23, Cody and Ember Burrows. And it's a vacant land parcel in St. Mary's subdivision. And the assessed, not the assessed, but the actual value has been, was originally set at $37,080. That's been reduced to $31,050. And the owner is requesting that be reduced further to $15,000. And so first, if we could just get a presentation from Donna.
Hello. So we had a value of 37,080. Our recommended value based on running comparables was 31,050. Mr. Burrows feels the value is too high based on sales. He did provide me with 4 sales. The first one was qualified invalid. It was a trade. The second one was a private sale, so invalid. The third sale was a sale from St. Mary's Metro District, so again, a private sale. And then the fourth one was also a private sale. So none of those sales were good, but when we did run the comparables with the 37,080, the first comparable was 37,630. Then the second comparable was 31,050. And the second one was 28,440. The most comparable is the 31,050 with only one minor adjustment for the square feet.
And so none of the comparables that were provided were arm's length transactions.
Correct.
Or cannot be used.
That's correct.
I don't have any more questions for the assessor.
I don't either, Sean. So we do have Cody, we have the Burrows on, is that correct?
Correct. We are here.
Sure, well, why don't you go ahead and give us your story.
One thing to take into consideration is you guys moved people in front of us, even though you'd said that you were going to be going by your order, and we've been waiting on here for over 4 hours. So just something to take into consideration. We've been trying to play by the rules, but they weren't the only ones waiting. One of the other things that we're looking at with this is that, first of all, we are the smallest property that is on here. Water, we don't have water. We actually have talked to the HOA and the planners, and they said it was going to cost, and this is a few years ago, it was going to cost over six figures. It was over $100,000 for us to get water. So we don't have water or any other situation. We don't have any other utilities. One of the big things up there is, do you have a view or not? We have absolutely no view. 360 degrees around us, there are trees. So we have no views whatsoever. And whenever you look at even just the pictures, especially the one going for 4,500 and the one on the back of the page, they definitely have views. So those comparables are going to grossly outsize what we have. One of the other things is that it makes no sense if you're saying that private sales are not admissible. Why would those be taken off of the list? They are real world value that was given for property. So one, we weren't aware that that was the case. Why would we have known? And two, these are real world numbers that people are actually getting. And then even from today, the numbers that you are assessing other properties that seem to be somewhat comparable have been around, $10,000 to $15,000 limits, even just from today. So whenever we're looking at it, none of the comparables have any kind of a price adjustment. We don't have a comparable size. We don't have the same amenities. So we're trying to use real world numbers to give you a real world, hey, here's what the property ought to be able to go for. We've had numerous of the requests for sales that I'm sure everybody up there is getting, and you know what? None of them have been anywhere near $30,000. So, it's real world. If this is supposed to be tax representative of what we should be able to sell this property for, it does not seem equitable.
Those letters that you're receiving, those are unqualified sales because they're not paying full price for those properties. They are purchasing them and then reselling them for double than what they're paying for them. They're property traders and sellers that you're getting those letters from. Also on these properties that we used as comparable, I don't have anybody listed with a view, or do I have anybody with water based on these sales? These sales were qualified open market sales. The realtors tell us that when we get the information in our office. So we know that they are qualified sales.
And so you come up with the location rating, not based on the view, but based on what kind of access? Is it close to a road? Is that?
All things can get considered based on the analysis when we're doing the mass appraisal. Just
I would just
depends
look at
on what your
look at the
sales
picture.
are. Go ahead.
Look at the picture. The very first picture shows that, you know, you can sit, you have a view. The picture on the back, I mean, that's a view. So you just said there that you did not have views. That's a view. So
I see trees. And this
I
is
see
on a
I see a
trail.
mountain ridge.
I'm not, which,
Are you referring to?
which
Can you
picture are
guys
you
see my-
looking at?
Can you guys see me on the screen?
Yes.
That's a mountain ridge.
Yeah, I'm looking at a mine tailing and some buildings in the distance, and the fact that the camera's tilted up so you can see some sky. It definitely does help, but it's a wider angle shot. And the same's slightly true on the first picture. So there are different pieces to what constitutes a view here and different things. I think the point, though, is that as I'm looking this, I see water, none available on every one of the sites that's a comp. And I would also state that I receive inquiries weekly for people interested in the lot next door to my house, even in the town of Empire. And I get those inquiries all the time from people that are hoping they can go fishing and buy something for half price and do speculation and turn around and roll it on the open market then and make some money. And maybe it's my age. Maybe they do demographic search like the internet. You know, they've got me tagged and they come after me and expect me to be desperate and sell my land for half price. But so I think probably for that reason, just like arm's length sales, it's a requirement of state law, and we can only look at these that are done on the open market as opposed to considering the phone calls and emails and texts that we get all the time trying to buy our land from us, from speculators. They are looking at, or people selling LLCs that hold property as an asset of the LLC without even consummating a real estate deal. What they want to see is open market, free market trade that's recorded and done through the industry. And we're actually required by law to consider only those in our comparables. And there are, you know, so what happens is we'll end up making a decision most likely today, I presume. And whatever that decision is, then you'll receive a letter and you'll have a right of appeal.
Okay, but were we aware of the fact that you weren't going to take our comps?
I don't know that that's germane. There's a lot of things that you might not be aware of that I can't really speak to that.
Well, we came prepared today with comps that we thought were comparable, and basically you said we don't care about any of them.
Well, I didn't
And
say
we
we
don't
don't care. I said we have to follow the law.
They're not legal.
Right, but we had no way of knowing that. I mean,
You make a valid point. I mean, it's not germane to this hearing, but you make a valid point. These process is fairly Byzantine, and you'd have to go find some 100-page manual or something.
Yeah.
But just so we're clear, though, the initial notice of valuation and then the initial notice of determination that results after a protest do outline the criteria and the process. There is an explanation as to how valuation occurs.
Right.
Okay.
And yeah, and in Mr. Burrow's defense, and George was just trying to speak to it, I didn't know these rules either until I got this job. You know, so it's.
Are you on a road? Does this property? Oh, never mind. I'm looking at a different property.
we're kind of on we're basically kind of on, whenever you go up to St. Mary's, there's a main road that has utilities and all of that. And then we're off a jog of that then goes around to the back. And we're on that corner back lot. And there's never been utilities pulled back to it. And nobody wants to pay the the initial 100,000 plus to even do that.
Yeah, thank you. I asked that question. I had confused myself looking at the property that you took a picture of that.
I mean,
in the picture, there's somewhat of a view.
One of the things at an absolute minimum so that we can, for next year and for in perpetuity, apparently, the water needs to be changed. I don't know, we should be able to talk to you guys and I would think get that at least amended to be correct. Because we have no water or any other.
He has water.
No, we do not have them with water, but St. Mary's Water and Sanitation takes care of your water.
All I'm
If
doing
you're
is
in that district.
hopefully you can see that. That's where it's saying that we have water.
And
Public water means that you'd have to get it yourself. Private water would be under St. Mary's or under the towns is private water. Public means you'd have to get it yourself.
I guess one question maybe he's asking is why doesn't it say none available if he doesn't currently have it?
I could change it, won't change the value because it's the same classification.
Okay.
It's just changed the different buttons for selection. If it was private water, that's when they have water available via St. Mary's Water District, or if you're in a town limit or under like Clear Creek Sanitation District.
Okay.
At a minimum, I would request that that's put to none available.
Absolutely can do that. Absolutely.
But look, we're trying, I mean, this is 100 and it's right under is what I should say, right under 150% increase over a year for property that is basically just sitting there and I can't really use it because of the utilities and all the rest of it. It's one of those where it's not 150% more property. I'm not talking in volume. It doesn't make sense. And we are not, look, you can just look at the pictures and I actually am pretty sure I know where the first two are and obviously the third one, they have views. I mean, I'm not saying that that they're all, great as some of the ones that are up on the hill, but they are views. The only way you're going to get a view off mine is if you point the camera straight up.
We don't have it with a view.
I think what he's arguing is that if you change the other properties ratings to having a view, then the adjustments would be higher.
And what I'm also saying is that we're rated as average. I'd say that if you got to spend $100,000 just to get it so you can drink a cup of water and use a toilet, I don't think that that's average either.
The location, I think that to your argument that these other views should be changed, I don't think an owner of a different property can come and argue to change a comparable's
That's correct.
characteristics.
That's correct.
So I mean, it's just this
in our character
situation that we're in.
In real world, we all know that if you've got a view, I mean, and you even had today, it's reported on here. You've changed because the person had an awesome view, a crappy house, but an awesome view. And you guys changed that one, but you're not going to change mine whenever I have no view whatsoever.
and we don't have a view for you.
Your comparables have views.
We have to go by the best information available.
And I'm giving it to you.
I need the property owner to give it to me. I don't.
You've got it right there. It's in your own document. These are better views than what I've got. And you've already shown today that you've changed valuations based on views. And it also, my property is not average. I don't have the utilities that anybody else, I mean, I'm in this little weird place where they didn't pull the utilities. So while everybody else can go in and just directly hook up, I can't. So I am not on an average either.
An average location?
No.
I mean, every other one of these properties is on average. I don't agree with that one. I mean,
I can change it to a fair location and that will change the value.
Do you think the location is fair? Because every other one of your comps says average and they're on.
Where it's located, it's right off of.
Houses.
It's,
I don't know how you can take, I'm
Right off
looking
of-
at the patchwork of St. Mary's lots right now, and I don't know how you can.
yeah,
It's right off of Silver Creek Road.
it's average.
It's average location.
It doesn't have utility. All the rest of them do. We're in this weird little, because of that little jog, we don't have utilities. All
None of the
rest
none of the comps that we're using have utilities.
I do agree with the assessor on this one that, based on the comparables, it's worth adjusting the value down. I don't agree with the petitioner that the value should be adjusted all the way down to 15,000, but I do think adjusting down to $31,050 is appropriate.
That's what I suggested, the 31050.
I'm good with that too.
Yeah. I do too. Thank you for your time today. Sorry you're not getting what you came for at this point, at least.
I do have one question for everybody that has shown up today. You know, are those public records? Can I get a list of everybody that has shown up today?
You can watch the meeting again if you like. It's all recorded.
It's also on the agenda, the.
List?
The agenda packet.
The agenda that's on website.
Yeah.
Yeah, our agenda packet lists each one of these items. And so our packet, which is very long today, is a document that's available on our county website. And in addition to that, I think we're able, you can also access the video of this. I think that's on the Facebook page, isn't it?
Facebook
Do that?
and YouTube.
And YouTube. So the entire recording today is there for your viewing pleasure on Facebook and YouTube.
Okay, and you said the agenda is on the website?
Yes.
Okay, and I assume, does that have the names and addresses of us all?
I don't recall.
I don't think it has addresses. It'll just have like St. Mary's Unit Law or whatever. I don't think it has like physical addresses, no.
Okay, yeah, well, that's pretty normal for up there, so that's.
Yeah.
That's understandable. Okay, do appreciate it.
So that you know, if there's identifying information like a parcel number or something like that, that's in the packet, on ClearMap that you can access from the county website, you can go in for the public login and actually do a search up in the where the eyeglass is, put in that parcel number, and up will pop the information with the name and address and all the pertinent public information, public documents that are available for all of us if we own property.
Okay, I appreciate that. What?
I also, you've probably heard me say this a dozen times, you might want to look into the Colorado Property Tax Deferral Program.
I appreciate that.
And just also, I don't blame you for, I mean, these other folks that were sitting in the room have sat here since we got here this morning and began, and you were on screen. And so we've gone through about 60% of this so far by trying to take everybody in the order we said we would. And then we realized that the people in the room and those that were on screen, because we're getting ready to go in a second into an executive session, some other parts of the agenda we have to get to. We wanted to make sure that we took care of them and you. And since they've been sitting here without food and water for about 4 hours, we thought we'd give them the chance first and then roll straight into you that were on screen and then go back to the original order. So sorry if that seemed like a slight, but it wasn't meant that way. We just took the ones sitting here first and then you. So among those, there's about 4 of you total that we wanted to allow to get back to what you're doing.
Okay, have a good evening.
Thanks.
I'm going to make a motion that we accept the assessor's recommendation to deny the case, which results in an actual value reduced to $31,050 on case number 23-23.
Second.
Have a motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the next item is 20-20, shouldn't that be 23-24?
23-24?
Yes.
Okay, says 2024 here.
It might too.
Yeah, 23-24, Walter and Elizabeth Cass, and the property is 1600 Wall Street. And the evaluation is $175,790, and they're requesting $134,960, and we have, let's see here. We have, can't break these two. We have apparently 6 comparables. All of which seem to be far greater than what's being given as an evaluation. So Donna, would you like to take off first on this?
Yes, okay, so it says the place is in worse shape than any other house in the area, and they have constant plumbing issues, which have led to a lot of damage, a lot of damage. We have it valued at $175,790. We do have it in fair quality and in fair condition. We compared it to 1500 Wall Street, which is valued at $283,380. Compared it to 1616 Wall Street, which came in at $265,840. Compared to 1635 Colorado Boulevard, which came in at $270,730. Compared it to 1819 Minor Street, came in at $309,410. Came in at 1843 Minor Street, came in at $246,910. And then 211 Second Ave came in at $262,670. And it looks like most of the adjustments were downward adjustments except for one.
I have a quick question before we go to the applicant. How do we end up on this house with the assessed value $100,000 below the adjusted sale of the other 6 comparables? Yes.
It's because it's got the fair quality and it's got the fair condition. So it's taken into account as both. And then it's also got a location rating of poor.
And I see adjustments for the location rating being changed.
Yeah.
So like, once you get, all of that's included in the adjusted sale, and somehow we're choosing a value that's $100,000 lower.
And I
That's
think
what, yeah, I could.
it's only got 1 bedroom, 1 bath, so it's smaller in that aspect. It's only 694 square foot.
And there's adjustments for that here too on this.
Yeah, there's adjustments for that.
These others are also similarly small, ranging, one smaller yet. And I'm looking at these numbers and the sale prices of these houses. And I mean, seems like you've adjusted for, I mean, the only thing I could see is changing the location rating to poor and the quality to poor as I'm looking at all these other things, and the condition to poor instead of fair. And you might gain a little out of that. But I mean, even at that, I guess what I'm getting at is that these adjustments,
It's way out of whack with the adjusted sales.
yeah, we've got 6 comps, the lowest of which is 246,910, which is approximately 75,000, about $72,000, $71,000 higher. The lowest comp we've got is $71,000 higher than the value we're giving.
Anyway.
This one could just be an outliner.
Yeah, I mean,
It could be an outliner.
Because what?
Outlier.
Yeah.
Liar.
It's interesting. It's something to explore another day.
We had quite a bit of those with some of the sales, but that's a different story. Like,
Okay, well, that was one question, that same one I had looking at it a second ago.
We're not,
So
and we're not here to.
we're not here to bump
increase.
them. We're not here to try to increase. So,
and so anyway, we should probably go to the applicant.
yeah, so what I'd like to do is, do you have anything else to present?
No.
Okay, let's get are they still online? Okay, if the owners could please have their opportunity to speak, we'd like to have that.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think I can address that first issue you had about the pricing. We had somebody come in and give us an evaluation at one point. I submitted it to the city of Georgetown at the time. the house is in a very poor condition. We've tried to decide whether or not to renovate it or to go ahead and scrap it and start from scratch. And so what we've done is we've talked to a contractor, Chris Doyle, and his wife, Lisa. We looked at what our options were with the property. We've had it for 60 years. It's deteriorated substantially. We've had plumbing problems. If you look at some of the pictures I've sent, the water continues to erode the actual foundation of the building. So it's a concern that we have. And I submitted the evaluation many years back to get a consideration before. So that's probably why that assessment is the way it is. But in terms of this situation right now, as an example, we pay for water. I know it's $145 for every 45 days. We don't get a drop of that water. The city doesn't have a way to shut the water off. We've had multiple issues with it. So the condition internally is really difficult. And like I said, we're trying to assess whether we do a renovation or we can scrap it. The architect we hired said it would cost $160,000 to put a retaining wall in. So that would eat up a very large portion of what we have. We're just trying to make a good decision. We've had it in our family for 60 years. It's very near and dear to us. We just had to endure a new Habitat for Humanity, a building project that's going to go down right below us. They're going to go up 35 feet, which will block any potential view we have. And it's in a very dense area of the mountain. So the other houses that we're being compared to, I'm certain they're all very nice. I'm just trying to suggest that if there's a reasonable way to look at this while we're trying to make that accommodation in some regard, that I would be very appreciative of it. And so would my wife. I'm not asking you to go out of bounds and give us any, special exemption. It's just that based upon all these quotes and things we're trying to evaluate, in addition to the habitat going into the neighborhood, it's going to have a substantial impact on not only density, but the quality of that particular location as with the neighbors to my east on that same area. So all of us are kind of going through that process. I'm just asking for a moratorium until we get a chance to figure out what the actual, plan is for habitat, how it's going to impact us, number one. But number two is I still got to get the city to get a tap to turn my water off so I can fix that whole plumbing problem, because I have an inside plumbing issue that's accentuated by the fact that I don't have a main cutoff valve. So I have to do a lot of workarounds in order for that to be suitable for that location. And there's a lot of, things going on with that area. And all I'm asking for is something reasonable. And if I can't get it, I'll understand. 4.5 hours, I've waited just like everyone else. And I'll let you guys speak.
If you adjusted the condition to poor, my guess is it's still not going to even
Correct, with this-
close to those 200 and some
Right,
$1,000 comps.
all it's going to do is lower those comparable
But not by 100.
Yeah.
valuations, but it's not
Right.
going to come down to anywhere near his.
City limits, whether it be Georgetown or Idaho Springs, their sales are solid.
It looks like based on the quality that has been demonstrated to you, they're already getting a huge break.
Yeah,
So what happens when you change the condition to poor?
nothing.
Nothing. Okay. So, and you agree based on what you just described that the condition is poor?
It could be
yes.
poor, which could impact it in another assessment period.
Apologize. That was a question for Donna.
Okay.
So if you change condition age to poor, if you change quality to poor, if you change location rating to poor, if you changed everything to poor instead of just the location rating up above, all that would happen is those comparable valuations would lower a little bit,
Correct.
but they wouldn't get anywhere near that 175.
No, they would not.
That was Sean's point.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, like I said, I just wanted to make sure that I exercise my rights, but I do have a couple questions. This is a lot of money for everybody in this county. How much is the projected income that's going to happen from all these new revenues?
From what?
I'm respectfully going to.
How much are the,
Yeah, I'm sorry. We're not here to engage in political debate today about all the extra
It's not
money that we have
political.
because we don't have
hey,
extra.
it's not political. If you can't answer a question as a public official, you shouldn't be there.
No,
The second one is-
excuse me. We're talking about
No,
our budget.
excuse
We
you.
talk about our budget here on a monthly basis, and we're very open and clear about the fact that our revenues are
When are your
declining. And
meetings?
they're very
When are
available
your
on our
meetings?
public records. Thank you.
When are your meetings? Are they open to the public?
You can,
100%.
yeah, you'll have an opportunity to have to hear a budget discussion a little bit later. Are we doing
Okay.
that today still?
Fair enough. Now listen, fair enough. One last
If you
question.
haven't been here, I
think
can understand
when
you're not
people-
realizing.
Okay.
If you haven't been
Okay.
here, I can understand that you wouldn't realize that we talk about this constantly in public. These exact.
Look, I get you. Look, I'm not here to try to, put you on the rack. All I'm trying to ask you is that maybe going forward with the extra funding, you could provide citizens with a better avenue to understand their options in this process. It's very confusing. And for me to have a 10:15 appointment and be on till now, as I'm sure you guys feel the same way, it's just, there's got to be another way. There's got to be a way for people to have a better way to express themselves. This is the state of Colorado. I'm a second generation native, and there are a lot of people who aren't, that don't understand all these conditions. All I'm asking is, let's just team up, act fair, treat people politely. And whenever you say things like, hey, it's the law and everything else, we all get that, but that's a little demeaning. That's all I'm trying to say, is that if we had an option to try to do this, there wouldn't be so much of a backlash. But there are a lot of percentages, and there are people here that, obviously you understand, that are suffering in a financial capacity. And that's all I have to say. So I appreciate you giving me the time, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time as well. Yeah, you're right. The only reason we bring the law up is because it's actually what we're required to do and follow. And when people ask us why we can't consider things that are outside the law, we just try to let them know that because we can't, because it's the law. We're not trying to be disrespectful, but just state the facts. Thank you for your time.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay, so do we have anyone else online for their?
I'm going to make a motion that we accept the assessor's recommendation of denial of case 23-24 based on the comparables.
Call miss.
I got it right here.
I don't know. if we're
Second.
moving on.
We got a motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We have no one else in the waiting room, is that correct?
We have a few people for the next one, but that was it for the
Yeah.
10-15s. Or
We've got to move to those other items, I'm afraid. What do you think? What do you guys think?
we still have, I think, like 8.
Yeah.
But we have 2 not coming. 23.
For those codes, we'll take them right off.
Yep, 23, 26.
Everybody else is.
But you have to vote on it. She didn't agree on a value. And then 23, 35 will not be joining us, and she agreed with my value.
Okay, so we'll address those then
345.
Yep.
afterwards. If they're just not choosing to appear, but there's still work to be done, they haven't.
They just need to be, yeah.
Okay.
And then
And I just got calls on it today.
the ones we tabled, Dr. Floyd has no interest. He's busy. And then everyone else that I could get a hold of, we've already reached out to. So the tabled one should be good as far as I know.
Nelson and Pinello.
Mm-hmm. We called Nelson.
We're done with Nelson.
We called him.
Evelyn Nevins.
Pinello is,
I have no issue with you guys.
I called and emailed, so.
I have no issue with that whatsoever.
2310 and 2311 are the one he doesn't want to be here. And we talked to him.
Done now.
I think the Board of Equalization
Got
should
it.
go into recess. County
We'll
Commissioners.
do that and then I'll.
Perfect, sorry.
Yeah, with apologies to anyone who may be online at this moment, we'll have to recess the Board of Equalization, go back into the Board of County Commissioners, and then do we want to take our 2 agenda items first or the executive session first?
I think if we give anybody listening a clear start time, maybe 4:00. Board of Equalization will reconvene. We'll be in recess until 4:00.
Sounds reasonable.
I think so.
Okay.
Depends on how fast Maria can talk. That's what.
I just start getting excited. I have to put it every time.
Welcome to.
Sorry.
Do you want me to finish taking your notes?
Okay, so we'll be back at 4 for that.
That's fine.
All right, so we will be recessing until 4 o'clock or as soon as possible thereafter, not long thereafter, only a few minutes if we're a little late. We're going to recess out of the Board of Equalization, go back into the Board of County Commissioners and handle 2 agenda items and 2 executive session items, then come back into the Board of Equalization. So,
And I think we should do the executive session.
8 left.
okay, you agree?
Yeah.
Okay, I move that we go into executive session for the following purposes.
Okay. Pursuant to
Okay.
CRS
We'll see you guys in a little bit.
24640224B and E for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners in its capacity as the board of the Clear Creek County Emergency Services General Improvement District for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions concerning the possible appointment of a representative to serve on the board of the Central City Urban Renewal Authority and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiation or determining negotiating strategies or instructing negotiators with regard to appointment of that representative. And
We're going to handle all that stuff?
that's one, yeah,
Oh,
that's one. And then the other is pursuant to 26440224B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions concerning the effect of a vacancy in the office of the sheriff, the process for filling that vacancy, and ensuring continuity of sheriff's office operations.
Second.
we have motion and second. All in favor? We will now move into executive session. No minutes will be taken and no decisions will be made. Okay, we have concluded our executive session. No written minutes were kept and no decisions were made while we were in there. And we're getting ready to have a session on, I think, the budget next. And that's going to start as soon as we get the other players back in the room. So is this the assessor stuff up here?
Yeah, I told her I wouldn't touch it.
Maybe we can.
I'll stand. It'll make me go faster.
Okay.
You have the PowerPoint, right?
From up there, that's great.
Yeah.
Is there anything in the presentation you wish to skip to?
Nope.
Transit?
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's perfect. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Brandon, you got this and but I thought you had the hard copies.
Well, transit and housing.
Slide that shows the route, the bus route. We're gonna start here.
I said the magic words already, Peter. I said the magic words, Peter, already.
You did?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good, back on the record? Okay, thank you. It's good to be here this afternoon. Thank you for seeing me today. We wanted to bring back some items for the 2024 budget process. The commissioners expressed an interest in being involved along the way and a little earlier in the process. So we're bringing back items that you have asked about or expressed interest in because we need to check in with you and get your direction. So transit operations. This is the local route. You're probably familiar with this route, but I just wanted to display it in case folks from the public are not. So we'll go ahead and go to the next slide, Megan. Okay, so the way that we have been operating currently is the local route runs Monday through Thursday, 7:22 to 8:34. We have been averaging very recently 46 rides a day. Now there's some seasonality to this. What we've noticed is it's a little bit different in the summer.
How many laps or loops or connections is the 46?
Oh, wow,
That's morning and night, right?
yeah, that's 13 hours, right? 7:22 to 8:34. An average of 46 rides a day. And then we run Friday to Sunday. We also do the local loop, but not nearly as long. It runs 8:52 to 3:02. We average about 19 rides a day then. And then for 6 months out of the year, they ran the Evergreen route on Mondays and Tuesdays. And that coincided with the ski season kind of. It was about November-ish through the beginning of May. And that was to get folks to Walmart to pick up their prescription, maybe go to a dentist appointment in Evergreen. And that was a lot less subscribed, 10 rides a day on average, but a lot of older residents really rely on that and count on that route being there. But our purpose in showing you these is we've had a lot of false starts and stops, right? We've had some uncertainty, some instability. We're not quite sure sometimes about how much we should be spending. We know that the general fund is subsidizing this to a great degree. The drivers are a little uncertain about whether or not they're going to have a job next year. So we feel like if we can get a commitment from the board on what it is you would like to subsidize for now, we'd like to go gangbusters as hard as possible, make this thing efficient for the next 2 years. We'd like to just dive into it, really figure out these routes. We have a couple of immediate recommendations. One, we feel like we can drop the last hour from 7:30 to 8:30 in the evening. We're seeing on average 1 ride in that hour. So that doesn't seem to be a real good use of our time to drive during that hour. The Evergreen route, we feel like if we drop the time frame and only offer 5 hours a day, we can drop it to once a week, but run it all year round, not just during the ski season. We feel like we can do that. We also know that if we track the gaming impact, we have an opportunity to get some gaming funds, which would help offset this cost. Let's go to the next slide for a minute, and we'll flip back and forth between these because I know here's the dollars and cents, here's the numbers, and I know this is what you really want to know about. So we took back over transit in 2020. The year was more than halfway over, I believe, before it was decided that the county was going to pick this service up that had kind of gone defunct. In 2021, there was lots and lots of COVID money available, special grant funding available, and you can see that net cost, $144,000, was a lot less than it is now, but we don't have those COVID dollars anymore. So we're doing the best we can right now to get the grant money we can. We're planning on 196,000 in the 23 budget. We just found out we get 199,000 for 2024. That's the award we were just made aware of. But the net cost right now is a little over 300,000 to the general fund. So what we want to recommend to you is if you support this and give staff the authority, give the county manager staff the authority to structure these routes in the way that we get the max impact to the community. We get the max amount of ridership. We have consistent routes. Another problem we've noticed is, if someone's sick and we can't run the route that day, if someone was counting on us to get to work and we're suddenly not running that route that day, that's a big problem for them to rely on this service. So we really want the opportunity to go gung ho, but we will promise you we would keep it under $250,000 a year net cost some way. We're going to go get more grant funding somehow. We're going to optimize the routes and the staffing resources. But if you could make a commitment to that, that would be our recommendation. And we would work with the county manager to optimize things and get there and then reevaluate. The county may be in a couple years in a position where you have to look long and hard and we just cannot subsidize it to that extent. It just can't be done anymore. But we're asking for your latitude and you to say yes to that. Did I skip anything or miss anything?
No. For 1 year?
2 years.
24, 25. Now, I do have a couple graphs for you if you want to see the ridership graphs. I don't know if you have an interest in seeing that.
So if I could add, really they asked today is if you're willing to accept that $250,000 subsidy.
For the next 2 years.
For the next 2 years, and that's how we would build the budget. I'd ask you not to focus on the times right now that we just shared with you in terms of when the buses run.
We'll engineer the times to work with the budget,
Correct.
whatever you can find in grants.
We're not running that right now either because we're down to 2 drivers because the third driver quit because he's afraid the program's going to get axed. And that was part of his comments to staff when he exited the organization. So we're losing staff over the fact that they believe they're concerned they're not going to have jobs and they're looking for certainty. We are getting quite a bit of complaints, at least that's what I'm being told from the drivers, about the lack of an Evergreen, because we're not driving to Evergreen right now. We stopped that route when the Evergreen person who was driving that route left. We stopped going there. And they are getting quite a bit of complaints, at least that's what they're telling me with respect to the fact we're not going to Evergreen today. I still have a little heartburn over the fact we're taking people to another county to spend their money, but the complaints are about, again, getting to Walmart, getting to a doctor's or a dentist to visit, like Maria said. So again, this is really about how we build the FY24 budget that we're going to bring to you in a couple months.
I support it. I think making a 2-year commitment makes sense to help our staff know that they're gonna have jobs. Maybe we revisit that 2-year commitment on an annual basis so that they always know they'll have a job for a couple of years or not. Yeah, that's my thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with it and I support it. The Evergreen route thing, I have different feelings about that. One of them is each one, we're trying to link transit systems so that people can get where they're going anyway. And if we don't have good linkage, if bus stand Pegasus doesn't give us the linkage that we need to have people be able to use transit in daily life as opposed to use it as a tool to build a silo out of which people can't escape. We're talking about connectivity and mobility as opposed to capturing people and using it as a tool like that. What's our real purpose? And it seems to me that the purpose of transit is to enable mobility for those who are mobility challenged. And we know that, it's pretty hard to get an MRI in Clear Creek, or at Walmart, except what there is at Walmart is RTD, and there are connections on down for people to get where they need to go. So the reason for Evergreen was to enable connectivity, not so that people would go spend their money in Bergen Park or at El Rancho, but primarily so that they would be able to connect to RTD and then make it to other needs so that the people that are mobility challenged and have healthcare needs, mental health needs, physical health needs, whatever their needs are, ultimately, if we had a robust enough thing and it ran often enough, then it could be workforce mobility as well. But if we don't run early and late enough hours and stuff like that, that's pretty hard to do. But at least for that core group that we're trying to achieve mobility for, so they can get to their critical needs, and not forego those needs because they couldn't find a ride, couldn't find a way to get there.
I have a couple comments. I mean, those are interesting theoretical points. I don't know that we actually have any hard data to understand who's using the system for what in terms of connecting to down the hill. I think one thing we looked at a while ago, when we looked at the different times, it was a staggering amount of time to get from Georgetown to down the hill using a solution like that. But be that as it may, I actually don't support this. I think we have to do better. I would like to see more aggressive efforts to raise more money. I mean, what we're talking about is $50,000 of savings. And we're also talking about funding other new things in an environment where our revenues are going down. So, yeah, I can't get on board with making any, I mean, I'll perhaps support it for next year, but I'm not on board with 2 years.
I wholeheartedly agree with Sean's point about getting more aggressive, seeking outside funding, and I think in particular, I would hope our municipalities would be interested in helping subsidize this program. That said, I do agree with staff that making a multi-year commitment is the way to provide stability, enough stability that we can recruit and retain people in these positions. And so I think we can say both of those things at the same time. We're going to do what it takes to keep this program alive for at least 2 more years. And let's be aggressive in trying to be even lower than $250,000.
Yeah, I think the main thing is that we support the program. And I'm a little bit in the weeds when I mentioned the Evergreen route. The whole point there is just that we connect to, that the spider webs connect, the links get there. You know, it's just like communication and everything else. You know, I don't want a telephone that only reaches to the county line, you know, and doesn't go any further. And that includes mobility for people too. And I still state that. And I think it's not the end. The idea that we don't know if people are really using it for that. Well, have we actually been consistent in enabling that to happen? And I don't know that we have. Now, but the other part of that is whether that can and does happen depends a lot on what we can do with the money we've got. I agree with trying to limit it to a certain amount and being more aggressive in getting grant funding and stuff like that, everything we can to continue to pull outside sources in. I'd like to have outside sustainable sources, obviously, rather than one-time sources. And I don't know where that comes from and what that looks like, but.
I think your comment about trying to get the municipalities to support is excellent. I mean, we're making it possible for people to go spend money in Idaho Springs, right?
Right, George said that. I agree with it.
Yeah, I think that's important.
One thing to consider there, though, is that there's another topic on this agenda item that speaks to housing, right? And I'm meeting with my 2 counterparts on Thursday over lunch to discuss the fact they need to pony up some money on housing, right? So there's multiple things. We did reach out to Idaho Springs when they commented during last year's budget process that they had interest in somehow helping. And we did reach out, and that was their help. Their offer for help was, let's create a Title 32 and fund it that way. Which is just another taxing in the county. And I'm not so sure that's the right approach either, so.
Well, yeah. And then what kind of housing are we building as we go forward, and how do we, part of housing, especially housing that's attainable and affordable, and then how it enables your entire life to be affordable depending on how you design it and do your land uses. Housing and transportation, what I'm hearing in all the meetings I go to is that housing and transportation are stuck together like that right now. And your housing will define your transportation and vice versa.
You've seen that's silly. It's not an equation, but it's presented as an quality of life equals housing plus transportation. I think you've heard from.
Yeah. Go back to the beginning.
Yeah, let's go back to the beginning. Okay. All right. So we want to check in with you specifically on 4 different things. We're going to start with community engagement. You expressed an interest in us trying to get the community more involved in the budget process and weigh in and provide comments. Last time we visited with you, you said, hey, show us a proposal, give us something to react to. So here is what we would propose for this year. We would propose, we already have the taxpayer receipt live and online. You talked about that at your retreat in April. You asked us to make a few tweaks to that. You wanted the taxpayer receipt to be available to those who live in the Evergreen Fire Protection District, so they could see specifically what their taxes were going for there. You also wanted one available for Idaho Springs. You wanted one available for Georgetown. We've done that in unincorporated Clear Creek County. So you can go online and any one of those four things, you can click on it and go through the steps and find where do all my property tax and sales tax go? What am I supporting with these dollars? It's fascinating to see how much of your money goes to the school district. How much is going to the state of Colorado, right? State sales tax is 2.9%. So a lot of your tax dollars are going to the state of Colorado. So we've got the taxpayer receipt live. We would propose that we have a meeting physically in Evergreen, not a Zoom meeting, but a meeting. We would partner or ask Emerge if they would partner with us for either hosting or sponsoring and getting the word out and getting people to the meeting and interested in the meeting. We would also propose that we do the same thing in Idaho Springs and reach out to the Rotary Club and ask for their help and assistance and getting interest in that meeting. And then third, we would propose to have a meeting on Zoom, supported and sponsored by the BOCC. And we would also show this on Facebook Live. And each of these meetings, we would talk about the county's current financial outlook, some of our challenges. Can you push the next cursor for me? We talk about our financial outlook, some of the challenges. We would demonstrate this tool on the website, this taxpayer receipt, so they can see how to use it. We would step them through that and then also solicit their ideas and comments and tell them what opportunities over the next couple of months they have to give comments, to bring feedback related to the budget. So that is our recommendation. So I want to ask the county manager if I've missed anything or got anything wrong and see, get some reaction from the board.
Yeah, a little bit of feedback from me. I love that we have a plan. The Emerge meeting in Evergreen, I think if we reach out and say, they always have like a keynote speaker and like a theme of the night. And I think we should ask that the theme be our budget.
Yeah.
Good
idea.
Because they have a meeting it's going to be in September or October.
Okay.
They might already have something lined up. I don't know. But anyway, I love that idea.
Okay.
Regarding a meeting on the west end of the county, I think there are a number of organizations in addition to the Rotary Club that we should ask to help promote the meeting. As far as hosting it, I want to suggest that we can host it ourselves.
Okay.
And I can offline help come up with a list of those other organizations that can also help promote it. There are a number of groups who are very interested in our budget right now. I would also be open to a meeting in Georgetown. There's not as much social mobility between Idaho Springs and Georgetown as we would want.
And that could be that third meeting, right? That could be held in this room, also on Zoom and Facebook and
Yeah.
here in Georgetown.
I also have a list of all the HOAs that I could reach out to.
That'd be great.
And we can market that as the Georgetown meeting. So.
Excellent. Okay, so we have your feedback that Meg's going to help us get the word out with HOAs. You, Commissioner, will provide some ideas to the county manager about who we should be reaching out to help sponsor. Thank you so much for your input. That's great. Next slide, please. Lodging tax. You asked a question about lodging tax. We had a change in the 2022 election. Voters authorized the use of lodging tax in a little bit of a different fashion. Here is the language from the ballot. So 60% of the revenue now is allowed to be used to support housing and childcare for tourism-related workforce, seasonal workers, and other workers in the community. And 40% must be maintained and used to promote tourism. We also have another change coming up here, started on July 1st. You recall that you voluntarily agreed that the county would stop collecting lodging tax from businesses in Georgetown. And that was an agreement that the county voluntarily entered into. So we do know that that's going to change the overall revenue picture. Next slide, please, Megan. Okay, so here is our revenue picture of lodging tax. You can see in 2022, we got $484,000. The year is over. We know that number. Pretty much all of that money went to the tourism board, right, for promotion of tourism, virtually all of it. In 2023, we know this revenue picture is changing. It's going to change as of July 1. We're not going to get quite as much. So you can see that it's decreasing in 2023. We are expecting to have about 352,000. Another change that was made with the 23 budget is the administrative allocation, the charges that our third-party consultant calculated that covers like finance's time for accounting for this taxes. It covers the county attorney's time. It covers the county manager's time. That a third-party consultant came up with that fee. So that's going to help our general fund offset some of that time and effort. But we expect to get about 350,000 in this year. That 140 is going to go to the Tourism Bureau, just like it should, right? That 40%. But that means about 211,000 will now be sitting in fund balance and available for this new purpose, this housing and childcare. And in 2024, of course, the revenue drops even more because now we have an entire year where we're not collecting Georgetown, but we still are going to have about $150,000 a year every year spilling off of this tax that can be used for housing and childcare. We would recommend for the 2024 budget, can you do the next? Sorry, one more time. We would recommend for the 2024 budget because you all have not had a chance to discuss and decide how you want this money to be spent. So we would recommend that you appropriate it and transfer it to the Clear Creek County Housing Authority. Go ahead and move what is allowable to be spent on housing and childcare to the Housing Authority and appropriate it. So it's there as appropriated as projects, but you still, over the next few months, can have discussions about what it should be, what projects it should be specifically used for. That would be our recommendation. So I want to pause and throw it back to the county manager and see if I missed anything.
In September, the IHOP team is going to be coming to present to discuss the multi-jurisdictional housing authority. The budget I saw last week was $170,000 for year 1 and year 2. That's not enough.
Per year?
Per year. And I don't think that's enough. Over half that is a salary alone for an executive director. So we're looking at probably a $200,000 budget in a multi-jurisdictional housing authority. It's going to get set up in operation at some point in 24 that we're going to have to fund. We have not settled yet on right, we're trying to calculate how to spread that money, right? How to spread that cost around in terms of the municipalities in the county. We haven't reached an agreement yet on the team yet. So I can't brief you yet on what the thoughts are. One thought had us in Idaho Springs and Georgetown paying all the same. So that's going to be coming to you also. So we're going to need some housing money, whether it's going to come from this pot or somewhere else. We think this pot probably makes the most sense given it can be spent. It's limited ability in terms of where it can be spent. So one thought I want to put in your heads is how do we want to see the multi-jurisdictional housing authority is to prop it up to be able to achieve some success over time, right? So not looking for an answer on that now, but that's a thought I did want to get into your head. And so what Maria is suggesting is we just bring you a budget for FY24 that banks this money in the housing fund so it's available and ready to be spent should you choose to spend it.
Yeah, what that immediately implies to me is, what you're hinting and creeping towards is that it's the 60-40 split and variations to that because 40 is a maximum, 60 is a minimum.
Correct. You are right.
And so I'm guessing that there's a piece that's hidden here that underlies this, what you just said, this conversation is that if this is the most natural place from which to draw those funds, which can be used for housing and childcare specifically spelled out, as well as other things that are legal but unspecified, is that there may be a kind of a minimum cap that we're aiming for that we want, or a minimum floor that we're aiming for that we want to be guaranteeing to come out of this to go into a stable. And the problem is that means that there's a potential that less than 40% could be going into tourism marketing.
I'm not advocating you change that split. What I'm advocating for is maybe we take what money we have available that's specific to housing, and maybe our year 1 cost for the multi-jurisdictional housing authority is more than years 2 to 5, right? That we see more than we might.
Yeah. Okay. But what your words do though, is they also tell me that there's a reason why we called 40 a maximum and 60 a minimum. Is that we actually wanted to think about it that way, depending on how much money we took in.
No, the commissioner's
16.
right, county manager. What he's saying is the ballot language said up to 40%. So the
Yes,
commissioners
okay.
could decide not to do 40% for tourism.
That's what that's what I'm getting at. And I realize this is not necessarily a super popular thing to say, but we've already talked about it before. We've socialized the idea. There's a reason that we put it in the ballot, which is like that.
I forgot that nuance, to be honest.
Yeah. So I'm not suggesting that we don't do 40% or we don't do 40% immediately at this moment. But I'm saying that we left that flexibility, we left that in there for a reason, that we want, there's a direction we wanted to flex if we had to flex.
It's certainly worth reminding the Tourism Bureau that it's up to a maximum of 40% and that the BOCC things could change and it might not be 40% in the future.
Yeah, in any given budget year, we can decide what to do with those funds when we make the budget.
I think it's appropriate to keep 40% with the Tourism Bureau for next year.
So do I.
I think you're saying the same thing. I think it's reasonable for us to transfer all the available funds into the Housing Authority in the 2024 budget. I have a little bit of concern. We need to make it clear with our partners that doesn't mean our contribution to the Multi-Jurisdictional Housing Authority in 2024 is $211,000.
And at least on a team that's working on the jurisdiction that thought isn't there. That includes all of it.
We need equitable, sustainable contributions. This fund can be used for a lot of stuff and it's all very needed, just like their general funds. And so I worry a little bit about a negotiating position if we do that. And that's why I think it's really important for us to emphasize that that $211,000 could represent multiple years of our contribution. Or if they're interested, maybe we're interested too in providing more seed money up front. But those contributions should
I meet with both Georgetown and Idaho Springs Thursday, so
I'm not suggesting by saying this that we should be paying more and carrying Georgetown and Idaho Springs, Empire and Silver Plume. What I'm saying is that I would hope we'd be doing two things at once. We have not made a lot of progress in housing over the years, and we need to. And to do that, it's going to take funding. And so if we're able to generate a sustainable fund towards housing and expect that our partners do the same, it's like I don't want us to pay more so that they feel like they can pay less. I would like for us to all try to pay enough into this to actually make a dent in housing in the coming years.
Yep.
Okay, let's fast forward a couple of slides past the transit here. Okay, allocation of investment earnings. There is a 2004 resolution that the BOCC adopted, and it says interest earnings are going to go to these places. Now, at the time that resolution was adopted, the library was a fund of the county. It was not a district. It was not separate from the county.
Keep going.
Oh, okay, sorry. So it's time to talk to you about it. It's time to update this. It's time to check in with you and see if this is what you still want to happen. For example, Road and Bridge isn't getting any investment earnings. Now, they've been building a bit of a fund balance. Their money gets invested. It's just they're not getting any benefit or credit of the investment earnings. They have a sales tax. They've built up some fund balance so they can work on these big road projects. It seems like it's more equitable and it makes sense that they should get some investment earnings. Additionally, general fund has been absorbing all the bank fees. We pay quite a few bank fees. Every time we write a check, we get charged a fee. Every time we receive money, a deposit, we get charged a fee. Every time we log on and look at things online on the bank account, we get charged a fee. And they're pretty significant. But right now, the general fund's just eating it all. And we think that it's maybe better if we're going to change the way the investment earnings are allocated, and if those are going to be based on your fund balance, Road and Bridges fund balance, Human Services fund balance, then also they should get their proportionate share of the bank fees as well. Okay, let's go to the next. Thank you. So go back one real quick. That's okay. Okay, so this involves more than county, right? This involved the library district. So this could be a little bit shocking to them. We want to be careful about if a change is made, if the BOCC directs a change, we want to make sure there's lots of time to communicate this change, give them time to prepare. So we would recommend that we bring a resolution back to you to change these investment allocations and have it go to county funds only, but make it effective January 1, 2024. That way the library has time to react and open their own money market accounts, take care of their own money. Let's go to the next slide. All right. Short-term interest rates were at or near zero for almost a decade and a half. It didn't really matter, right? Interest earnings were very insignificant, but you can see year to date, we've earned $720,000 on our money. Interest rates have gone up significant in the last, say, 18 to 20 months as the Fed keeps raising rates. And so this is a time where we're making lots and lots of money on our money. We have about 22 million that gets invested. And you can see in the very first money column, the 2023 year to date, that's what's happened so far this year. In the next column, 2023, if we were operating this where everyone got an equitable share based on their fund balance, you can see how Road and Bridge would have gotten $158,000 already this year. And the library district, this will be painful. This will be tough for them if the board decides to make this change and our money goes towards county funds only. You can see that it's meant a lot to the library district this year. Anyway, I want to give you, I think that's it for this slide. I want to give you a chance to look at this. I actually didn't see this PowerPoint in the packet. I apologize. I didn't see it.
You're right, it did. I sent it to them on Saturday.
Oh, good. Okay. Because I wanted you to have time to be able to think about it and look at it. It's pretty significant, but we recommend that we bring a resolution to you to update all of this and only give interest earnings to county funds and also allocate the bank fees proportionally to county funds based on fund balance.
I agree with everything. I want to have a little bit of a conversation about the library district.
Okay.
The amount that they're receiving is based on the funds that are theirs that we're holding, correct?
Yes and no. Yes, we are holding some of their funds. They have asked us not to disperse all of their funds each month. They don't have a way to handle all of their funds each month. But they're also getting the benefit of Road and Bridge money too, right? So we invest all of our money as one pool. We take all of the money we have, including some of the library's money, and we put it in money market funds, we put it in government investment pools, we put it in T-bills. We get all this interest earnings. And so the library district got 55,000, but some of that 55,000 really belonged to Road and Bridge, probably because it was based on Road and Bridge's fund balance.
So if we're going to make a change that goes beyond the library district receiving an amount that's proportional to the fund balance we have, I think that's unfair. I think now we're having a conversation about whether or not we're hanging on to fund balance for the library district and managing their money in that way, right? If we are managing, as long as we are managing their money, they should be receiving interest earnings on that money, just like any other fund.
It may not be 55 grand, but they should be getting their proportionate share.
Exactly. Does that make sense?
They are. But they're getting above their proportionate share right now.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is,
rather than go to zero, which is below their proportional share.
Well, what we're suggesting is we shouldn't be investing their money at all.
Right.
Who should be?
The library board.
So then therefore we would no longer hold those funds. So those
That's what
funds
we're
wouldn't be
suggesting.
there.
I have not reached out to them yet. I wanted to have this conversation first. We would certainly be reaching out and having that conversation before we bring back any kind of change in the resolution. But we're suggesting to you that we should not be holding on to their money and we should not be investing. We don't have anything in writing that says we're investing someone else's funds right now.
so I think we should definitely either stop holding funds for them or enter into an agreement that describes how we're holding funds for them. If we do continue
And paying
to
them
hold
the
funds for
interest
them,
on their funds.
right? If we are holding funds for them, they should receive the proportionate share of the interest. If it's a valuable service we're providing to them and we can fit it within our staff time and we're being adequately compensated for that staff time, I'm okay moving forward with us managing library district funds. I don't know what the result of that conversation is going to look like between you and Libby, but I'm not ready to say, without having had a conversation with them, here's all your money, we're making this change.
So a couple of comments based on some of the things you said. One, we're not charging the library district anything, right? We're not being compensated for managing their money for them. Would the commissioners be open then if the rec district said, hey, we'd like for you to invest our money?
Yeah.
You're the treasurer. It's easier for you. You know what you're doing. You have a more expert staff than we do. Will we be okay if Georgetown said that?
So what would this chart look like on 2023 if changed? If we put the proportionate amount in for the library district, and I'm guessing it would have been somewhere around 30-some thousand instead of 50-some thousand.
I can run that math for you. I don't.
I'm curious to know.
30, but yes.
It might be less than that, but the reason is I look at these others up here who have also enjoyed, which have also enjoyed the benefit, the general fund, E9, 911, capital improvement, open space, and emergency services. To varying degrees, it looks like they're getting, they each get cut down. They each get cut by about 30 to 40%, you know, in some case, in one case, a little bit less. One gets a little more actually. But they're getting, so they would only get, they're each getting about 70% of what they were getting, give or take, or 65% or something like that. So I'm guessing if that holds true, then the same would happen to the library district. They'd drop about 30 or 35% of what they're getting, but it might be different in their case. The math may be different.
It depends on what their fund balance is that we're holding on to.
Right. That's
and I don't know off the top of my head what we're holding of their money right now. It's more than a couple $1 million. We're holding their money. But it's not, 7 million. I think the Road and Bridge Fund has $7 million. It's not 7 million.
No. So a third, yeah, so.
I 100% get your point and you're absolutely right.
Yeah, there's going to be somewhere around $30,000-$40,000 in there they're going to be picking up.
If it's their money and we have it and we're investing it, they should get the benefit of their money. Right. I guess the long-term question is, we're not getting compensated for that. If the board wants to keep moving forward with that, would we tell other jurisdictions, doors closed, that opportunity doesn't exist for you?
Possibly. The other organizations have their own processes. I think the way to start the conversation is to start the conversation with the library district, and that might illuminate the answer to the bigger question you're asking. I think I would like to see us express some openness if they value it as a service to continuing to do it. Granted, we're compensated for our staff time. And we have agreements in place that help legal feel comfortable about liability, like what happens if the treasurer's investments go bad. Obviously, we don't want that liability.
And just to inform the conversation a little bit, I have copies of agreements with the school district, but the copies that
library district.
But the copies I am looking at are not the recorded versions. I can work with Nanette to see if we can locate these. The ones that I have also expired years ago, but they speak to this issue. So I'm wondering if they're somewhere.
So, go ahead.
My concern is this becomes public, it needs to be public, right? And so all the other.
It is right now.
All the other, right. And all the other entities out there that could maybe benefit from us doing this work get interested. And that concerns me. And we've not had that conversation. There's an impact on Carol, your treasurer, there's an impact on finance. And we've not had that conversation at all. Well, so even if we get compensated, we might be getting compensated for time. But what about the other stuff that's not happening now because we're doing other people's work, right? And so we have not had that conversation.
Yeah, well, there's there too. That's one thing. And then the other one is we're not necessarily, we're open for business to be your money manager. All we're saying here is that we have an historical relationship with an organization that we do have. We don't have to add, we can say no to other people. We don't have to take that on. What George is suggesting makes sense to me. And it's that at $2 million and thinking about the 7 million that's in Road and Bridge and running the math, I'm coming up with the same answer down there. It's going to be $35,000, $40,000 they would be receiving instead of 55. So they need to know that. The conversation needs to be, you've been getting disproportionately rewarded relative to the amount of money that we're actually investing for you because we've been paying you money these past years that's really coming from Road and Bridge and other funds. And so therefore, we're only going to be able to pay you what your fund that we're holding is actually doing going forward. And if we decide to do that, and let's have a conversation about whether we do or not, otherwise, this money is going to come in the form of a check from us to you, and you're going to hold it in your own bank account or your own investment pool. And you're going to be making your own money off of it, managing your own money instead of having us manage it for you. That's the question, is who's going to do it. But there's two parts. One is it's going to be less going forward than it is now. And then the second part is who's going to hold it and manage the money.
Yeah. And we just need to see that conversation be a little more fully baked, I think, before we can make a decision.
Okay,
Other three suggestions, I completely agree.
okay. I'm sorry, what
On
did
the
you
other
do?
three suggestions, I completely agree.
Okay, so more to come on investment earnings, but let me just throw something out for your consideration. Would it make sense to do a resolution for the county funds themselves and say to the extent that the county funds have a fund balance, they should be getting their representative share of the earnings and paying bank fees? The county's held, the library's held separate. They have money. We're not sure what's going to happen with that. We need to visit with the county attorney. We need to see if there's a recorded document. We owe you more on the library itself. But the library would be told they've likely been getting more than their fair share and that will change based on fund balance come January.
Right. And what I would see is, so I like the rest of the spreadsheet. The only thing I question is whether that thing at the bottom, next to library district under 2023 change is a dash or whether it's a number. And if it's a number, it shouldn't change the other numbers because those other numbers hopefully aren't based on the earnings on the library district funds.
They're not.
Okay, so good. So if the number down there becomes 30 or 35 or 40 or 41 or whatever it is, then those numbers above don't change because they're going to be based on the money that's been invested from their fund
Right.
in each case.
Yeah, I think I understand what your direction is. Is that good, county manager? We're good with
Yeah,
that?
I'm gonna reach out to Libby and we'll start the conversation there about.
Yeah, do you guys want to manage your own fund going forward or?
Two more, just quick thoughts from me. I'm happy making anything within the range of changes to the library district in time for the 2024 budget, just depending on how that conversation goes.
Yeah.
Second thing, I just want to point out, staff is proposing something that will reduce revenues into the general fund. And increase revenues into other funds that don't need it as much. And I just, the reason I want to point that out is because it's a mark of integrity. Our staff believes in fairness. Our staff is turning over a lot of rocks and making things fair, not gaming things for the funds that need help. And I just want to make sure that that's observed publicly, that this is a high integrity proposal. It's based in principles of fairness. And
everybody earns their way.
Yep.
We appreciate that.
Yes, thank you. All right, next slide, please, Megan. Thank you. All right, we're done. So I think we got good information from you on community engagement. We're going to get some suggestions from the commissioner to the county manager on some other groups to engage. Megan's going to help us with HOAs to help them get involved and get some word out about this process in these meetings. We got your feedback on lodging tax. County manager is going to do some follow-up with the other jurisdictions on that to make sure we're not creating an unrealistic expectation. Transit operations, at least a couple of you support this idea, this concept of let us have this much, let us have this subsidy and go with it, run with it. I did hear Commissioner Wood is comfortable for maybe one budget year, but not two. So certainly for the 24 budget, this is what you can expect to see when we bring the transit budget request back to you.
We redo the budget every year anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We do. I don't want us to leave this meeting without the community members that care about this program and the staff that wants to know they have jobs, knowing that a majority of this board is unequivocal about this program. Here's.
Yeah, I think that's real close to what I think I want to say. I want to say that, plus I want to say I'm unequivocal about wanting to see this program survive into the future beyond 2 years. What I'm saying right now is I'm supportive of the idea of the level of that $200,000 support for the next 2 years. I'll be remembering next year when we're doing the budget that I said this year, and I'm going to keep my word.
Yeah.
You know, short of something, stuff changes, short of something catastrophic that changes in our financial picture, assuming that we're somewhere around where we think we're going to be next year as we project now, I'm going to be keeping my word about what I said this year and next year. And so that's a 2-year financial commitment. My commitment towards having transit in this county and have it expand and become even better is also strong.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to see it get smaller. I want to see it get better.
Right. Yeah, we heard you loud and clear. Thank you for that clarification, but we know we need to work harder. You want this program to be sustainable. You don't want it to be dependent to this extent on the general fund. You want to see it robust, you want to see it operate for residents, but you want to see it be sustainable in the long term.
Right.
Yeah, got it. Okay, and then
Sustainably invested in, you know, I mean, we're never gonna have a transit program in Clear Creek County that doesn't have general fund investments. It should be a goal for us to always figure out how to have room in the general fund to make that.
We're running a little behind, but I want to just say something I heard in conversation just on Friday. I'm a member of the Front Range Passenger Rail District Board of Directors. And we had a talk, we've heard from Union Pacific. Their CEO told us that they don't make any money on passenger rail. Everybody that's on the board of the everyone on the Front Range Passenger Rail District Board understands that their ridership is not going to pay for those systems that they're putting in. Front Range Passenger Rail is going to be billions of dollars. They know that ridership's not going to pay for it